You are standing on holy ground right now, not because this room is special or because the hour is sacred, but because you have arrived at this moment, ready to hear what has been waiting for you since before you were born. I want you to listen very carefully to what I am about to tell you, because what I am going to share is not theory. It is not philosophy. It is not something I read in a book and thought sounded lovely. This is truth I have lived, tested, and proven again and again in the fires of real life, in the desperate moments when I had nowhere left to turn but to the invisible power that governs all things. There is a law operating in this universe that is more reliable than gravity, more constant than the rising sun, and more powerful than any army ever assembled on Earth. This law does not care about your past. It does not judge your mistakes. It does not require you to be worthy or prepared or even particularly good. What it requires is that you speak with the authority of one who knows, not one who hopes, not one who wishes, not one who begs, but one who knows with every fiber of their being that what they command must come to pass because it is already done in the realm where all things are first created. I have seen miracles that would make you weep with joy. I have watched penniless women find checks in their mailboxes for the exact amount they needed within hours of speaking their word. I have seen relationships dead as stones suddenly bloom back to life. I have witnessed bodies riddled with disease restore themselves to perfect health. And none of it, not one single miracle, happened by accident. They happened because someone finally understood how to speak to the invisible and make it bow. Your word is not just sound vibrating in the air. Your word is the creative force of the universe itself, channeled through your unique consciousness. When you speak knowing the truth, you set into motion powers that rearrange circumstances, move people, open doors, and manifest what seemed utterly impossible just moments before. Most people go through their entire lives praying with their fingers crossed, speaking with doubt dripping from every syllable, commanding nothing because they believe themselves to be small and powerless. They begged God for scraps when they were meant to claim kingdoms. They whispered timid requests into the void when they should be speaking with the thunder of one who knows their divine inheritance. Listen to how people speak about their lives. They say things like, "I hope things work out. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll try my best, but I don't know." Things like that don't happen to people like me. Every single one of these statements is a command sent directly to the universe, and the universe, being perfectly obedient, arranges itself to match exactly what has been spoken. You hoped, so you got uncertainty. You said maybe, so you got perhaps and possibly, but not definitely. You declared limitation, so limitation built walls around you with your own words as bricks. I learned this law the hardest way possible. I did not come to this understanding sitting in comfort. I came to it through heartbreak, through financial disaster, through standing in my own kitchen wondering how I would feed myself, through relationships crumbling in my hands like ash. I came to it because I had to. Because when you are drowning, you either learn to swim or you sink. And I decided I was going to swim. I swam through doubt so thick I could barely see my own hand in front of my face. I swam through voices, my own voice, mostly telling me I was delusional, that this spiritual stuff was just wishful thinking, that I should be more realistic, more practical, more resigned to struggle. But here's what I discovered in that swimming. The universe doesn't reward resignation. It rewards faith. Not blind faith, informed faith. Faith backed by understanding. Faith that says, I don't know how this will work out, but I know that there is an invisible law at work, and when I align with it, circumstances must shift. You see, most people think faith means believing without evidence. That's not faith, that's hope dressed up in Sunday clothes. Real faith is the evidence itself. It's the inner knowing that precedes the outer demonstration. It's the feeling of certainty before the fact appears. I learned to cultivate that certainty the way you'd cultivate a garden, daily, with attention, with care, pulling out the weeds of doubt the moment they sprouted, watering the seeds of my declarations with emotion and conviction, speaking to my circumstances the way a mother speaks to a frightened child, firmly, lovingly, with absolute authority. And things began to change. Not overnight, let me be clear about that. Anyone who tells you this work produces instant results is selling you something. The universe operates on its own timetable, not yours. But it does operate. It must. It's law. The first shift was internal. I noticed I stopped feeling like a victim. Stopped waiting for rescue. Stopped looking at my bank account with that sick, twisting feeling in my gut. I began to look at it as a temporary reflection, nothing more. A photograph of yesterday's consciousness, not a prophecy of tomorrow's reality. I started speaking differently, not just in my formal affirmations, but in casual conversation. I caught myself saying things like, "I can't afford that," and I'd stop mid-sentence and rephrase, "I'm choosing not to allocate resources there right now." Different energy entirely. One is powerless. The other is sovereign. The words we use aren't just descriptions of reality, they're blueprints. They shape what comes next. I started treating my language like I was placing an order with the universe. And here's what nobody tells you. The universe is very literal. It doesn't interpret. It doesn't add context or read between the lines. It takes your words at face value and says, "Okay, noted." So when I'd say, "I'm trying to pay off debt," the universe heard trying, which means not succeeding, just attempting. When I said, "I hope things get better," it heard doubt disguised as optimism. Hope without conviction is just wishful thinking wearing a positive mask. I had to learn to speak as if the thing was already done. Not in some airy-fairy, denial of reality way, but with the quiet confidence of someone who knows how the story ends. Instead of "I'm trying to save money," I started saying, "I'm building my reserves." Instead of "I want to be financially free," I said, "I'm practicing financial freedom now." That last one was crucial. You don't become free in the future. Freedom isn't a destination you reach after hitting some magic number in your bank account. It's a state of being you practice right now, with whatever you have. I started making small decisions from a place of freedom rather than fear. I'd buy the organic vegetables even when they cost more, not because I was being reckless, but because I was affirming that I have enough. That I live in abundance, not scarcity. And wouldn't you know it, every single time I made a choice from abundance rather than lack, money would show up. Not always immediately, not always in obvious ways, but it would come. A refund I'd forgotten about. A friend paying back an old loan. A surprise discount. The universe was matching my energy, reflecting back what I was putting out. I also stopped arguing for my limitations. This was huge. I noticed how much I'd defend my financial struggles, like they were a core part of my identity. Someone would suggest an opportunity, and I'd immediately list 5 reasons why I couldn't do it, why it wouldn't work for someone like me. I was building a case for my own smallness, and I was winning that case. It took me months to see that my words weren't describing my reality, they were prescribing it. Every time I said, "I can't afford that," I was placing an order with the universe. Every time I said, "Money doesn't come easily to me," I was writing my own financial script and then acting surprised when my life followed it perfectly. The shift started small. I began catching myself mid-sentence. "I'm always broke" would start to come out of my mouth, and I'd stop, literally pause, and rephrase. "I'm learning to manage money differently." It felt awkward at first, like speaking a language I wasn't fluent in yet. But here's what nobody tells you about changing your words. You don't have to believe them at first. You just have to stop reinforcing the old story. I started treating my complaints like contracts I was signing with the universe, because that's essentially what they were. Every complaint was an agreement. "Yes, I'd like more of this painful thing, please." When you understand that, complaining loses its appeal fast. I remember sitting with a friend who was drowning in financial stress, and I watched her catalog every money problem she had, the bills, the debt, the unfairness of it all. And I recognized myself. I'd done that exact thing for years, thinking I was just being honest, just venting. But venting isn't neutral, it's reinforcement. It's taking your limited creative energy and using it to strengthen exactly what you don't want. So I started a practice I called catching and flipping. Every negative statement about money got caught and flipped. "I never have enough" became "money flows to me in surprising ways." "I'm terrible with money" became "I'm learning to be a good steward of abundance." Some days I had to flip the abundance. Same thought 20 times. Some days I failed completely and fell back into the old patterns. But here's the thing about words, they're not just sounds we make. They're directives to our subconscious mind, which doesn't judge or question, it just executes. Tell it you're broke, and it will find evidence of that everywhere. Tell it you're learning abundance, and it starts noticing opportunities you'd previously walked right past. Your subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't fact-check your declarations or wait for logical proof. It simply accepts what you affirm with feeling and conviction, then goes to work orchestrating circumstances to match that inner blueprint. This is why affirmations without feeling are like seeds scattered on concrete. They bounce right off. But when you speak with authority, with that deep inner knowing, something shifts. You're not begging the universe for crumbs. You're claiming what's already yours in the spiritual realm, waiting to manifest in the physical. I've watched people transform their entire financial reality in months, not through harder work, but through changing their inner conversation. A woman came to me drowning in debt, speaking constantly about what she owed, what she couldn't afford, how trapped she felt. I told her, stop reporting on lack. Start declaring the truth you want to see. She began affirming, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate supply. Let all that is mine by divine right now reach me in perfect ways. She said it morning and night, not as a desperate plea, but as a statement of spiritual fact. Within 3 weeks, an old insurance policy she'd forgotten about matured. 2 weeks later, a friend repaid a loan she'd written off years ago. A month after that, she received a promotion she hadn't even applied for. The money didn't fall from the sky. It came through natural channels, but the channels opened because her inner signal changed. That's the mechanism. You're always broadcasting. The question is, what frequency are you sending out? Fear or faith? Lack or abundance? Your subconscious is listening to every word, especially the ones you say when no one else is around. And here's what most people miss. It's not about lying to yourself. It's about speaking to the deeper reality beneath appearances. When you say, I am prosperous, you're not denying your current bank balance. You're affirming the spiritual truth that abundance is your natural state, that you are one with infinite supply. You're calling forth what already exists in potential. You're giving your subconscious mind clear instructions instead of confused, contradictory ones. And here's what most people don't realize. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between what you're affirming for yourself and what you're declaring about others. When you criticize someone else's prosperity, when you judge another person's success with suspicion or resentment, you're actually instructing your subconscious to reject those very things for you. I've watched this play out countless times. A woman comes to me, desperate for her own business success, yet she spends her days gossiping about how her neighbor probably cheated to get ahead, how that successful woman downtown is just lucky or must have connections. She doesn't see that every word of criticism is a brick in the wall between herself and her own prosperity. She's literally training her mind to view success as something suspicious, something that requires justification or defense. The spiritual law is precise. What you wish for another, you wish for yourself. What you resent in another, you reject for yourself. If you can't celebrate someone else's mansion, how can you expect the universe to deliver one to you? Your subconscious will simply say, oh, we don't like people with mansions. We judge them. We question their character. Better keep us away from that. This is why blessing others is such a powerful prosperity practice. When you see abundance in another person's life and you genuinely say, how wonderful, there's plenty for everyone, including me, you're opening the channels. You're affirming that prosperity is natural, that it's flowing freely, that it's available to all who align with it. I knew a man who transformed his entire financial situation through this one shift. He was a salesman, struggling constantly, watching his colleagues close deals while he barely scraped by. He was bitter, convinced they were somehow gaming the system, taking his clients. Then he learned this spiritual principle. He began, deliberately and consciously, to bless every sale his colleagues made. When someone announced a big commission, he'd silently say, wonderful, that's the flow of abundance. There's plenty more where that came from, and it's flowing to me too. Within 3 months, his sales tripled. The outer circumstances hadn't changed, same company, same products, same territory, but his inner consciousness had shifted, and the universe could finally deliver to him what he'd been blocking with his resentment. Now, this principle of celebrating others' success applies to every area of your life, not just money. Are you single and longing for love? Then bless every happy couple you see. When you witness two people holding hands, walking together in harmony, don't let that bitter voice whisper, "Must be nice," or "Why not me?" Instead, silently affirm, "I celebrate your love, and I know mine is on its way." I knew a woman, 38 years old, who had been single for 7 years. She came to me in despair, convinced she'd missed her chance at love. And I noticed something immediately. Whenever we'd walk down the street and pass a couple, her face would tighten. At wedding invitations, she'd force a smile that never reached her eyes. She was broadcasting resentment on the frequency of love, and then wondering why love wasn't finding her. I gave her one assignment. For 30 days, actively bless every expression of love she encountered. Wedding announcements? Send a genuine congratulations. Couple kissing in the park? Silently bless them. Friend gushing about a new relationship? Listen with real joy and affirm, "Love is everywhere, including on its way to me." The first week was torture for her, she admitted. It felt fake, forced. But she persisted, and something miraculous happened not in the world, but in her. By week 3, the blessings had become genuine. She actually felt happy for these couples. Her heart had softened, opened. The bitter shell had cracked. 6 weeks later, she met her now husband at a charity event she almost didn't attend. But here's what she told me later that still gives me chills. The moment I stopped resenting other people's love, I suddenly became lovable to myself. And that's when he appeared. You see, resentment doesn't just block blessings from coming to you. It makes you unable to recognize them when they arrive. The universe has a curious sense of humor. It often delivers exactly what we've been asking for, but disguised in wrapping paper we don't recognize because we're too busy staring at what someone else received. I remember a woman who came to me furious because her colleague got promoted to a position she had desperately wanted. For months, she stewed in resentment, convinced the universe was unfair, that the system was rigged against her. "Why does she get everything?" she kept asking me. "I work twice as hard. I'm twice as qualified." I asked her a simple question. "What would you do with that position if you had it right now?" She went silent. Then she admitted something remarkable. "Honestly, I'd be miserable. The hours are crushing. She has no life outside that office. But I wanted it because it proved I was good enough." There it was, the real prayer underneath the false desire. Sometimes what looks like a blessing denied is actually protection in disguise. And our resentment blinds us to the actual gift the universe is preparing. Within 6 months, this woman was offered a different position, one that paid more, offered better balance, and aligned perfectly with her actual skills and passions. But she almost didn't take it. Why? Because she was still so consumed with resentment over the first rejection that she nearly missed the real answer to her prayers. This is what resentment does. It keeps you facing backward, obsessing over what you didn't get, while your actual good is trying to tap you on the shoulder from behind. Every moment you spend resenting someone else's blessing is a moment you're unavailable to receive your own. Think of it like this. Imagine you're at a magnificent banquet. The table is overflowing with delicious food, prepared specifically for you. But you're standing in the corner, arms crossed, glaring at someone else's plate, muttering, "Why do they get lobster when I only got chicken?" Meanwhile, behind you, the chef is trying to serve you your own lobster, perfectly seasoned exactly how you like it, but you won't turn around. You're too busy resenting. And here's what the universe does when it sees that. It waits. It doesn't force. It doesn't argue. It simply holds your blessing in suspended animation until you're ready to receive it. Because resentment, my dear, creates a vibrational mismatch. You cannot be bitter and blessed simultaneously. You cannot curse one person's fortune while expecting your own to multiply. It doesn't work that way. The universe reads your frequency, not your words. You can affirm abundance all day long, but if your heart is seething with jealousy, you're broadcasting scarcity on every channel. I remember a woman who came to me, furious because her colleague had been promoted. "It should have been me," she kept saying. "I work twice as hard. I stay late. I do everything right." And perhaps she did. But her resentment was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Every day she went to work radiating bitterness. Every conversation became an opportunity to subtly undermine her colleague. Every success in the office felt like a personal attack. I asked her one simple question. How can your good find you when you're standing guard against everyone else's? She didn't have an answer. Here's the truth that might sting a little. When you resent someone's success, you're telling the universe, I believe in lack. I believe there isn't enough. I believe that their gain is my loss. And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, responds with, your wish is my command. It shows you more lack, more reasons to feel left out, more evidence that life is unfair. But when you can genuinely celebrate someone else's blessing, when you can look at their new house, their promotion, their thriving relationship, and say, good for them. If it can happen for them, it can happen for me too. You open a floodgate. You shift from competition to circulation. You recognize that we're all drawing from the same infinite supply, and one person's cup running over doesn't drain the well. There's more where that came from. There's always more. And here's what's beautiful about this consciousness shift. When you truly live from abundance, you become a channel for even greater good. You become a distributor of blessings. You're not hoarding or protecting what you have. You're circulating it, knowing with absolute certainty that as you give, so shall you receive. I've watched this principle in action countless times. A woman came to me once, terrified about her finances. She had just enough to cover her rent, and someone in her building needed help with groceries. Every fearful thought told her to hold tight to her money, to protect herself first. But something in her spirit whispered differently. She bought those groceries. She trusted. And you know what happened? Within 2 days, a check arrived in the mail, money she'd completely forgotten about from work she'd done months prior. It was 3 times what she'd spent on those groceries. Now, I'm not telling you this so you'll give with the expectation of immediate return that's still operating from lack, just dressed up differently. No, you give because you understand that you're part of a flowing river, not a stagnant pond. The river keeps moving. It keeps bringing fresh water. It keeps nourishing everything in its path. When you think from abundance, your prayers change. Instead of begging and pleading with the universe, please, please, give me this thing I desperately need, you begin to claim what's already yours. You declare it. You recognize it. Infinite Spirit, I give thanks that divine abundance now manifests in my life in perfect ways. See the difference? One prayer speaks of lack and desperation. The other speaks from a place of knowing and gratitude. Your words are so powerful, my friend. They're not just sounds that disappear into the air. They're creative forces. They're setting things in motion in the invisible realm that must eventually take form in the visible world. This is why I'm always telling people, watch your words. Stop saying, I can't afford that. Stop declaring, I never have enough. Every time you speak those words, you're ordering up more of the same. Instead, even when appearances say otherwise, speak as though the abundance is already present. I am abundantly supplied. All my needs are met. Money flows to me easily and naturally. Does this feel like lying when your bank account is low? Perhaps at first. But you're not lying. You're speaking to the truth that exists in the spiritual realm, calling it forth into manifestation. Your word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. When you declare, I am prospered in all my ways, you are not pretending poverty doesn't exist. You're refusing to give it permanent residence in your experience. There's a profound difference. Let me share a story that illustrates this perfectly. A woman came to me years ago, nearly destitute. Her husband had left, taking most of their money. She had 3 children to feed and rent due in 2 weeks. Everything in her outer world screamed lack and abandonment. I told her what I'm telling you now. Speak to what you want, not what you see. She resisted at first. But that feels dishonest, she said. I don't have money. How can I say I do? I explained that she was confusing temporary appearance with ultimate truth. The spiritual substance from which all supply comes is infinite and everywhere present. Her connection to it had never been severed, only her awareness of it had been clouded by fear. So we created a treatment together. Every morning and night, she declared, Infinite Spirit is my instant, constant, and abundant supply. Money comes to me from expected and unexpected sources. I am a magnet for divine prosperity. She wrote these words on cards and placed them where she'd see them throughout the day. Within 1 week, she received a call from a company where she'd interviewed months before. They offered her a position with a signing bonus that covered her rent. Within a month, She received notice of an inheritance from a distant relative she barely knew. Within 3 months, she had savings. Was this coincidence? Never. This is law. This is how the universe operates when you align your word with its infinite abundance. You see, most people live their entire lives in spiritual amnesia. They've forgotten who they truly are. They walk around believing they are limited beings, bound by circumstances, ruled by conditions, victims of fate. And so that becomes their experience. But I'm here to remind you, you are not a victim. You are not at the mercy of the economy, the government, your employer, your family, or your past. You are a spiritual being with dominion over your own experience. The moment you accept this truth, truly accept it, not just intellectually agree with it, everything shifts. I've seen this transformation happen in an instant. A woman came to me years ago, absolutely convinced she was destined for poverty. Her grandmother was poor, her mother was poor, she was poor. She wore her poverty like an inherited coat, believing it was simply her lot in life. "That's not your coat," I told her. "That's a costume you've been wearing. Take it off." She looked at me with confusion, then with hope, then with something like recognition. Within months, she had tripled her income. Not because she suddenly gained new skills or education, because she changed the conversation she was having with the universe. Your word is your power. Your word creates your world. When you declare, "I can't afford that," you've just given the universe its marching orders. When you say money is hard to come by, congratulations, you've just written that into your contract with life. When you whisper to yourself, "I'm not the kind of person who has wealth," the universe says, "As you wish," and arranges your circumstances accordingly. This is why I am so insistent about the words you use, especially when you're alone with your own thoughts. That's where the real work happens. Anyone can put on a brave face in public. But what are you saying to yourself at 3 in the morning? What words are looping through your mind as you pay your bills? What story are you telling yourself about money, about worthiness, about possibility? Most people carry 2 conversations, the one they speak aloud, and the one that never stops inside their heads. And it's that second conversation, the one no one else hears, that's writing the script of your life. I remember a woman who came to me years ago. Successful by every measure, beautiful home, admired by her friends. But she was exhausted, depleted. And when we finally got quiet enough to listen to what she was actually saying to herself all day, we discovered why. Every morning, "I should be doing more." Every email, "They probably think I'm incompetent." Every success, "I just got lucky." Someone will find out, "I don't really know what I'm doing." She was running a marathon inside her own mind, and the finish line kept moving further away. The moment she recognized those words as just words, as habits she'd picked up somewhere along the way rather than truths carved in stone, everything shifted. Not overnight, not with one affirmation, but with the patient, persistent work of choosing different words. Your inner dialogue isn't destiny. It's just a radio station you've been listening to for so long you forgot you could change the channel. And here's something most people don't understand. You don't have to believe the new words at first. You don't have to feel them deeply or convince yourself they're true. You just have to be willing to say them, to practice them, to let them exist in your consciousness alongside the old patterns. Say, "I am open to receiving." You might not believe it yet. Say it anyway. Say, "My good is coming to me now." Your circumstances might argue otherwise. Say it anyway. Say, "I trust the divine plan of my life." Even when nothing makes sense, especially when nothing makes sense. Because words are seeds. You don't plant a seed and then dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You plant it, you water it, and you trust that beneath the surface, something is shifting. Your words are working whether you see evidence or not. They're restructuring your consciousness. They're sending out vibrations that the universe must respond to. Not because of some mystical magic trick, but because that's how the law works. Every word you speak is a decree. Every statement you make is setting forces into motion. That's why I'm so insistent about your language. That's why I won't let you get away with saying "I'm so broke," or "I never have enough," or "nothing ever works out for me." You think you're just venting. You think you're just being honest about your current situation, but you're not. You're commanding the universe to keep giving you exactly what you're declaring. The law doesn't distinguish between complaining and commanding. It only responds to the vibration of your words. When you say, I'm always struggling, the universe hears a command. More struggle, please. And it delivers. Not because it's punishing you, because it's obeying you. I worked with a woman who couldn't understand why she kept attracting terrible relationships. One after another, the same patterns repeated. All men are liars, she'd tell me. You can't trust anyone. And I'd ask her, well, what do you expect the universe to give you when that's your constant decree? She was shocked. She thought she was just observing reality, but she was creating it. Her words were her bridge to the subconscious, and her subconscious was arranging circumstances to match her declarations. We changed her words. Instead of all men are liars, she began to say, my right man is honest and true. Instead of, you can't trust anyone, she declared, the universe is bringing me trustworthy people. Simple shifts, but profound ones. Within months, everything changed. Not because the men in the world suddenly became different, because she became different. Her consciousness shifted, and therefore her attraction shifted. This is what I mean when I say your word is your wand. You're not manipulating reality, you're aligning with it. You're choosing which frequency to broadcast, and the universe is matching that frequency with corresponding experiences. Now, I know some of you are thinking, but Florence, what if I'm in a terrible situation? Am I supposed to just pretend everything's fine? No, I'm not asking you to deny reality. I'm asking you to stop reinforcing it with your words. There's a difference between acknowledging where you are and declaring where you're staying. You can say, this is my current situation, but I'm moving beyond it without giving power to the limitation. You can face facts without making them permanent decrees. There was a woman I knew whose bank account was drained. She had $17 to her name. When someone asked her how she was doing, she didn't lie and say, I'm wealthy when she was holding $17. That would have been denial. But she also didn't say, I'm broke, I'll always be broke, money never comes to me. Instead, she said, I'm in a tight spot right now, but I'm expecting my good to come through. Do you see the difference? She acknowledged the temporary condition without claiming it as her permanent identity. This is what I mean by intelligent affirmation. You're not pretending the problem doesn't exist. You're refusing to give it a forever home in your consciousness. You're treating it like a guest that's passing through, not a tenant with a lifetime lease. When you speak about your challenges, speak about them in the past tense or present progressive, never as permanent fixtures. Not I am sick, but I am experiencing symptoms that are leaving my body now. Not I am poor, but I am in a transition period on my way to abundance. Not I am alone, but I am preparing the way for my right relationships. Language like this keeps the door open. It maintains your inner conviction while acknowledging outer appearances. And here's what happens when you master this balance. Your words begin to carry actual creative force. They stop being mere descriptions and become instructions to the universe. When you declare, every plan made for me by infinite intelligence is now coming to pass, you're not commenting on what you see, you're authoring what will be. When you say, my good now overtakes me in a surprising way, you're not analyzing your situation, you're setting a new trajectory. The difference is profound. In the old paradigm, you might have said, I hope things get better, or I'm trying to attract abundance. These passive phrases keep you in the position of the observer, the one reacting to circumstances. But affirmations rooted in spiritual law are commands from your higher self. They carry authority because they're aligned with truth. I've seen students transform their entire lives by changing just the quality of their statements. One woman had spent years saying, I want to be successful. Notice the lack, the wanting, the distance between her and her desire. I taught her to say instead, success is mine by divine right. Within weeks, her demeanor changed. She moved differently in the world. Opportunities appeared because she was no longer sending out the vibration of wanting, she was emanating the frequency of having. Your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It accepts what you consistently impress upon it. When you persistently declare, I am now in my right place, doing my right thing, your subconscious begins reorganizing your entire life around that statement. It's not wishful thinking. It's reprogramming the operating system through which you experience reality. But here's what most people miss. The affirmation must be accompanied by the feeling of its truth. You can say the words 1,000 times, But if your emotional body is vibrating fear and doubt, you're sending mixed signals. The universe responds to your dominant vibration, not just your words. This is why I always emphasize speaking with conviction, with faith, with the feeling that it's already done. When you say, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance," you must feel the relief, the gratitude, the expansion that comes with that opening. You must see it in your mind's eye. Doors swinging wide, channels clearing, the universe rearranging itself on your behalf. The emotional component is what gives your words wings. This isn't about forcing yourself to feel something you don't. It's about touching that place within you that already knows the truth. Somewhere in your being, beneath all the conditioning and fear, there's a part of you that remembers you're infinite, that knows lack is impossible, that understands you're heir to the kingdom. That knowing doesn't need to be cultivated. It needs to be uncovered. And the way you uncover it is by refusing to give your attention to the evidence that contradicts it. This is where most people stumble. They say, "But the evidence is right in front of me. My bank account is what it is. My body is what it is. My circumstances are what they are. How can I ignore reality?" You're not ignoring reality. You're choosing which reality gets to be real for you. See, what you call reality is just the end result of old thinking. It's yesterday's news made visible. Every condition you're looking at right now was formed by the consciousness that preceded it. If you keep reacting to it, validating it, treating it as immovable truth, you lock it in place. You create more of the same. The spiritual approach isn't about denying what's visible. It's about recognizing that what's visible is changeable. It's about understanding that you're not a prisoner of circumstances, you're the creator of them. And creation happens first in consciousness, then in form. So when you look at that empty bank account and you feel that contraction of fear, you have a choice. You can follow that fear down the rabbit hole of worry, doubt, and desperation. Or you can catch yourself and say, "No, this is not my reality. This is the shadow of an old belief. My true reality is abundance. My Father's kingdom is my birthright. I am supplied from an infinite source." Now, the mind will scream at you. It'll call you delusional. It'll present evidence. It'll remind you of every past failure. That's what the mind does. It's programmed for survival, not for truth. It doesn't want you stepping into the unknown, even when the unknown is where your freedom lives. But here's what I want you to understand. You don't need to convince your mind. You need to override it. You do that by making a decision. Not a wish, not a hope, a decision. You decide that abundance is your truth. You decide that supply is constant. You decide that you are divinely supported. And then you act from that decision, regardless of what your senses report. This is where most people stumble. They make the decision intellectually, but then they monitor the physical world for evidence. They declare abundance, and then immediately check their bank balance to see if it's working. They affirm divine supply, and then panic when the bill arrives. This is not faith. This is experimentation. And the universe doesn't respond to experiments, it responds to certainty. When you truly decide, you stop checking. You stop measuring. You stop gathering evidence to prove or disprove your decision. You simply proceed as though the thing is already done, because in the realm of consciousness, it is. I knew a woman who decided her business would thrive. Not hoped, not wished, decided. And when clients canceled or payments delayed, she didn't waver. She didn't revise her decision based on temporary appearances. She said to me, "I've already decided this business is successful. These little disruptions are just the old patterns clearing out." And within 3 months, her revenue had doubled. Not because she worked harder, but because she stopped contradicting her own decision with doubt. You see, every time you worry, you're casting a vote against your own declaration. Every time you complain about lack, you're rehearsing poverty. Every time you speak about what you don't have, you're instructing the subconscious to produce more of that experience. Your word is law in your universe. But you must be consistent. You cannot declare prosperity on Sunday and poverty on Monday. You cannot affirm health in the morning and disease in the afternoon. The subconscious doesn't recognize contradictions. It simply records your dominant expectation and produces accordingly. This is why I say, watch your words as you would watch a small child near fire. Words are creative. They set forces in motion. And once spoken with feeling, They must manifest unless you cancel them with an opposite statement of equal or greater intensity. So, if you've been speaking lack, speak abundance now with even more conviction. If you've been rehearsing failure, rehearse success with doubled passion. You must outspeak, outfeel, and outbelieve your previous limitations. And here's the beautiful part. You don't need anyone's permission to do this. You don't need to wait for conditions to improve. You don't need proof before you begin. You just need to start right now, right where you are. I once knew a woman who wanted desperately to move to a beautiful home by the water. She'd dreamed of it for years, but felt trapped by her circumstances, trapped by her lease, by her income, by what seemed like 1,000 practical impossibilities. Then something shifted. She stopped focusing on how times it would happen, and started living as though it was already done. She began taking morning walks to the waterfront. She'd stand there, breathing in the salt air, feeling the sun on her face, and whisper times, "Thank you, asterisk. Thank you for my beautiful home. Thank you for waking up to this view. Thank you for the peace I feel here." She started small. She bought a single piece of artwork that reminded her of the ocean. She painted one wall in her current apartment the color of sea glass. She played recordings of waves while she worked. Was she pretending? No. She was times preparing asterisk. She was tuning her entire being to the frequency of what she desired. And within 6 months, a series of completely unexpected events unfolded. A job opportunity she never could have predicted. A property that came on the market at exactly the right moment. Circumstances aligning in ways that would have seemed impossible when she was locked in resistance and worry. The universe conspires with those who dare to claim their good. You see, when you shift your inner state, you don't just change times, you change what you attract. You change what you notice. You change the opportunities that seem to present themselves out of nowhere. The skeptic says this is just selective attention, just confirmation bias. But I've seen it work too many times, in too many lives, in ways too specific and too miraculous to dismiss. There's an intelligence in this universe, far greater than our limited minds can comprehend. Call it God, call it Source, call it the universe. The name doesn't matter. What matters is that this intelligence responds to the mental images we consistently hold. And here's what most people miss. Your time's already times using this power. Every single day. The question isn't whether it works. The question is whether you're using it consciously or unconsciously. When you wake up dreading the day, expecting problems, anticipating difficulty, you're using this creative power. You're just using it against yourself. When you replay your failures, rehearse your grievances, imagine worst-case scenarios, that you're using this creative power. You're just directing it toward what you don't want. The power itself is neutral. It responds to your dominant thoughts like soil responds to seeds. It doesn't judge whether you're planting flowers or weeds. It just grows whatever you consistently plant. And most people? They're planting weeds while praying for roses. They're affirming abundance while thinking about bills. They're declaring health while obsessing over symptoms. They're claiming love while rehearsing rejection. Your subconscious doesn't hear what you say in that moment of positive thinking. It hears what you repeat, hour after hour, when you think nobody's listening, especially yourself. That's why affirmations alone don't work for most people. They stand in front of the mirror saying, "I am wealthy, I am wealthy, I am wealthy," while their inner dialogue is screaming, "Who are you kidding? Look at your bank account. You're broke." The subconscious takes orders from the dominant voice. And for most people, the dominant voice is fear, doubt, and limitation dressed up in reasonable-sounding logic. But here's what changes everything. You can reprogram that inner voice, not by fighting it, not by shouting louder positive thoughts over it, but by gently, persistently replacing those old patterns with new ones. It's like retraining a muscle. At first, the old pattern is automatic. Your mind defaults to worry, to worst-case scenarios, to "I can't afford that," or "that never works for me," or "people like me don't get those opportunities." But when you catch yourself, and this is the practice, when you catch yourself in that old thought, you don't shame yourself. You don't say, "I'm so bad at this, I keep thinking negatively." That's just more negative programming. Instead, you simply notice it. Oh, there's that old pattern again. And then you consciously choose a different thought. Not a fake, pumped-up affirmation that makes you feel ridiculous, but a true statement that opens possibility. Instead of, I'm so broke, try, I'm in the process of improving my finances. It's true, it's believable, and it points your mind in a different direction. Instead of, I always fail, try, I'm learning what works. Again, true, believable, growth-oriented. Instead of, nobody wants me, try, I'm becoming the person I want to attract. Empowering, actionable, real. When you speak this new language, the language of possibility, instead of prison, you stop being a victim of circumstance and become an architect of experience. You're no longer waiting for life to happen to you, you're co-creating it. And here's something most people miss entirely. Your inner dialogue doesn't just shape your feelings, it literally rewires your nervous system. When you repeat, I'm a failure, your body responds with cortisol, tension, shutdown. When you say, I'm learning and growing, your system releases different chemistry entirely. Dopamine, openness, energy. You're not just thinking differently. You're becoming different at a biological level. Now, let's talk about the sneakiest trap of all, the trap of what I call spiritual bypassing disguised as realism. This is when people say things like, I'm just being honest about my limitations, or I'm just acknowledging the facts. But here's the question that changes everything. Whose facts? The fact that you've struggled in relationships doesn't mean you're unlovable. It means you haven't yet learned what you need to learn. The fact that you've failed at businesses doesn't mean you lack capability. It means you haven't found the right approach yet. See the difference? One interpretation closes doors. The other keeps them open. I'm not asking you to deny reality. I'm asking you to expand what you consider real. The caterpillar's reality is crawling, but the butterfly's reality was always there, waiting in potential. Your words determine which reality you're tuning into. So here's your assignment. If you're ready to actually transform, for 1 week, become a guardian of your inner speech. Not a censor, a guardian. Every time you catch yourself speaking limitation, pause, breathe, reframe. Not with fake positivity. With true possibility. I never finish anything becomes, I'm learning to follow through. I'm too old becomes, I have experience and wisdom others don't. It's too late becomes, I'm beginning exactly when I need to. Watch what happens, not just in your mind, but in your life. Opportunities appear, people respond differently, doors open that were invisible before. And yet, and this is where so many miss the mark, you cannot simply wait passively once you've spoken your word. Faith without works, as the ancient text tells us, is dead. You must act as though the thing is already done. You must move in the direction of your vision, even when the path seems unclear. I knew a woman who desired to open a small shop selling beautiful things. She had no money, no location, no inventory. But she had the vision. She began to act. She sketched designs. She visited empty storefronts. Not to negotiate she couldn't yet, but to plant the seed in her consciousness. She told trusted friends, when my shop opens. Not, if my shop opens. Within 6 months, an elderly relative she barely knew left her a small inheritance. A storefront became available at a price she could manage. Suppliers appeared, offering generous terms. Was this coincidence? Or was this the law responding to her unwavering faith combined with corresponding action? The universe reads your conviction through your behavior. If you say you believe something is yours, yet you prepare for failure, pack your bags for defeat, rehearse your disappointment, the universe receives a mixed message. It responds to the stronger vibration. Usually, that's fear. But when your words, your thoughts, and your actions align, when there is no contradiction between what you declare and how you move through the world, resistance dissolves. The path reveals itself. Not always as you imagined, mind you, often far better. This is why I say, speak with authority, but then release with trust. Do not clutch. Do not chase. Do not beg the universe to hurry. Desperation repels. Certainty attracts. The farmer plants the seed and trusts the soil. He does not dig it up every day to check its progress. He waters. He tends. He waits with faith. Your word is the seed. Your faith is the soil. Your consistent action is the watering. And the harvest, the manifestation, comes in its perfect time. Not early, not late. Always exactly when the conditions are ripe. So examine today. What are you speaking over your life? What are you declaring into the invisible? And more importantly, are you believing it enough to act as though it's already true? What if I told you that everything you've ever wanted, every dollar that's meant to be yours, every beautiful thing waiting for you, it's already been released to you. It's already on its way. But there is one single word standing between you and all of it, blocking the flow like a dam blocks a river? And what if I told you that the moment you remove this one word from your mind and your mouth, money, opportunities, and miracles will rush toward you like water that's finally been set free? I'm going to share this word with you today, but more than that, I'm going to show you exactly how it's been stealing your good and how changing it will change everything. Stay with me, because by the end of our time together, you will never speak or think the same way again, and that's when your whole life transforms. You see, I've worked with thousands of people over many years, and I've watched the same pattern repeat itself again and again. Good people, deserving people, talented people who work hard and pray and hope, and yet they stay stuck. They stay broke, they stay blocked. And when I listen closely to their words, when I really pay attention to what they're saying, I hear this one word over and over again, like a curse they're placing on themselves without even knowing it. This word is a murderer. It murders your dreams before they can take their first breath. It strangles your prosperity before it can reach your hands. And the most tragic part is that we've been taught to use this word. We think we're being realistic, responsible, even humble when we say it. But we're actually building prison walls around our own abundance. Now, before I tell you what this word is, I need you to understand something fundamental about how this universe works, because without this foundation, you'll hear the word and you'll think it's too simple. You'll dismiss it and you'll go right back to using it tomorrow. So listen closely. Everything in this universe is energy. Your thoughts are energy. Your words are energy. And energy always moves and creates and attracts. The universe doesn't judge your words as good or bad. It simply responds to them. It takes the energy of what you speak and think, and it says, yes, you're absolutely right. Let me give you more of exactly that. You are not asking the universe for things. You are informing it. You are declaring. You are commanding. And it must obey, because that's the law, as impersonal and unfailing as the law of gravity. So when you speak, you are not just making sounds with your mouth. You are setting forces in motion. You are molding the invisible substance all around you. You are drawing things toward you or pushing them away with the magnetic power of your word. Do you feel the weight of that? Do you understand that you have been creating your life, including your poverty or your wealth, with your words? I remember a woman who came to me years ago, trembling with fear. She was convinced she would die in poverty. Every morning she would wake and say to herself, I'll never have enough. There's never enough. And what do you think happened? The universe, in its perfect obedience, gave her exactly what she ordered. Her funds dwindled, opportunities vanished, doors closed in her face. But here's what's remarkable. I taught her to change her words. Simple as that sounds, it required tremendous courage on her part. Instead of declaring her poverty, she began to affirm, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. At first, her logical mind rebelled. It felt like lying. It felt foolish to speak of abundance, while her bank account showed lack. But she persisted. She spoke these words morning and night, and throughout the day, whenever fear tried to grip her throat. Within weeks, something shifted. An old debt she'd written off was suddenly repaid. A new position opened that doubled her income. Her whole world reorganized itself around her new word. You see, the word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. Everything you see in your physical world existed first as a word, a thought, an image in someone's consciousness. The chair you're sitting on, the device you're using to watch this, the very clothes on your body, all of it was once invisible, existing only in the realm of mind. Your life is no different. It is the outpicturing of your habitual thinking and speaking. Now, I can hear some of you protesting, but Florence, I've said positive things and nothing changed. Let me be clear, this is not about parroting pretty phrases while your heart seethes with doubt and fear. Your subconscious knows when you're playing games. The power is released only when your word aligns with faith, when you speak with inner conviction, even if that conviction is the size of a mustard seed. The subconscious mind is like a loyal servant. It doesn't argue. It doesn't question. It simply accepts what you tell it as truth and sets about making it manifest. And here's what most people never realize. Your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between what you imagine vividly and what you actually experience. To your subconscious, a thought charged with emotion is as real as a physical event. This is why worry is so dangerous. You're essentially rehearsing disaster and telling your inner mind to bring it into form. I once knew a woman who would lie awake at night, imagining every terrible thing that could happen to her children. She saw accidents, illnesses, failures, all played out in vivid detail in her mind's eye. And do you know what happened? Those very things began manifesting in smaller ways. Not because she was cursed, but because she was programming her subconscious with fear-soaked images day after day, night after night. When I explained this to her, she was horrified. "You mean I've been doing this to myself?" she asked. "Yes, my dear. But here's the wonderful news. If you've been creating negatively, you can just as easily create positively. The power hasn't changed, only the direction needs to shift. Your subconscious responds to the pictures you hold in your mind. It responds to the feelings you generate. It responds to the words you speak repeatedly. This is why affirmations work, not because they're magic spells, but because they're tools for reprogramming that vast storehouse beneath your conscious awareness. But let me be clear. Half-hearted affirmations spoken without conviction are like seeds scattered on concrete. They won't take root. You must speak your word with authority, with the absolute knowing that what you declare is already done in the spiritual realm and is now making its way into physical form. Think of it this way. When you place an order at a restaurant, you don't keep running back to the kitchen to see if the chef is preparing your meal. You don't doubt that it's coming. You simply wait with expectation, knowing that what you requested is being made ready for you. This is the attitude you must hold toward your affirmations and mental images. Declare it, believe it, and then allow it to manifest without anxious interference. The subconscious is also timeless. It doesn't understand someday or eventually. It only knows now. When you say, "I will be prosperous," your subconscious hears that prosperity is always in the future, always just out of reach. But when you say, "I am prosperous now," something shifts. You're claiming it in present time, and your subconscious begins immediately to align your outer world with that inner declaration. Your words are not passive observations, they are commands to the universe. Every statement you make about yourself is either building your kingdom or tearing it down. And here's what most people don't realize. The universe doesn't argue with you. It simply says yes. If you declare, "I am struggling," the universe says, "Yes, you are." If you declare money is hard to come by, the universe replies, "Yes, it is for you." This is why you must become fiercely protective of the words that follow "I am." These two words are the most powerful creative force you possess. When Moses asked God for his name, God didn't give a title or description. He said, "I am that I am." This is the creative principle living within you. Every time you say "I am," you are using the same power that spoke worlds into existence. I've watched people transform their entire financial reality by changing just one phrase. A woman came to me once, exhausted and bitter, constantly saying, "I am so tired of being broke." I stopped her immediately. "You're declaring two things." I told her, "That you are tired and that you are broke, and the universe is giving you more of both." We changed her words to, "I am energized by the abundance flowing to me now." Within 3 weeks, she received an unexpected job offer that doubled her previous salary. Nothing in her outer circumstances had changed. First her words changed, and her world followed. This isn't metaphor or poetry. This is law as reliable as gravity. Your subconscious mind is listening to every word you speak, and it takes you literally. It doesn't understand sarcasm or jokes. When you say, "I'm drowning in bills," as a casual complaint, to your subconscious doesn't hear exaggeration. It hears an instruction and begins to create more situations where you feel overwhelmed by financial obligations. This is why you must become the guardian of your own vocabulary. Watch your words like a gardener watches her seeds, because that's exactly what they are. Every complaint about money is a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious. Every joke about being broke, every casual remark about never having enough, every statement about how money doesn't grow on trees, these are all seeds, and I promise you they will grow. I've witnessed this dynamic destroy promising financial situations countless times. A woman comes to me and says, "I don't understand why I can't seem to get ahead. I work hard, I'm careful with money, but something always happens." Then I spend an hour with her and hear her say phrases like, "I'm not made of money. I can never afford nice things," and money burns a hole in my pocket. She has literally commanded her subconscious to create financial lack, and it has obeyed perfectly. Your words create a vibrational frequency that attracts circumstances to match. This isn't mysticism, it's spiritual law as reliable as gravity. When you constantly speak about limitation, you tune your entire being to the frequency of scarcity. When you speak about abundance, gratitude, and prosperity, you tune yourself to wealth. But here's what most people miss. You must speak about prosperity especially when your current circumstances suggest otherwise. This isn't lying. This is refusing to give your current conditions the power to dictate your future reality. This is denying the appearance world and affirming the truth of unlimited supply. I remember a man who came to me absolutely convinced he was cursed financially. Every business venture failed. Every investment crumbled. "The universe is against me," he declared. I said, "No, you are against yourself. Your own words have built a wall between you and your prosperity." We worked together to reconstruct his entire vocabulary. Instead of, "I always fail," he learned to say, "I am divinely guided to right action." Instead of, "I can't afford it," he said, "I am open to creative solutions." Within 6 months, his entire financial picture had transformed, not because circumstances changed first, but because his words changed the consciousness that was creating his circumstances. The power of the spoken word is not metaphorical, it is scientific. Every word you speak carries vibration, and that vibration sets into motion forces in the invisible realm that must eventually manifest in the visible. This is why I say, you are constantly decreeing your own fate. Most people are unconscious prophets of their own disaster, but you can become a conscious prophet of your own triumph. Let me share with you the case of a woman who came to me in absolute despair. Her words painted a picture of complete limitation. "I have no friends," she told me. "Nobody ever calls me. I'm always alone. People don't like me." I listened carefully, and then I asked her, "How long have you been speaking these words?" She looked surprised. "Well, it's true," she protested. "I am alone." "Yes," I said, "but your aloneness is the fruit of the seed you've been planting with your words. You have been declaring your isolation, and the law has said, so be it. If you want different fruit, you must plant different seeds." She was resistant at first, most people are, when they realize they've been architects of their own troubles. But desperation is sometimes the doorway to transformation. We began the work of changing her inner and outer speech. "Instead of 'nobody calls me,'" she affirmed, "I am surrounded by loving friends." "Instead of 'people don't like me,'" she declared, "I radiate warmth and attract wonderful companions." She felt foolish saying these things at first, because her outer world contradicted them so completely. But I reminded her, the outer world is always the servant, never the master. Change the inner pattern, and the outer must follow. Within 3 weeks, an old friend reached out unexpectedly. Within 2 months, she had been invited to join a club she'd always admired. Within 6 months, her social calendar was fuller than she could manage. What had changed? Not the people around her, they had always been there. What changed was the vibrational announcement she was making to the universe through her words. She stopped broadcasting loneliness and began broadcasting connection. The law, faithful and impartial, responded accordingly. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. This sounds too simple. Just change my words and everything changes? And I understand that skepticism, I truly do. We've been conditioned to believe that transformation requires suffering, that we must wrestle and struggle and earn our way into good fortune. But the law doesn't work that way. The law is mechanical, precise, mathematical even. It doesn't care about your struggle. It only responds to your vibration. Think of it this way. If you're operating a radio, you don't have to convince the radio waves to reach you. You don't have to suffer or prove yourself worthy. You simply turn the dial to the correct frequency, and the music comes through. That's all. The music was always there, broadcasting continuously. You just had to tune in. Your words are your tuning mechanism. They set the frequency of your consciousness. When you speak poverty, you're tuned to the poverty station. When you speak abundance, you're tuned to the abundance station. The stations are always broadcasting both of them, simultaneously. Which one are you listening to? I've watched people transform their entire financial situations simply by refusing to speak the word can't. One man I knew was drowning in debt, constantly saying, I can't afford it. I can't pay this. I can't make ends meet. His whole vocabulary was saturated with impossibility. I suggested he eliminate that phrase entirely. Instead of, I can't afford it, he would say, I'm choosing not to purchase that right now. Or, that's not in alignment with my current priorities. Do you see the difference? One broadcasts powerlessness, the other broadcasts sovereignty. Within 6 months, his income had doubled. Not because the words were magic, but because the words shifted his consciousness from victim to creator. And the universe, always listening, always responding, rearranged itself to match his new frequency. This is why I'm so passionate about vigilance with our speech. We're not just making conversation, we're issuing commands to the creative force of the universe. Every sentence is a prayer, every declaration is a decree. You are legislating your reality with every word that passes your lips. This is why the woman who constantly says, I'm so tired, will always be tired. She has invoked the law of fatigue. This is why the man who declares, I can't afford it, will continue to live in lack. He has spoken limitation into his bank account, and the universe, being the perfect servant, says, your word is law, so be it. You see, most people are walking around speaking curses over themselves without even realizing it. They think they're just talking, just venting, just being honest about their situation. But there is no just talking in a universe governed by spiritual law. Every word carries creative power. Every sentence sets something in motion. I've watched people destroy opportunities before they even arrived, simply through careless speech. They would say, knowing my luck, this won't work out, and then they would marvel when it didn't. They would say, I always get sick this time of year, and then wonder why their health failed like clockwork. They were prophets of their own misfortune, and they fulfilled their own prophecies with perfect precision. The tongue is a creative instrument of tremendous power, yet we wield it so carelessly, so unconsciously. We let it run wild with complaints, criticisms, fears, and doubts, never realizing we are building our tomorrow with today's words. Now, I can hear someone saying, but Florence, I have to be realistic. I can't just pretend everything is wonderful when it isn't. And to that person I say, there is a vast difference between denial and decree. I am not asking you to deny what appears to be true in the material world. I am asking you to declare what is true in the spiritual realm, knowing that the spiritual precedes the material. When you affirm abundance while your bank account shows lack, you are not lying. You are calling forth that which already exists in the invisible. You are reaching past the appearance to the reality. You are choosing which kingdom will rule your life, the kingdom of appearances or the kingdom of truth. Abraham did not look at his 100-year-old body and Sarah's barren womb and say, let's be realistic. He called himself the father of nations before he had a single child. That is faith. That is the proper use of the word. He spoke the end from the beginning, and the universe rearranged itself to match his declaration. Your word is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between the desired and the manifested. Every time you speak truth, spiritual truth, you are building that bridge. Every time you speak limitation, you are burning it down. Now, I want you to understand something that most people miss entirely. They treat affirmations like magical incantations, say it 3 times, spin around, and expect a miracle. But that's not how the law works. The law responds to times consciousness asterisk, not repetition. It responds to times belief asterisk, not volume. You can shout affirmations from the rooftops until you're hoarse, but if underneath those words lives a trembling doubt, a secret fear, a whisper of, but what if it doesn't work? Then you're speaking with a divided tongue, and a house divided against itself cannot stand. I've watched people say, I am prosperous, while clutching their wallet in fear. I've heard them declare, I am surrounded by love, while building walls around their heart. Words without faith are like seeds scattered on concrete. They have nowhere to root. So what's the solution? How do you speak with power instead of pretense? You begin by catching yourself in the act. You become a watchman at the gate of your own mind. When you hear yourself say, I can't afford that, stop. Right there. Don't let it pass unchallenged. Ask yourself, is that spiritual truth Or am I just repeating an old pattern? Am I speaking from my divine inheritance, or from yesterday's bank statement? Then, gently but firmly, you replace it. Not with something that feels like a lie, your subconscious will reject that immediately, but with something that opens a door instead of slamming it shut. I am open to unexpected channels of abundance. The universe is rearranging itself in my favor right now. Do you feel the difference? One is a wall, the other is a window. I knew a woman who was terrified of losing her home. Every day she'd say, "I'm going to lose everything." She spoke it so often, with such conviction, that she became a perfect vessel for that very experience. The law is no respecter of persons. It will manifest whatever you impress upon it with feeling and repetition. I told her, "Your words are decree. You're sentencing yourself. Every time you say, 'I'm going to lose everything,' you're building that future with your own breath. Stop building what you don't want." She looked at me like I'd asked her to stop breathing. "But it feels true," she said, "and there's the trap. We confuse what times feels times true with what times is times true. Feelings are often just memories in disguise, old fears wearing today's clothes. Let me tell you what I've learned about feelings and their power over us. They're like waves, sometimes calm, sometimes violent, but always temporary. The ocean doesn't times become times the wave, and you are not your feelings. When someone says, "I feel like nobody understands me," they're not reporting a fact. They're giving voice to a pattern. Often a pattern learned so young they can't remember its origin. Maybe they were the third child, overlooked. Maybe they were brilliant in a family that valued athletics. Maybe they learned early that attention came through suffering, so the mind learned to interpret every situation through that lens. Your feelings will tell you stories. Convincing ones. They'll say, "This always happens to you." They'll say, "You're not the kind of person who gets what they want." They'll dress up old conclusions in new situations and present them as fresh insights. But here's what changes everything. You can observe your feelings without obeying them. Think of it this way. You're sitting by a river, watching leaves float past. Some leaves are beautiful, some are broken, some are unremarkable. You don't jump in and chase each one. You don't identify yourself by which leaf happens to be passing at this moment. You watch, you notice, you let them pass. This is what it means to have feelings without being times had times by them. I know someone, a woman of great capability, who for years felt inadequate before every important meeting. The feeling was so visceral, so convincing, she nearly believed it was premonition. She'd think, "I feel unprepared, therefore I times am times unprepared." She'd panic, over-rehearse, sometimes cancel altogether. Then one day she tried something different. She named the feeling. Not times I am anxious, asterisk, but times I notice anxiety is present. Asterisk. Do you see the difference? One makes you the anxiety. The other makes you the observer of it. She went to her meeting with the anxiety still there, like an unwelcome passenger in her car. And you know what happened? She performed beautifully. The feeling had times nothing, times to do with her actual competence. It was just an old warning system, outdated, firing at shadows. The feeling didn't need to be fixed before she could act. It just needed to be seen for what it was, a feeling. Not a fortune teller, not a judge, just weather passing through. Because here's what happens when you stop taking criticism personally. You start to hear the message underneath the messenger. Sometimes the harshest critic delivers the most necessary truth. Not because they're wise, not because they're kind, but because life uses whatever delivery system is available. I once knew a woman who was devastated by her sister's comment about her parenting. "You're too soft with those children," she cried for days. Stopped speaking to her sister for months. But underneath all that wounded pride, she knew times that she'd been avoiding discipline because she wanted to be liked. The criticism stung because it was true. The delivery was terrible, the timing was awful, the sister had no right to speak that way. And yet, the universe was speaking. When you stop defending, you start discerning. You can take what serves you and leave the rest. You don't have to accept the whole package. You can say, "Yes, that part is true, and I'll work on it," while also saying, "But that other part, that's their story, not mine." This is wisdom. This is maturity. This is freedom. Now, let's talk about the invisible burden you're carrying, the one that's exhausting you more than any external criticism ever could. You're criticizing yourself constantly, relentlessly, without mercy. You have an inner voice that says things to you that you would never tolerate from another human being. It tells you you're not enough, that you should have known better, that everyone else is further ahead, that you're failing at the things that matter most. And the cruelty of it is this. You believe that voice is keeping you safe. You believe that if you just criticize yourself times first asterisk, harder than anyone else can, you'll somehow be protected from external judgment. But self-criticism doesn't build a shield. It builds a prison. I'm going to tell you something that might disturb you. That critical inner voice is not your conscience. It's not your intuition. It's not the voice of wisdom or truth. It's the accumulated voices of everyone who ever made you feel small, playing on repeat inside your head. Your mother's anxiety, your father's disappointment, that teacher who said you'd never amount to much, that friend who betrayed you, that partner who left. You know what happens to those people in your story? They become supporting characters, background noise, extras in the movie of your magnificent life. Because here's what I've learned. When you step into your true power, when you align with your divine purpose, people from your past either transform or dissolve. They either rise to meet your new frequency, or they fade into the scenery. And both outcomes are perfect. I've watched this happen countless times. The person who mocked your dreams suddenly comes asking for advice. The one who said you'd fail starts telling everyone they always believed in you. It's almost amusing, isn't it? The way people rewrite history once your success becomes undeniable. But you don't do this work for their validation. You don't step into your calling to prove anyone wrong. That's just a pleasant side effect. You do it because staying small was killing you. Because pretending to be less than you are was a form of slow death. Because your soul was screaming for expression, and you finally had the courage to listen. Think about what you've been denying yourself. What dreams have you tucked away because someone said they were impractical? What gifts have you hidden because someone called them weird? What version of yourself have you suppressed because someone couldn't handle your light? Every time you dim your brightness for someone else's comfort, you commit a small act of self-betrayal. And your spirit keeps score. It remembers every time you chose their approval over your authenticity. Every time you made yourself smaller so they could feel bigger. The universe has been so patient with you. It's been sending signs, synchronicities, opportunities, those random encounters that felt meaningful. Those ideas that wake you at 3 a.m. Those persistent nudges towards something different, something more aligned, something true. How much longer will you ignore them? See, most people wait for permission that will never come. They wait for conditions to be perfect, for everyone to approve, for certainty to arrive. They're still waiting when they die, their song unsung, their message undelivered, their gifts unopened. Don't let that be your story. Your divine assignment doesn't require anyone's permission. It doesn't need a committee's approval or a unanimous vote. The universe has already authorized you. You're cleared for takeoff. The only signature required on your permission slip is your own. I've watched people spend years, decades, even trying to convince their family that their dream is legitimate. They present business plans to people who've never built a business. They seek artistic validation from those who've never created art. They ask for blessing from those who are terrified of their own potential. And when the approval doesn't come, they fold. They abandon the dream, not because it wasn't valid, but because they gave others veto power over their divine assignment. Here's what you must understand. The people closest to you are often the least equipped to see your vision. Not because they don't love you, but because they knew you before you knew yourself. They remember you at your worst. They're comfortable with the smaller version of you. Your expansion threatens the equilibrium of the relationship. If you rise, they might have to rise too, and that's terrifying for people who've made peace with playing small. Your breakthrough will frighten some people. Let it. Your success will make some people uncomfortable. That's their work, not yours. You are not responsible for making your light dim enough that others can look directly at you without squinting. Shine anyway. And what about the voice that says you're not ready? That whispers you need one more certification, one more course, one more year of preparation. That voice is not wisdom, it's fear wearing a disguise. Wisdom says, learn as you go. Fear says, wait until you're perfect. But perfection is a destination that doesn't exist on any earthly map. It's the mirage that keeps you walking in circles in the desert of delay. You don't need to be flawless to begin. You need to be faithful. Faithful to the nudge, the whisper, the knowing that won't let you rest. Some of the most powerful teachers are just 3 steps ahead of their students. They remember what it felt like to struggle because they struggled yesterday. Their scars are still fresh, their lessons still lived in. And that freshness, that rawness, is precisely what makes them magnetic. They haven't forgotten the vocabulary of doubt. They still speak the language of hesitation fluently. When you share your fear, they don't look at you with distant compassion from some mountaintop of enlightenment. They look at you with recognition. They say, I know that voice. I heard it last Tuesday. This is why you don't need to wait until you've arrived to begin contributing. You don't need to be fully healed to help someone heal. You don't need to have conquered all your demons before you share what works against them. The journey itself is the teaching. Your current struggle contains someone else's future breakthrough. The question you're wrestling with today is the exact question someone will ask you tomorrow. The insight that just clicked for you this morning? Someone 3 steps behind you has been praying for that exact understanding. We think we need to be finished before we're valuable. We think we need to have it all together before we have anything to offer. But the truth is far more generous than that. You're valuable in process. You're useful in the middle. You're a teacher while you're still a student. Because here's what we forget. Everyone is always both. The wisest teacher is still learning. The most advanced soul is still stumbling in some area of life. We're all simultaneously experts and beginners, depending on which room we walk into. Florence understood this implicitly. She didn't write from a place of having transcended the human experience. She wrote from inside it. Her teachings weren't theoretical, they were tested daily in her own consciousness. When she talked about turning worry into faith, she was describing her own inner work, not some abstract principle she'd mastered decades ago. She was walking the path while lighting it for others. And so can you. Right now, wherever you are in your journey, you have light to offer. Maybe it's just a candle instead of a spotlight, but in the right moment, for the right person, that candle is everything. It's the difference between another night in darkness and the beginning of dawn. Your mess is your message, not someday, not eventually, not after you've cleaned it all up and tied it with a bow. Right now, today, in its current, imperfect, still unfolding state, because the people who need you aren't looking for perfection, they're looking for permission. Permission to be where they are, permission to start before they're ready, permission to be beautifully, messily human while still reaching for something transcendent. And that permission, that simple act of allowing yourself to be human, that's where the real magic happens. Because the game itself changes when you stop making it about being perfect and start making it about being present. I think about the person who's been writing their book for 7 years, but keeps restarting every time they learn something new. They're not failing. They're just playing the wrong game. The game isn't write the perfect book. The game is become someone who finishes books. Completely different rules, completely different win conditions. The game isn't to have the perfect meditation practice. It's to become someone who shows up for themselves daily. The game isn't to create the perfect business. It's to become someone who takes aligned action despite fear. The game isn't to manifest the perfect relationship. It's to become someone who's already whole, who attracts from overflow rather than need. This shift, from outcome to identity, it changes everything. Because outcomes you can't always control. Markets crash, people leave, plans fail. But who you're becoming, that's yours. That's the one thing that can never be taken from you. And here's what I've noticed. When you play the identity game instead of the outcome game, the outcomes get better anyway. Not because you're trying harder, but because you're finally in alignment. You're building from foundation instead of from desperation. The person trying to manifest money from a place of lack will always hit a ceiling. But the person who decides, I'm becoming someone who creates value and receives abundantly, they've changed the entire operating system. Same actions, maybe, but completely different energy underneath. This is what Florence understood that most people miss. The game of life isn't about getting what you want. It's about becoming who you need to be for what you want to naturally appear. It's about closing the gap between who you are and who you're capable of being. Not through force, not through shame, but through persistent, gentle, faithful commitment to your own unfolding. And some days, that commitment looks like taking massive action. Other days, it looks like taking a nap because you've finally learned that rest isn't the opposite of productivity. It's the foundation of it. You start to see that the universe has been working times with times you all along, not against you. Every delay was protecting you from something that wasn't meant for you. Every rejection was a redirection toward something better aligned with who you're becoming. Every closed door was the universe saying, "Not that way, beloved, this way." And suddenly, those affirmations you've been speaking, they're not just words you're forcing yourself to believe anymore. They're descriptions of what's already taking shape in the invisible realm. You're not trying to convince yourself. You're simply acknowledging what is. When you say, "I am abundant," you're not lying to yourself while your bank account says otherwise. You're recognizing the abundance in your breath, in the sunrise you didn't have to pay for, in the ideas flowing through your mind, in the relationships enriching your days. You're acknowledging that abundance is your natural state, and the money is simply catching up to your consciousness. This is when manifestation stops feeling like manipulation and starts feeling like partnership. You're not trying to bend reality to your will. You're aligning your will with reality's highest possibility for you. You begin to hold your desires more lightly, but with more certainty. There's a difference between attachment and commitment. Attachment says, "It has to look exactly this way or I'll fall apart." Commitment says, "I'm moving toward this vision, and I trust that what arrives will be even better than what I imagined." You release the death grip. You open your hands. And paradoxically, that's when everything you've been chasing starts running toward you. Because here's what I know for certain. The universe cannot fill hands that are clenched in fear. It can only pour into hands that are open in trust. So you practice the opening. Every single day, you practice it. When you wake up anxious about the how and the when, you practice opening. When you're tempted to control and manipulate and force, you practice opening. When disappointment tempts you to close down and protect yourself, you practice opening even wider. This is how you become a magnet for your desires. Not through constant straining and reaching, but through this continuous practice of opening. I've watched people transform their entire lives simply by changing their relationship with receiving. A woman came to me once, exhausted from years of pushing for her business to succeed. She was working 18-hour days, forcing connections, manipulating opportunities, and still nothing flowed. I asked her one question: "Are you willing to receive?" She looked at me like I'd spoken another language. "Of course," she said, but her body told a different story. Her arms were crossed, her jaw was tight, her whole being was braced against disappointment. We practiced together. I had her sit quietly and simply say, "I am willing to receive." Just that, nothing more. The first few times, she cried. All the old beliefs came up: that she wasn't worthy, that she had to earn every single thing, that the universe was stingy and she had to fight for scraps. But she kept practicing. Every morning, every evening, whenever anxiety rose up, "I am willing to receive." Within 3 months, her business completely shifted. Not because she worked harder, she actually worked less. But opportunities began finding her. The right clients appeared. Money flowed from unexpected sources. She stopped being exhausted and started being amazed. This is the power of opening. And here's what I want you to understand. Opening isn't passive. It's not about sitting back and waiting for life to happen to you. Opening is one of the most active, courageous things you can do. You're actively choosing trust over fear. You're actively releasing control. You're actively aligning yourself with the greater intelligence that's orchestrating everything. When you practice opening, you're saying to the universe, "I trust you. I trust that you know the perfect timing, the perfect way, the perfect unfolding. I trust that what's mine is already mine, and I don't have to force or manipulate or control to receive it." This trust changes everything. It changes your energy, it changes what you attract, it changes how you move through the world. And here's what I want you to understand. This isn't about perfection. This isn't about getting it right every single time. This is about awareness. This is about catching yourself when you slip back into the old patterns and gently redirecting your thoughts. Because you will slip, I slipped. Everyone slips. There will be days when you wake up and the first thought in your mind is worry. There will be moments when you hear bad news and your immediate reaction is fear. There will be times when someone criticizes you and you feel that old familiar sting of unworthiness. And that's okay. What matters is what you do next. Do you stay in that pattern? Do you feed it with more negative thoughts? Do you let it spiral into a story about how nothing ever works out for you? Or do you catch it? Do you pause? Do you say, "Wait, that's the old me talking. That's the old pattern. That's not the truth I'm choosing to live by anymore. And then you redirect. You choose a different thought. You speak a different word. You affirm a different reality. This is the work. This is the practice. This is how you train your mind to become your ally instead of your adversary. I've watched people transform their entire lives with this practice. Not because they became perfect, not because they never had another negative thought, but because they became aware, because they became intentional, because they stopped being victims of their own mental habits and became masters of their own consciousness. One woman I knew was drowning in debt. Every time she thought about money, she felt sick. Every time a bill arrived, she would say, "I can't afford this. I never have enough. Money just slips through my fingers." And guess what? That was exactly her experience, month after month, year after year. Then she started the practice. Every time she caught herself speaking lack, she would stop. She would say instead, "I am abundantly supplied. Money flows to me easily and frequently. I am a magnet for financial blessings." At first, it felt ridiculous to her. The bills were still there. The bank account was still empty, but she kept going. She kept affirming. She kept redirecting her thoughts. And within months, everything shifted. New opportunities appeared. Old debts were forgiven. Money came from unexpected sources. Her entire financial reality transformed not because the external world magically changed, but because her internal world changed first. The universe had been waiting for her to align with it, not the other way around. And here's what I need you to understand. This isn't about positive thinking alone. It's not about slapping affirmations over deep-seated beliefs of lack. It's about recognizing that your word, your spoken word, is the most powerful creative force available to you. When you speak, you set into motion invisible currents that arrange circumstances, draw people, and orchestrate events. I've watched this principle work in my own life countless times. There was a period when I needed a specific sum of money for something important. Instead of worrying, instead of calculating how impossible it seemed, I simply spoke, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for this money to come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways." I released it completely. Within days, that exact amount arrived through a channel I had never anticipated. Not similar, not close, exact. This is the precision of spiritual law. Now, you might be thinking, "But I've tried affirmations. They didn't work." Let me tell you why. Most people speak their affirmations while their subconscious mind screams the opposite. They say, "I am prosperous," while internally believing, "But look at my bank account. Who am I kidding?" That internal contradiction neutralizes everything. The work, then, is to speak your word and simultaneously surrender the outcome, to declare you're good, and then trust so completely that you stop checking, stop worrying, stop manipulating. You plant the seed and let the soil do its work. Jesus understood this perfectly. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it and it will be yours. Believe that you have received it, present tense, done, finished, before you see any evidence. This is where most people stumble. They want the evidence first, then they'll believe. But that's backward. The believing creates the evidence. Your faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. So when you speak your word, speak it as though it's already accomplished in the invisible realm, because it is. The moment you decree a thing with conviction and faith, it's done in spirit. The physical manifestation is simply the universe catching up to your declaration. This is your power. This is your birthright. Use it wisely, use it boldly, and watch your entire world transform. I want to tell you about the moment everything changed for me. I was standing in my tiny apartment in New York, bills scattered across my table like fallen leaves, and I whispered something so quietly even I could barely hear it. Within 7 days, 3 doors opened that had been locked tight for months. Money arrived from the most unexpected places. A person I'd given up on called with an apology and an opportunity. And something inside me, something that had felt frozen and afraid, suddenly melted and began to flow again. What did I whisper? It was a song. A specific psalm that I'm going to share with you today, along with exactly how to use it so that you too can watch invisible doors swing wide open in your life. But here's what I need you to understand before we go any further, because this is where most people stumble and give up before the magic even has a chance to work. This isn't about mindlessly repeating words and waiting for the universe to drop blessings into your lap like a child waiting for Santa Claus. No. This is about understanding a spiritual law as reliable as gravity, as consistent as the sunrise, and learning to cooperate with it so completely that what you call miracles become as natural to you as breathing. I've watched this work for decades now. I've seen it in my own life and in the lives of hundreds of people who came to me confused, desperate, and convinced that their particular problem was the exception, the one thing that couldn't be fixed. They were wrong. And if you're sitting there right now thinking your situation is too complicated, too far gone, too impossible, you're wrong too. But I say that with so much love, because I was wrong about my own life more times than I can count before I learned what I'm about to teach you. The invisible doors I'm talking about aren't just metaphors. I mean real doors. Doors to income, to love, to health, to reconciliation, to opportunities you can't even imagine right now because they exist in a realm of possibility you haven't accessed yet. These doors surround you constantly. You walk past them every single day, but they remain invisible and locked because you haven't learned the spiritual combination that opens them. That combination is what we're going to master together over the next 7 days. Now, before we dive into the 7-day journey itself, I need you to understand something fundamental. The reason most people never tap into this power isn't because they're not good enough, or spiritual enough, or deserving enough. It's because they've been taught to look for God in all the wrong places. They've been taught that divine power is somewhere far away up in the clouds, locked behind the gates of heaven, accessible only after death or through years of sacrifice and suffering. But I'm here to tell you that this teaching has kept more souls in bondage than any chain ever could. The truth is this: the kingdom of God is within you. Right now, not someday. Not after you've earned it. Not when you've become perfect enough or prayed enough prayers. It's already there, waiting, humming with creative energy, ready to reshape your entire world the moment you acknowledge it. Think of it this way. You have a bank account with unlimited funds already deposited in your name. The money is there, real, accessible. But you've been walking around with torn pockets, begging for spare change, never once trying to access what's already yours. Why? Because no one ever told you the account existed. No one gave you the withdrawal slip. No one taught you how to sign your name on the cosmic check. That's what we're going to change, starting today. Over these 7 days, I'm going to give you the withdrawal slip. I'm going to teach you how to access the infinite supply that has your name on it. And I'm not talking about vague platitudes or empty affirmations. I'm talking about specific, practical, tested methods. That work methods I've seen transform lives. From destitution to abundance. From sickness to radiant health. From loneliness to love beyond measure. You see, the universe operates on spiritual law, just as surely as it operates on physical law. When you drop something, it falls. Every single time. Why? Because gravity is law. It doesn't play favorites. It doesn't care if you're rich or poor, good or bad, it simply works. The same is true of spiritual law. When you align your thoughts and words with divine truth, manifestation follows. Every single time. Not because you're special, but because you're using the law correctly. So let me tell you what happens when you start working with this law instead of against it. You stop begging. You stop pleading with the universe like some desperate child tugging at their mother's skirt. You stand upright in your own power and you speak your word with authority. Not arrogance, authority. There's a difference. Arrogance is ego trying to muscle its way through. Authority is spirit recognizing itself. I once knew a woman who came to me absolutely frantic about money. She was weeks away from losing her home. Every morning she'd wake up in a panic, mentally rehearsing her poverty, imagining the eviction notice, seeing herself destitute, and then she'd pray. Oh, how she'd pray. But her prayers were drenched in fear. They weren't prayers at all. They were just worry dressed up in religious language. I told her, stop praying like that. You're using your imagination against yourself. She looked at me like I'd slapped her. But I have to pray. I'm desperate. Then change what you're praying, I said. Stop seeing what you don't want and start seeing what you do want. Make a mental picture of yourself debt-free, secure, joyful. See the money flowing to you easily and naturally, and when the fearful thoughts come, and they will refuse them, treat them like unwelcome guests at your door. She went home and she did it. Every single day. When the fear rose up, she'd speak her word. I am divinely supplied. The infinite is my source. She'd close her eyes and see herself opening mail with checks inside. She'd imagine the relief, the gratitude, the joy of being free. 3 weeks later, a business opportunity appeared out of nowhere. Someone she hadn't spoken to in years called with a proposition. Within 2 months, she'd made more than enough to save her home and clear her debts. Coincidence? Luck? No. Law, absolute, immutable, mathematical law. Because here's what you need to understand. Your imagination is the workshop where you build your future. Every mental picture you hold, you're constructing. Every feeling you dwell in, you're magnetizing toward you. You're not a helpless victim of circumstance. You're a creator, and you're creating all the time whether you know it or not. The moment you truly understand this, really feel it in your bones, everything shifts. You stop waiting for permission. You stop hoping the universe will finally notice you. You realize the universe has been listening all along. It's been saying yes to every thought, every belief, every word you've been whispering to yourself in the dark. Most people don't want to hear this. It's easier to blame the boss, the economy, your childhood, your ex. It's comfortable to play small and say, well, that's just how life is. But comfort is expensive. It costs you your dreams. It costs you your power. It costs you the life you were meant to live. I've watched people cling to their victim stories like life rafts, not realizing those very stories are anchors dragging them under. They say, I can't succeed because, and then fill in the blank with 1,000 excuses. What they don't see is that every time they speak that sentence, they're giving orders to the universe. They're saying, more limitation, please. More proof that I'm stuck. More evidence that I'm powerless. And the universe, being the perfect servant it is, delivers exactly that. But here's the beautiful part, the part that should make you want to leap out of your chair. You can change the order times right now, this very second. You don't need a degree in metaphysics. You don't need to wait until you feel ready. You don't need anyone's approval. You just need to start speaking differently. Start treating your words like the powerful tools they are. Before you speak, ask yourself, is this what I want to create? If someone asks how you're doing, and your automatic response is, I'm so stressed, or I'm barely surviving, stop, catch yourself, choose again. This isn't about lying or pretending everything is perfect when it's not. This is about refusing to rehearse the problem. This is about withdrawing your creative energy from what you don't want and redirecting it toward what you do want. I knew a woman who was drowning in debt. Every conversation circled back to money, how she didn't have enough, how the bills kept piling up, how she'd never get ahead. She wore her financial struggle like a badge of honor. Then one day she decided to stop. Just stop. She stopped talking about the debt. She stopped checking her bank account 5 times a day. She started saying, my needs are always met. Money flows to me easily. Within 3 months, she got a promotion she didn't even apply for. That promotion came with a 40% salary increase. But here's what really changed. She wasn't desperate anymore. And desperation always repels what we're seeking. I see this pattern everywhere. A woman spends years obsessing over finding a relationship. She goes on endless dates, analyzes every text message, watches her friends get married while she stays stuck. Then one day, she surrenders. She decides to focus on her own life, her own joy. She stops looking, and within weeks, she meets someone. It's not coincidence, it's spiritual law. When you release the grip of anxiety, you open the channel for receiving. The 4th step is to speak it into existence with authority. Your words are not just sounds, they're creative forces. The Bible tells us that life and death are in the power of the tongue. Most people use their words to curse their own lives without even realizing it. I'm so broke. Nothing ever works out for me. I'm terrible with money. Good things happen to other people, not me. Every time you speak these words, you're giving orders to the universe. And the universe always says yes. It doesn't argue. It doesn't correct you. It simply arranges circumstances to match your declarations. I had a student who complained constantly about her health. I always get sick in winter. I have the worst immune system. Every year, like clockwork, I come down with something terrible. And guess what happened? Every single winter, she got sick. Her words were programming her body. I finally told her, stop rehearsing illness, start declaring health. She changed her language completely. My body is strong and resilient. I am vibrantly healthy. Divine life flows through every cell. She hasn't had a serious illness in 3 years. Your words are not descriptions, they're prescriptions, they're instructions, they're commands that shape reality itself. Start listening to how you speak about yourself, your finances, your relationships, your future. Are you blessing your life or cursing it? Are you speaking lack or abundance? Fear or faith? This isn't about positive thinking. It's about aligning your speech with spiritual truth. I've watched people walk away from healing, from abundance, from love, not because it wasn't available to them, but because they couldn't stop rehearsing their story of lack. They would come to me and say, "I'm doing the work, I'm affirming, I'm visualizing, but nothing's changing." And when I listened, really listened, I heard what they were saying the other 90% of the time. I can't afford that. I always get sick this time of year. Nobody ever chooses me. That's just my luck. You see, you can't spend 5 minutes declaring abundance and 5 hours declaring poverty and expect the 5 minutes to win. The universe doesn't average your words, it responds to the dominant vibration. It mirrors back the most consistent pattern of your speech. This is why I tell people, listen to yourself for 1 full day. Just observe without judgment. Notice what you say about your body, your finances, your relationships, your opportunities. Notice the small comments, the throwaway remarks, the jokes you make at your own expense. Because those jokes, they're not harmless. When you laugh and say, "I'm so broke I can't pay attention," you're sowing seeds. When you sigh and say, "I never get a break," you're planting. When you tell everyone who'll listen about your bad back, your difficult boss, your impossible situation, you're watering those seeds daily. And then we wonder why the same patterns keep growing in our garden. I knew a woman who came to me desperate for healing. Her body was filled with pain, and she'd tried everything medical science could offer. I asked her to do one thing: stop talking about her pain for 1 week. Not to ignore it, not to pretend it wasn't there, but simply to stop giving it language, stop giving it story, stop giving it power. She looked at me like I'd asked her to fly. "But what will I talk about?" she said. "Everyone asks me how I'm feeling. My whole life revolves around managing this condition." And there it was. Her identity had become so wrapped up in the illness that releasing it would mean losing her sense of self. The pain had become her story, and she was its most devoted narrator. Now, I'm not saying her pain wasn't real, it absolutely was, but what I realized in that moment was that she had made a silent agreement with her suffering. She had given it a seat at every table, a voice in every decision, a role in every relationship. This is what I call the secondary gains of illness. And before you think I'm being callous, hear me out. Sometimes, being sick gives us something we desperately need but don't know how to ask for directly. It gives us permission to rest when we'd otherwise push ourselves to exhaustion. It gives us attention from people who might otherwise overlook us. It gives us a valid reason to say no to obligations that drain our soul. It gives us an identity when we've lost ourselves in serving everyone else. The woman in front of me wasn't consciously choosing to be sick, but unconsciously her illness was meeting needs she hadn't learned to meet in healthier ways. It was her rebellion against a life that demanded too much. It was her protection against deeper pain she wasn't ready to face. It was her language when she didn't have words. I see this pattern everywhere. The man whose chronic back pain flares up every time his demanding mother calls. The woman whose migraines arrive like clockwork before family gatherings. The executive whose digestive issues coincide perfectly with his most stressful work periods. The teenager whose mysterious fatigue began right when she needed an escape from unbearable social pressure at school. The body never lies. It speaks the truth we're too afraid to say out loud. Here's what's radical about this understanding. Once you see the pattern, you can't unsee it. And once you understand what your illness is doing for you, what need it's meeting, what it's protecting you from, you can begin to meet that need in a different way. You can learn to rest without needing a diagnosis to justify it. You can learn to set boundaries without requiring a medical condition as your excuse. You can learn to ask for help directly, instead of waiting until your body breaks down and forces others to notice. Because here's what nobody tells you about invisible illness: it gives you something. Not just pain and limitation, not just frustration and isolation. It gives you permission. Permission to slow down in a world that demands constant acceleration. Permission to say no when everyone expects yes. Permission to be imperfect in a culture that worships optimization. And that permission? It's intoxicating. It's relief. It's the first full breath you've taken in years. But here's the brutal truth. You shouldn't need to be sick to claim those permissions. You shouldn't need a diagnosis to deserve rest. You shouldn't need medical documentation to validate your limitations. You shouldn't need to be broken to be allowed to be human. The problem isn't that you're faking illness. The problem is that you're living in a world that only respects suffering it can see, measure, and categorize. A world where "I'm tired" isn't enough, but "I have chronic fatigue syndrome" opens doors. Where "I need space" sounds selfish, but "I have anxiety" sounds legitimate. So you've learned to speak the language this world understands. You've learned that vulnerability without a medical label is weakness, but vulnerability with a diagnosis is brave. You've learned that self-care is indulgent, but medical necessity is responsible. You've learned to translate your very reasonable human needs into symptoms that qualify for compassion. And maybe, just maybe, some part of you has learned to embody those symptoms so thoroughly that they've become real. Because the mind and body aren't separate kingdoms, they're one ecosystem, constantly communicating, constantly adapting. When your mind needs rest but won't give itself permission, your body can create the conditions that make rest mandatory. When your heart needs protection but doesn't know how to build boundaries, your nervous system can construct walls of pain that keep everyone at a safe distance. This isn't manipulation. This isn't deceit. This is survival. This is your system, finding the only path to what it desperately needs. And here's what makes this even more insidious. Your nervous system doesn't just times accept times chaos. It starts to times require times it. Because in that constant state of emergency, something miraculous happens. You become hyper-focused. Your senses sharpen. Time slows down. You're reading micro-expressions, calculating outcomes 3 moves ahead, preparing your defense before the attack even fully forms. This is what psychologists call hypervigilance. But let me tell you what it really is. It's a superpower born from necessity. When you grow up in a war zone, you develop radar that other people simply don't have. You can sense tension in a room the moment you walk in. You know someone's mood from the sound of their footsteps. You can predict an argument 45 minutes before it actually starts. This isn't paranoia. This is pattern recognition refined to an art form. And your nervous system becomes addicted to that sharpness, that clarity, that sense of being times ready asterisk. Because being ready means being safe. Being alert means surviving another day. So when peace comes, and I mean real peace, the kind where nobody's yelling, where doors close softly, where you're actually safe, your system panics. Because it has spent years building its survival strategy around chaos, it has trained itself to function at its absolute best when everything is falling apart. And now you're asking it to just relax, to stand down, to operate without that constant surge of adrenaline and cortisol that's been fueling it for as long as it can remember? That's like asking a soldier who's been in combat for a decade to immediately adjust to civilian life. The skill set doesn't transfer. The environment is all wrong. Everything feels too quiet, too slow, too unpredictable in its predictability. So your system does the only logical thing it knows how to do. It recreates the battlefield. You pick the partner who keeps you guessing. You take the job with the volatile boss. You manufacture crisis where none exists because crisis is your comfort zone. And the cruelest part? You don't even realize you're doing it. You think you're just unlucky in love. Just stuck in a difficult work situation. Just prone to drama. But no, you're not attracting chaos. You're selecting times for it. Your nervous system is running a background program, filtering every opportunity, every relationship, every possibility through one simple question. Will this keep me in the state I know how to navigate? And what state do most of us know how to navigate? Struggle, striving, hustle, the grind. We've been conditioned to believe that anything worth having must be wrestled from the jaws of resistance, that if it came easily, it doesn't count. So when ease shows up, when opportunity arrives without the battle scars, when love appears without the drama, when money flows without the all-nighters, we don't trust it. We reject it. Not consciously, of course. We simply forget to follow up. We get busy. We find a reason why it's not quite right. I've watched people turn down job offers because they seemed too good to be true. I've seen relationships end because they were too easy, as if struggle is the only proof of value. I've witnessed entrepreneurs sabotage their own success because deep down, they believed that if they weren't exhausted, they weren't earning it. This is the loyalty program at work, and it's costing you everything. Because here's what happens when you're loyal to your limitations. You start to interpret everything times through that lens. A compliment becomes suspect. A break becomes a sign you're not working hard enough. Rest becomes guilt. Joy becomes uncomfortable. You know that feeling when something wonderful happens, and instead of celebrating, your first thought is, what's the catch? Or, when's the other shoe going to drop? That's not intuition. That's your loyalty program running a security check, making sure this new experience aligns with your identity as someone for whom life is hard. And if it doesn't align, your system will find a way to course correct. You'll create the drama. You'll manufacture the obstacle. You'll pick the fight, miss the deadline, or make the mistake that brings you back to familiar ground. I'm not saying you do this maliciously. I'm saying your nervous system does it automatically, the same way your body regulates temperature. You have a set point for struggle, and when life drifts too far toward ease, your internal thermostat kicks in to bring you back to normal. Now, let me show you how insidious this really is. You finally land the job you've been visualizing. Within days, you're scanning for what's wrong. The commute's too long. Your desk faces the wrong direction. Your manager seems distant. You construct elaborate narratives about office politics that may not even exist. You're not gathering evidence of success, you're building a case for inevitable failure. Or perhaps you meet someone who genuinely adores you. They're consistent, available, kind. And suddenly, you become a detective, investigating their flaws. You analyze their text response time. You question why they're being too nice. You create tests they don't know they're taking. You're so conditioned to earning love through struggle that freely given affection feels like a trick. This is your thermostat at work. And here's what makes it truly tragic. You think you're being realistic. You call it managing expectations. You tell yourself you're just being careful, protecting yourself from disappointment. But what you're actually doing is pre-disappointing yourself so reality doesn't have to. You're running ahead of your blessings with a sledgehammer, smashing them before they can fully form, then pointing to the rubble as proof that good things never last. The universe hears this, not as judgment, but as instruction. You keep showing it what you expect, and it keeps delivering exactly that. Not because it's punishing you, but because it's mirroring you. You are in a constant conversation with reality, and your dominating vibration always wins. Always. So when you say, I want abundance, but nothing ever works out for me, the universe doesn't hear your want. It hears your dominant belief, your but, and it matches that frequency with precision. Now we arrive at the part most people miss entirely. You've been taught to believe that change is hard, that transformation takes years, that you need therapy, healing, multiple modalities, a complete overhaul of your personality before you can experience something different. But that's not how the subconscious works. Your subconscious doesn't care how long you've held a belief. It doesn't matter if you've been thinking the same thoughts for 30 years or 30 minutes. The subconscious operates in the present moment only. It accepts whatever you impress upon it right now. Think about that. The pattern you've been running your entire life can shift in an instant, not because you've done years of inner work, but because you've made a different choice about what's true. I've seen people transform their financial reality overnight. Not because money suddenly appeared, but because their relationship to money shifted so completely that opportunities they'd been blind to suddenly became visible. The money was always there. They just couldn't see it through the filter of lack. I watched a woman who'd been single for 8 years meet her partner within weeks of changing one belief. Not, I want love. Not, I'm ready for love. But I am loved. I am already the person who has this. She stopped seeking and started being, and the universe rearranged itself to match. This is what I mean by the subconscious operating in present time. It doesn't need your history. It doesn't care about your story. It only responds to the frequency you're emitting right now. So when people say, but I've tried affirmations and they don't work, I know exactly what happened. They repeated words while their subconscious was screaming the opposite. They said, I am wealthy while feeling poor. And the feeling always wins. Because the subconscious doesn't process language the way your conscious mind does. It processes energy, emotion, and conviction. You can say anything you want, but if the emotional frequency doesn't match, you're just making noise. I've watched people stand in front of mirrors, arms crossed, faces tight with skepticism, mumbling, "I am abundant," while their whole body screams, "I don't believe a word of this." And then they wonder why nothing changes. They think affirmations failed them. No, they failed to understand what an affirmation actually is. An affirmation without feeling is like a seed thrown on concrete. It doesn't matter how many times you throw it, nothing's going to grow there. So here's what you do instead. You don't just say the words. You create the experience of them being true right now, in this moment. You close your eyes and you feel what it would feel like if this thing were already done. Not hope, not wishing, not someday. Now, if you're affirming perfect health, you don't just repeat, "I am healthy," 20 times before breakfast. You stop. You breathe. You feel energy flowing through your body. You imagine yourself waking up tomorrow morning with vitality in every cell. You see yourself moving with ease. You feel gratitude for the strength in your limbs. You build the emotional reality first, and then the words become anchors for that reality. This is what I mean by speaking with authority. Jesus didn't beg the storm to stop. He didn't hope it would calm down eventually. He spoke to it as if his word was law, and it was. Not because he had some special privilege you don't have, but because he understood the law. He knew that consciousness, infused with conviction, becomes causative. You have that same power. You've just been trained not to use it. Every time you say, "I can't afford it," you're speaking with authority just in the wrong direction. Every time you say, "I always get sick this time of year," you're affirming with full conviction. Every time you say, "Nothing ever works out for me," you're using the law perfectly. You're just creating what you don't want. The law doesn't care about your intention. It only responds to your conviction. So if you're going to speak with authority anyway, and you are, whether you realize it or not, you might as well point it toward what you actually want. Here's the continuation in English. Now, I want to address something that trips people up constantly. They come to me and say, "Florence, I've been affirming for weeks. I've been declaring my good, but nothing's changed. The money hasn't come. The relationship is still a mess. The door is still closed." And I always ask them the same question. What are you saying when your time's not times affirming? Because here's what most people do. They spend 5 minutes in the morning speaking their ideal. They stand in front of the mirror. They say their statements with great conviction. They feel quite pleased with themselves. Then they spend the other 23 hours and 55 minutes contradicting everything they just declared. They affirm abundance at sunrise, then spend the entire day complaining about prices. They declare perfect health in the morning, then spend lunch detailing every ache and pain to anyone who'll listen. They speak of divine love and harmony, then spend the evening rehearsing every wrong done to them, every slight, every disappointment. You see, the universe doesn't have office hours. The law doesn't take a break while you're having coffee with a friend or sitting in traffic. It's listening times all the time asterisk. It's recording every word, every phrase, every casual comment you toss off without thinking. That's why I say, watch your idle words like a hawk watches the field. Because those unguarded moments, those are where your real beliefs live. Those are where the truth of your consciousness reveals itself. The scriptures tell us, we'll be held accountable for every idle word. That's not punishment, that's just mechanics. Every word is a seed. And you can't plant thistles all day and expect roses to bloom just because you said roses once in the morning. So, if you're serious about this, if you truly want to use your words to shape your reality, then you've got to become vigilant. Not tense, not exhausted, but times aware asterisk. Aware of what's coming out of your mouth in the in-between moments. In the casual conversations, in the private thoughts you speak aloud to yourself. Because those are the words that count most. Those are the ones spoken from your actual state of consciousness, not from the state you're trying to cultivate. And here's the beautiful part. Once you start catching yourself, once you begin to hear your own patterns, you'll be amazed at what you've been saying. You'll be shocked at how much you've been arguing for your limitations, defending your problems, justifying your lack. I had a woman tell me just last week, "I can't seem to get ahead financially. Every time I start to make progress, something happens." And I said, "Listen to what you just said. You've written your own script. You've decreed that every time you make progress, something happens to pull you back. She looked at me with such surprise, as if she'd never heard her own words before. And that's exactly the problem. We don't hear ourselves. We speak our lives into existence every single day, and most of us are completely unconscious of the words we're choosing. We say things like, I always mess this up, or nothing ever works out for me, or I'm just not lucky, and then we wonder why our circumstances keep reflecting these exact statements back to us. It's not mysterious. It's not cosmic punishment. It's simply law. The law of mind that responds to the word you give it. Now, I know some of you are thinking, but Florence, sometimes I have to be realistic. Sometimes I have to acknowledge what's actually happening in my life. And here's where we must make an important distinction. There's a difference between acknowledging a current circumstance and claiming it as your permanent identity. There's a difference between saying, I currently have financial challenges I'm working through, and saying, I'm broke, I've always been broke, I'll probably always be broke. One is an observation. The other is a decree. One leaves room for change. The other nails the door shut. You see the difference? When you catch yourself speaking limitation, you can simply stop mid-sentence. You don't have to finish the thought. You don't owe your negative patterns the courtesy of completing their narrative. You can literally stop, take a breath, and choose different words. This isn't denial of reality. This is the creation of a new reality through the power of your conscious word. I've watched this play out in the most remarkable ways. A woman came to me once, struggling with financial lack. Every day, she would say, I never have enough. Money slips through my fingers. I'm terrible with money. These weren't just observations. They were commands to her subconscious mind, orders being fulfilled with perfect precision. I asked her to make one simple change. Whenever she caught herself speaking these words, stop mid-sentence if necessary, and say instead, I am learning to manage money wisely. Resources flow to me easily. The first week, she said it felt ridiculous, like lying to herself. But she persisted. Within 3 weeks, unexpected money arrived, a refund she'd forgotten about, a small inheritance from a distant relative, a raise at work. None of these were coincidences. She had stopped blocking the natural flow of abundance with her contradictory words. Your word is not just description, it's prescription. You're prescribing the experience you'll have. Now, here's where most people stumble. They want to change their words without changing their inner conviction. They recite affirmations while their inner voice screams the opposite. This creates conflict, and conflict delays demonstration. The secret is to find words that you can actually believe right now, today, in this moment. You don't have to leap from I'm broke to I'm a millionaire in one breath. You can say, I'm opening to greater prosperity. I'm willing to see new financial opportunities. Every day, my relationship with money improves. These statements create a bridge between where you are and where you want to be. They're honest enough that your subconscious accepts them, yet powerful enough to shift your direction. I remember a man who desperately wanted to heal a relationship with his brother. They hadn't spoken in 5 years after a bitter argument. He would tell everyone, my brother is stubborn. He'll never forgive me. Our relationship is permanently damaged. I said to him, every time you speak these words, you're building a higher wall between you. Your words are cementing the separation you claim to want to heal. He began speaking differently. My brother and I are finding our way back to each other. Love is dissolving the barriers between us. The perfect timing for our reunion is unfolding now. Within 3 months, that family was reunited. The brother reached out unexpectedly, saying he'd been thinking about him constantly and felt compelled to call. That's how the law works. It operates through what appears as natural impulse and coincidence, but it's really divine order responding to your word. Now, I want to address something that trips up so many people, the difference between prayer and worry. They look similar from the outside, both involve thinking intensely about a situation, but they produce opposite results. Prayer is focused, affirmative, and releases the burden. Worry is repetitive, anxious, and tightens the grip. Prayer says it once with conviction and then rests in faith. Worry says it 1,000 times with fear and never finds peace. I've watched people who call themselves spiritual spend hours each day holding someone in the light or sending healing energy, when what they're really doing is worrying with spiritual vocabulary. The desperate, clutching quality of their thoughts betrays them. They're not trusting, they're trying to control through sheer mental force. True spiritual work is effortless. You speak your word, you see the invisible reality with your inner eye, and you let it go. You don't have to strain or push or manipulate. The universe is more invested in your good than you could ever be. Your role is simply to align yourself with what already exists in the spiritual realm. Think of a seed planted in soil. Does it benefit from you digging it up every day to check its progress? Does your anxious monitoring make it grow faster? Of course not. Your interference actually delays the very thing you're waiting for. The seed has intelligence within it. The soil has nutrients. The sun and rain do their work. Your job is to plant it and trust the process. The same principle applies to your demonstrations. Once you've planted your word in the universal soil, leave it alone. Don't keep digging it up with doubt. Don't flood it with the anxiety water of, is it happening yet? Let the law do what the law does. A woman came to me desperate for employment. She had been out of work for 8 months, and her savings were nearly depleted. I gave her the affirmation. Infinite intelligence opens the perfect door for my highest good. I am led to the right position with right action. She said it with conviction, felt genuine relief, and went home peaceful. But the next day, panic returned. She began frantically applying to dozens of positions she didn't even want, lying awake, calculating how many more weeks she could survive, telling everyone who would listen about her desperate situation. And what happened? Every single door slammed in her face. Every interview felt forced, awkward, misaligned. She couldn't understand it. She had spoken the word. She had affirmed the truth. Why wasn't it working? Because the moment she hung up the phone with me, she took back her word. She planted fear where she had just planted faith. She watered the weeds and wondered why no flowers bloomed. You cannot speak a word of power in the morning and spend the rest of the day contradicting it with your thoughts, your conversations, and your actions. The universe doesn't respond to what you said once. It responds to what you believe consistently, to what you live as if it's already true. This is not about pretending. This is not toxic positivity or spiritual bypassing. If you're feeling fear, acknowledge it. If you're anxious, don't deny it. But don't let those feelings dictate your next move. Don't let panic make your decisions. Don't let worry write your affirmations or doubt design your day. Feel the fear, then speak the truth anyway. Acknowledge the anxiety, then act from faith anyway. The feelings are visitors. They don't get to set up permanent residence. They don't get voting rights in your spiritual parliament. That woman? I told her gently but firmly, you must stop discussing your lack with everyone you meet. Every time you rehearse the problem, you're recreating it. Every time you describe your desperation, you're deepening the groove of that experience. She was shocked. She thought she was just being honest, just venting, just asking for support. But there's a difference between asking for prayer and broadcasting defeat. There's a difference between honest vulnerability and constant rehearsal of catastrophe. So I gave her a new assignment. Every time she felt the urge to complain about her situation, she was to say instead, silently or aloud, I give thanks that infinite intelligence is now leading me to my right work. Every time someone asked about her job search, she was to respond with calm certainty. It's all working out perfectly. I'm being led to exactly the right opportunity. Not as a lie, as a higher truth she was choosing to align with. Within 2 weeks, Margaret began to notice something remarkable. Her energy had completely shifted. She was no longer waking up with that heavy dread in her chest. She was sleeping better, thinking more clearly, and opportunities small at first, then increasingly significant, began to appear seemingly out of nowhere. A former colleague reached out about a consulting project. A networking contact invited her to an event where she met someone hiring. An idea for her own business venture suddenly crystallized with perfect clarity. None of these things would have been visible to her in her previous state of anxiety and resistance. Her frequency was different now. She had tuned to a different station, and the universe responded in kind. By week 3, she had 3 solid prospects. By week 5, she had accepted a position that paid 20% more than her previous job, offered flexibility she'd always wanted, and aligned perfectly with where she wanted to take her career next. When she called to tell me, she said something I'll never forget. I understand now. It wasn't about getting the job. It was about becoming the person who was ready for that job. The words didn't just change my circumstances, they changed me. And that, my friends, is the essence of the law. You see, Margaret's story isn't unique. It's the template. It's how this works for everyone who genuinely applies it. The circumstances differ. Some need healing, others need relationships, still others need creative breakthroughs or financial miracles, but the mechanism is identical. You must speak the word that aligns with the reality you're claiming. You must hold to that word regardless of appearances. And you must trust that the invisible forces of the universe are rearranging themselves in response to your unwavering faith. Let me be frank about something else. This work requires discipline. Not the harsh, punishing discipline of forcing yourself to do things you hate, but the loving discipline of a gardener who tends her seedlings daily, who pulls the weeds before they choke out the flowers. Your daily practice might be reading affirmations, visualizing your perfect outcome, speaking words of gratitude even when circumstances suggest otherwise. It means catching yourself when the old pattern starts to play, that familiar voice of lack, of limitation, and gently, firmly, replacing it with the truth of abundance. I've seen people transform their entire reality by doing nothing more than changing their habitual thought patterns. A woman once told me she had repeated, "I am surrounded by loving, supportive people," for 3 months while feeling utterly alone. She said it felt like lying at first, but she persisted. Within that time, she met a circle of friends who became like family. Opportunities for connection appeared everywhere, and even the difficult relationships in her life either healed or naturally fell away. This is not magic, though it might feel magical when it happens to you. It is law. It is the natural response of an intelligent, responsive universe to the vibration you emit consistently. Now, here's what I need you to understand about the transition period, that space between planting the seed and seeing the harvest. This is where most people abandon their gardens. They plant with great enthusiasm. They water for a few days, perhaps a week, and then they dig up the seed to see if it's growing. When they don't see immediate evidence, they declare the whole thing a failure and move on to the next idea, the next solution, the next promise. But you wouldn't dig up a tulip bulb every day to check its progress, would you? You would understand that there is work happening beneath the surface, in the dark, invisible realm where all creation begins. The seed is splitting open, roots are forming, energy is gathering. The entire intelligence of the plant is organizing itself underground before a single green shoot appears. Your dreams work exactly the same way. There is always a period where it looks like nothing is happening. This is actually when everything is happening. This is when the universe is moving pieces into place, when seeming coincidences are lining up, when people who will become important to your story are making decisions that will eventually lead them to you. Your job during this period is not to panic, not to dig up your seeds in desperation, not to declare yourself a failure. Your job is to maintain the vision, to hold steady, to continue speaking the word, to act as if the answer is already on its way because it is. This is where most people stumble. They speak the word once, maybe twice, and then they abandon ship at the first sign of delay. They look at their circumstances and say, "Well, I tried, it didn't work." But spiritual work is not a one-time declaration. It's a sustained consciousness. It's a way of living. I've seen this pattern repeat itself endlessly. Someone will come to me and say, "I affirmed abundance for 3 whole days, and nothing happened." 3 days, as if the universe operates on our impatient timeline, as if decades of wrong thinking can be undone in 72 hours. The truth is, you're not just changing your outer circumstances, you're reconstructing your entire mental foundation. You're replacing old, toxic beliefs that have calcified in your consciousness for years, perhaps lifetimes, with new, life-giving ones. This takes persistence. This takes what I call faithful endurance. Think of it like planting a garden. You don't plant a seed on Monday and expect roses by Wednesday. You water it. You tend the soil. You protect it from weeds. You don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You trust the process. You know that beneath the surface, something magnificent is taking form. Your word is that seed. Every time you speak it, you're watering it. Every time you refuse to engage with doubt, you're pulling weeds. Every time you give thanks before you see the manifestation, you're adding nutrients to the soil. And here's what happens when you persist. The universe begins to reorganize itself around your word. Doors open that were previously invisible. People appear with exactly what you need. Circumstances shift in ways that seem almost miraculous, but they're not miracles. They're the natural result of aligned consciousness. I remember a woman who affirmed perfect right action in her business for months. Nothing seemed to change. Her competitors were thriving while she struggled. But she held steady, she kept speaking her word. And then, seemingly overnight, everything shifted. A contract she'd forgotten about came through. A client she'd never met referred 3 more. Within weeks, she had more business than she could handle. What happened? Did the universe suddenly decide to reward her? No. Her sustained word had been working all along, rearranging circumstances, aligning energies, preparing the way. She just couldn't see it yet. This is faith. Not blind hope, not wishful thinking, but sustained consciousness, persistent knowing, unshakable trust that your word is law in your universe. I've watched people speak the word once powerfully, clearly, and then immediately begin to contradict it. They'll affirm abundance in the morning and complain about bills by afternoon. They'll declare health and then spend dinner recounting every symptom in elaborate detail. This is not faith. This is spiritual window shopping. You're browsing the infinite possibilities but refusing to commit to the purchase. The word must be held, cherished, protected like a seed in fertile ground. You don't dig up a seed every few hours to see if it's sprouting. You trust the invisible process. You water it with gratitude. You guard it from the weeds of doubt. Every time you return to your affirmation not from desperation, but from joyful conviction, you're adding weight to that side of the scale. You're casting another vote for the reality you're claiming. The universe is always counting votes, and the majority wins. This is why I tell people, make your inner conversations match your outer declarations. Because your subconscious mind is always listening. It doesn't distinguish between what you say aloud and what you whisper to yourself in the dark. It simply accepts the dominant impression. If you affirm prosperity but your mental chatter is an endless loop of, I can't afford this, I'll never have enough. Money is so hard to come by, then you're building with one hand and demolishing with the other. You're trying to sail north while your anchor drags you south. The mastery lies in vigilance, in catching yourself mid-complaint and choosing differently, in recognizing when fear has hijacked your inner dialogue and gently, firmly steering back to faith. This doesn't mean denying what is. It means refusing to give what is more power than what can be. You acknowledge the empty bank account without bowing to it. You see it as a temporary fact, not an eternal identity. You say, this is where I am, but not where I'm going. My word is creating something new even now. And here's what they don't tell you about this work. It gets easier. There's a very strange moment that happens right before everything changes. Right before the money shows up, before the relationship manifests, before the healing occurs, before your entire world rearranges itself into the beautiful vision you've been holding. And in that moment, everything looks absolutely wrong. The bills pile higher, the silence gets louder, the circumstances seem to laugh in your face. I'm going to tell you something that saved my sanity and changed how I walk through this world. That chaos, that mess, that absolute disorder you're experiencing right now, it's not evidence that your manifestation is failing. It's the final crumbling of the old world that cannot hold your new reality. The darkness before dawn is always darkest. And if you're in that space right now, where everything seems to be falling apart just when you thought it should be coming together, you need to hear this. You're not going backwards. You're not being punished. You're not doing it wrong. You're in the sacred chaos before the breakthrough, and I'm going to show you exactly how to recognize it, how to hold steady through it, and how to let it refine you instead of define you. I spent years working with the invisible laws that govern this universe. I've watched hundreds of souls stand right at the threshold of their greatest manifestations and turn back because they thought the chaos meant no. But here's what I learned, what I lived, what I witnessed again and again. Your manifestation doesn't fail in the chaos. It gets born through it. The universe is not a gentle grandmother who hands you things wrapped in silk. The universe is a fierce mother who sometimes has to break your fever, reorganize your life, and strip away everything that would poison your blessing. So in this conversation, I'm going to walk you through the 7 unmistakable signs that your manifestation is not falling apart but coming together. I'm going to give you the ancient spiritual laws that explain why life gets messy right before it gets miraculous. And I'm going to show you exactly how to stand firm, speak your word, and let the chaos do its holy work without letting it shake your faith. Because the person who can stand steady while their world reorganizes is the person who receives what they asked for. Let me tell you about a time when I thought I had lost everything. I had spoken my word for prosperity. I had declared abundance. I had held the vision with everything in me. And then, as if the universe had a wicked sense of humor, everything began to unravel. My phone rang with unexpected bills. A project I counted on dissolved. People I thought were solid suddenly became uncertain. My bank account looked like a joke, and my faith was being tested in ways I didn't think possible. I remember sitting in my apartment, looking at the stack of envelopes I was afraid to open, and thinking, I must have done something wrong. The law must not work. God must not hear me. And then something shifted. I got very, very quiet. I stopped running from the feeling. I stopped trying to control every little thing. And in that silence, I heard the truth that would change everything. This is not your ending. This is your transition. The old structure is collapsing because it cannot hold what's coming. You see, I had been trying to pour new wine into old wineskins. I had been asking for a completely new level of abundance while still operating from old patterns, old relationships, old ways of receiving. The universe wasn't denying my request. It was clearing the space for it. It was tearing down the shack so it could build the mansion. Within weeks, everything I thought I lost was replaced with something 10 times better. The money came from directions I never anticipated. The opportunities were bigger than what disappeared. The people who left made room for aligned souls who actually celebrated my growth. But here's the key. The breakthrough only came because I didn't abandon my word in the chaos. I didn't look at the mess and declare defeat. I looked at the mess and said, this is the rearrangement. This is the preparation. I hold steady. That's what I want to teach you today. How to read the chaos correctly. How to interpret the signs. How to know when the crumbling is actually the clearing. The first sign that your manifestation is close is the sudden removal of people, situations, or opportunities you thought were essential. Listen carefully. Before your new reality can arrive, your old reality must dissolve. And often, the old reality includes people who are vibrating at the frequency of your former self, not your future self. You'll notice friendships that felt solid suddenly feel strained. Relationships that you thought were forever start showing cracks. Jobs or projects that you were clinging to begin to slip through your fingers. And your ego will scream that this is loss. Your ego will tell you to grip tighter, to force it, to panic. But your soul knows better. Your soul knows that you cannot step into the new room while clutching everything from the old room. The universe is not cruel when it removes things. The universe is precise. It's making space. It's clearing the table before serving the feast. If things are falling away right now, don't chase them. Bless them. Thank them. Release them. They've completed their assignment in your story. The second sign is an increase in obstacles right when momentum was building. You were feeling good. You were feeling aligned. You were taking action, and everything seemed to be flowing. And then suddenly, walls, delays, complications, things that should be simple become difficult. Technology breaks. People don't call back. Plans fall through. And this is where most people quit. They interpret the obstacles as stop signs. But I'm here to tell you, obstacles right before manifestation are not stop signs. They're tests. They're the universe asking, do you really want this? Are you really committed? Or are you only committed when it's easy? Think about a woman in labor. Right before the baby crowns, right before the birth, there's something called transition. It's the most intense, painful, chaotic part of the entire process. And if a woman didn't know she was in labor, she might think she was dying. But she's not dying. She's about to deliver. Your obstacles are transition. Your difficulty is dilation. You're not being blocked. You're being prepared to push through to the other side. The third sign is emotional intensity that seems to come out of nowhere. Old wounds resurface. Old fears knock on your door. You find yourself crying, angry, anxious, or doubting in ways you thought you'd healed. And here's what's happening. Your manifestation is calling you to match its frequency. If you're manifesting a new level of love, abundance, peace, or power, you cannot carry old shame, old bitterness, old fear into that reality. So the universe, in its infinite intelligence, is bringing everything unlike your manifestation to the surface to be cleared. It's not punishment, it's purification. You're being asked to release the emotional baggage that would weigh down your blessing. This is why I always say, when the feelings come up, let them. Don't suppress. Don't spiritually bypass. Don't pretend you're fine when you're not. Feel it, speak to it, forgive it, release it. Every tear you cry right now is washing away an old agreement with lack, pain, or limitation. You're not falling apart. You're clearing out. The fourth sign is divine discontent. You become allergic to anything that's not aligned. That job you tolerated? Suddenly unbearable. That relationship you settled in? Suddenly suffocating. The places you used to go, the content you used to consume, the conversations you used to have, all of it starts to feel wrong. And you might think something's wrong with you. You might think you're being ungrateful or difficult. But actually, you're vibrating at the frequency of your new reality, and everything that belongs to your old reality is now incompatible. This is a gift. This divine discontent is your soul's way of saying, we don't live here anymore. It's the feeling that propels you forward, that makes staying where you are more painful than the risk of leaping. Don't numb this feeling. Don't medicate it. Don't shame yourself for it. Honor it. It's your inner compass pointing toward your true north. The fifth sign is synchronicities mixed with setbacks. You'll see your manifestation everywhere. Numbers, songs, conversations, signs that confirm you're on the right path. And then in the same day, something will go wrong. You'll get the sign and the setback, the confirmation and the confusion, the hope and the hurdle, all mixed together. This isn't mixed messages from the universe. This is the old and new worlds overlapping. You're living in the space between what was and what will be. The synchronicities are showing you the new world is real. The setbacks are the last gasps of the old world trying to maintain its grip. Don't let the setbacks cancel out the signs. Hold both. Acknowledge both. But put your faith in the signs. What you focus on expands. And if you keep feeding the setbacks with your attention and energy, you'll delay your manifestation. Feed the signs. Follow the synchronicities. Trust the winks from the universe even when your circumstances haven't caught up yet. The sixth sign is isolation and withdrawal. You'll notice you want to be alone more. You don't want to explain yourself. You don't want to defend your vision. You don't have energy for small talk or surface-level connections. And people might judge you for this. They might call you distant or different or too much. But what's really happening is you're cocooning. You're in the chrysalis stage. The caterpillar doesn't become a butterfly in public, surrounded by crowds and opinions. It withdraws. It goes inward. It dissolves into complete vulnerability and trust, and then it emerges transformed. If you're feeling the pull to be alone right now, honor it. This isn't depression. This isn't isolation born of fear. This is sacred solitude. This is you protecting your frequency, your vision, your tender new reality from the voices that would judge it, question it, or diminish it before it's fully formed. You're not running away from life. You're turning inward to rebuild your life from the inside out. The seventh sign is the dark night of the soul. This is the big one. This is when everything I've described intensifies all at once. You feel stripped. You feel like nothing is working. You question everything you believed. You wonder if you made it all up, if the law is real, if God is listening, if you're just fooling yourself. This is the moment of ultimate testing. This is the moment where you're asked to have faith not because you see evidence, but because you choose to believe anyway. Every prophet, every mystic, every person who has ever manifested something magnificent has walked through this dark night. It's not a sign you're doing it wrong. It's a sign you're at the final gate. The dark night comes right before the dawn, because this is where you stop manifesting from ego and start manifesting from soul. This is where your faith stops being a strategy and becomes your identity. If you're in the dark night right now, I need you to hear this. Don't you dare give up. You're so close, closer than you've ever been. The darkness is not the end. It's the doorway. Walk through it. Keep speaking your word. Keep holding your vision. Keep trusting, even when it makes no logical sense. The dawn is coming, and it's bringing everything you asked for. Now, let me give you the practices that will help you navigate this chaos with grace. First, speak the word daily. Not just once. Not just when you feel good. Daily. Your word is your anchor. It's the declaration that holds steady when everything else is shaking. Every morning, before you check your phone, before you look at your circumstances, speak your truth. Say it out loud. My good is coming to me now. The universe is rearranging everything in my favor. I trust the divine timing. I am supported, guided, and provided for. It doesn't matter if you believe it fully in that moment. Speak it anyway. Your word has power, and the more you speak it, the more you reshape your inner world, and your outer world has no choice but to follow. Second, practice divine indifference to appearances. This is one of my most powerful teachings. Divine indifference doesn't mean you don't care. It means you don't let the temporary appearance shake your knowing. When the bill comes, you look at it and say, "This is temporary. My abundance is permanent." When the person doesn't call, you say, "What's mine cannot miss me." When the door closes, you say, "Something better is opening." You stop giving the outer world the power to dictate your inner state. You become so anchored in the invisible truth that the visible lies can't move you. This takes practice, but it's the difference between people who manifest occasionally and people who live in a constant state of flow. Third, bless everything. And I mean everything. Bless the chaos. Bless the bill. Bless the person who left. Bless the delay. Bless the door that closed. Bless the fear that came up. Because what you're really doing is blessing the divine intelligence at work in your life. You're saying, "There's something here I don't see yet. There's a plan unfolding that's bigger than my fear." I've watched people transform their entire reality with this practice. A woman came to me once, terrified because she'd been let go from a job she'd held for 15 years. She was in her 50s, convinced her life was over. I told her, "Bless it. Every single day, bless that ending." She thought I was mad, but she did it anyway. She'd wake up and say, "I bless the closing of that chapter. I bless the divine plan now revealed." Within 2 months, she'd started her own consulting practice. Within a year, she was making 3 times what she'd earned before. And she told me, "I would never have had the courage to do this if I hadn't been pushed out of my comfort zone." That's the secret nobody tells you. Your comfort zone isn't comfortable, it's just familiar. And familiar often means small. It means limited. It means safe in a way that keeps you from your true destiny. Now, here's where people get confused. They think blessing something means being passive. They think it means just accepting whatever happens and doing nothing. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, bless it first, then act from a place of faith rather than fear. There's a world of difference between those two positions. When you act from fear, you're frantic, scattered, desperate. You make poor decisions because you're in survival mode. But when you bless the situation first, when you acknowledge the divine intelligence at work, something shifts inside you. You become calm, centered, clear. And from that place, you make brilliant decisions. You see opportunities you couldn't see before. Doors open that were invisible when you were panicking. I call it the divine pivot. It's that moment when you stop fighting against what is and start working with the universe instead of against it. And I promise you, the universe is far more intelligent than your limited human perspective. So here's your practice. Whatever you're afraid of right now, whatever's making you anxious, whatever feels like it's going wrong, start blessing it. Out loud if you can. I bless this situation. I bless the divine plan, now revealed. I bless the perfect outcome that's already on its way to me. Do it every morning. Do it every night. Do it whenever the fear creeps back in. Because here's what most people don't understand about this process. The blessing isn't just a nice spiritual practice. It's actual work. It's reshaping the invisible substance that surrounds every situation in your life. You see, every circumstance, every person, every seemingly stuck situation is surrounded by spiritual substance. And that substance responds to your word. When you curse something, when you say, "This will never work," or "They'll never change," or "I'm always going to struggle," you're hardening that substance around the problem. You're building a wall. But when you bless, you're dissolving that wall. You're making that substance malleable again. You're opening a pathway for the divine to rush in and rearrange everything according to the perfect pattern. I knew a man once who had been estranged from his brother for 15 years. 15 years of silence, of hurt, of pride. Every mutual friend had tried to reconcile them. Nothing worked. The situation felt permanent, fossilized. Then he started blessing it. Not blessing the estrangement, blessing the perfect relationship that already existed in the divine mind. Every single day, he would say, "I bless the perfect love between my brother and me. I bless the divine understanding that dissolves all separation. I see us reconciled, and I give thanks for the perfect outcome." He did this for 3 months. And you know what happened? His brother called him, out of nowhere, said he'd been thinking about him, said it was time to talk. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual law at work. Now, I want to be very clear about something. This isn't about controlling other people. You cannot use blessing to manipulate someone's free will. But you can bless the highest good for everyone involved. And when you do that, you align yourself with a power that can orchestrate circumstances in ways your human mind could never devise. The universe has a million ways to solve your problem, a million doors you don't even know exist. But when you're stuck in fear, when you're rehearsing the worst-case scenario, you're standing with your back to all those doors. Blessing turns you around. It opens your eyes. It attunes you to possibilities you couldn't see before. So here's your practice, and I mean this very practically. Start identifying the situations in your life that feel impossible, the ones where you've given up hope, the relationships that seem beyond repair, the financial problems that feel like they'll never resolve, the health issues that terrify you. Write them down if you need to. And then, one by one, begin blessing the perfect outcome for each of them. I remember a young artist who came to me, paralyzed by the fear that her creative gifts were drying up. She hadn't painted in months. Every time she approached her canvas, panic seized her. What if I've lost it? She would whisper to herself. What if that last piece was the final good thing I'll ever create? I gave her this practice. Each morning, before her feet touched the floor, she was to speak aloud. I bless the infinite creativity flowing through me now. I bless every painting that wants to be born through my hands. I bless the divine artist within me. Within 2 weeks, she was painting again. Not because the fear had vanished completely, but because the blessing had opened a channel that fear had temporarily blocked. The creative force doesn't leave us. We simply cut ourselves off from it through our anxious thoughts. Blessing reconnects the circuit. Now here's something vitally important about this practice. Blessing is not the same as positive thinking, and it's certainly not denial. When you bless something, you're not pretending the problem doesn't exist. You're not putting a cheerful mask over a frightening situation. You're invoking the highest possible outcome. You're calling forth the divine solution that already exists in the invisible realm, waiting to manifest. There's a profound difference between saying, "I'm not sick, I'm perfectly fine," when your body is clearly struggling, and saying, "I bless the perfect healing that is now made manifest in my body." One is denial, the other is invocation. You see, the spiritual laws don't respond to our pretending, they respond to our faith. And faith isn't blind, it's visionary. It sees past the current appearance to the divine reality underneath. So when you bless, you acknowledge where you are, but you refuse to worship the problem. You refuse to feed it with your attention and your words. Instead, you feed the solution. You water the seeds of what you wish to see bloom. Let me be very practical here. Some of you are thinking, but Florence, what about serious situations? What about when someone I love is truly in danger? Isn't blessing just wishful thinking then? This is when blessing becomes most powerful. When the storm is fiercest, blessing is your anchor. I've learned this through experience I'll never forget. Years ago, I received word that a dear friend was gravely ill. The doctors had given their most somber predictions. My first instinct was to rush into panic, to rehearse in my mind all the terrible outcomes that might unfold. But then I remembered the law. Fear is a prayer for what you don't want. Worry is faith in failure. So instead, I began to bless. Not with forced cheerfulness or denial of the situation's gravity, but with deep spiritual conviction. I blessed her with perfect health. I blessed the doctors with divine guidance. I blessed every cell in her body with life and vitality. I blessed the outcome, whatever it might be, as ultimately good. And something extraordinary happened. Not just externally, though she did recover in a way that astonished everyone, but internally. The blessing transformed my own consciousness. The fear that had gripped my chest released its hold. I found myself able to be present, helpful, clear-headed. I could visit her with genuine joy rather than morbid sympathy. And that energy, that vibration of life and hope, became something she could lean on during her darkest hours. You see, when you bless someone in crisis, you're not ignoring reality. You're invoking a higher reality. You're calling forth the divine pattern that exists beyond present appearances. You're refusing to accept the verdict of circumstances as final. This is not denial. It's spiritual discernment. It's the ability to see beyond the veil of the visible into the realm of infinite possibility. The Apostle Paul said we should call those things that are not as though they are. This is the essence of blessing. You speak to the divine perfection within and around every situation, even when it's hidden from physical sight. Let me be clear about something important. Blessing doesn't guarantee that circumstances will unfold exactly as you picture them. The universe has wisdom beyond our limited human understanding. Sometimes the answer to our blessing is yes, sometimes it's no, and sometimes it's something better than we imagined. But what blessing always does is align you with the highest good. It removes you from the vibration of fear and places you in the vibration of faith. And from that place, you become a channel for healing, for miracles, for grace. When you bless someone in danger, you surround them with light. You become a spiritual guardian, holding space for their highest outcome. This is the great secret of the ages, that we are not powerless observers of life, but powerful directors of it. Every thought you think, every word you speak, every feeling you hold is a creative force in the universe. You are constantly broadcasting your consciousness, and the universe is constantly responding. I knew a woman who understood this profoundly. Her son was traveling overseas during a time of great political unrest. Every mother's instinct screamed fear. Every news report fed the anxiety, but she made a different choice. Every morning and every evening, she would sit quietly and surround her son with brilliant white light. She would speak his name and say, "Divine intelligence guides your every step. God's perfect protection surrounds you. You are divinely led and divinely protected." She didn't do this once and forget it. She did it faithfully, as regularly as breathing. And something remarkable happened. Not only did her son return home safely, but he later told her about inexplicable moments during his travels. Times when he felt an unmistakable urge to change his plans, to take a different route, to wait instead of proceed. Each of these intuitive nudges kept him from danger he didn't even know was there. That wasn't coincidence. That was her spiritual work made manifest. That was love operating through the invisible channels of divine protection. You see, when you hold someone in the light, you're not manipulating or controlling. You're aligning with the highest vision for their journey. You're clearing the pathway for divine guidance to reach them. You're creating an atmosphere where miracles become natural. And here's what many people miss. This spiritual work benefits you just as much as it benefits them. When you consciously choose blessing over cursing, love over fear, you transform your own consciousness. You cannot hold another in the light without standing in the light yourself. You cannot speak words of protection without protecting your own peace. You cannot radiate love without becoming more loving. This is the mystical mathematics of the spiritual life. What you give, you receive. What you bless, blesses you. What you release to divine care is taken care of divinely. I've seen this truth demonstrated again and again in the most remarkable ways. A woman once came to me, deeply troubled about a debt she owed. She had been holding resentment toward the creditor, feeling victimized and wronged. I told her, "Bless this person, see them prospered and made whole, release this debt into the hands of infinite intelligence." She protested, naturally, "But they don't deserve my blessing. They've been harsh and demanding." I reminded her, "Your blessing is not for their sake alone, it's for yours. Resentment is a prison you lock yourself in. The key is forgiveness and blessing." She agreed to try. Each day, she spoke words of blessing over this creditor. Within 3 weeks, an unexpected inheritance came to her from a distant relative she'd barely known. The amount was exactly enough to pay the debt, with something left over for her own needs. But more miraculous than the money was the transformation in her heart. She told me, "I feel free. The weight I'd been carrying is gone." This is the mystery. When you bless what seems to be your enemy or your problem, you dissolve its power over you. You rise above the realm of conflict into the realm of love. And love is the supreme harmonizing force in the universe. Now, you might be thinking, "But what if I've been giving and I'm exhausted? What if I feel depleted?" This is where we must understand the difference between giving from ego and giving from spirit. The ego gives to get. It gives with strings attached, with expectations, with a sense of sacrifice. This kind of giving does indeed deplete you, because it's not true giving at all, it's bartering. Spirit gives freely, joyfully, without attachment to outcome. It gives, because giving is its nature. When you give from this place, you are not diminished, you are increased. You become a channel, not a reservoir. The water flows through you, not from you. I once knew a woman who volunteered tirelessly at a hospital, yet she always seemed radiant, energized, alive. When I asked her secret, she said, "I don't see myself as giving anything. I see myself as allowing love to move through me. I'm simply the instrument. The music comes from somewhere far greater. That is the secret. You are not the source, you are the vessel. And the source is infinite, inexhaustible, eternally replenishing. So examine your giving today. Are you giving from duty or delight? From obligation or inspiration? From fear of lack or trust in abundance? Your giving reveals your consciousness of supply. I've watched people write checks with trembling hands, their faces tight with worry, wondering if there would be enough left over. And I've watched others give the same amount with radiant smiles, knowing more was already on its way. The amount wasn't different. The consciousness was everything. When you give grudgingly, you're actually affirming lack. You're telling the universe, "I don't believe there's enough. I don't trust the supply." And the universe, ever faithful to your word, responds accordingly. But when you give joyfully, even if it's the widow's mite, you're affirming abundance. You're declaring, "I am connected to infinite supply. What flows through me can never be depleted." And watch how the channels open. I'm not suggesting you give beyond your means or give foolishly. Wisdom and faith are not enemies, they're partners. But I am suggesting you examine the spirit behind every gift, every contribution, every offering. Does it feel like loss or circulation, like draining or flowing? The difference is your entire relationship with prosperity. And here's something else I've observed. The universe has an uncanny way of matching your measure. If you give with a teaspoon, life returns with a teaspoon. If you give with a shovel, life returns with a shovel. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down and shaken together and running over. This isn't poetry, it's physics. Spiritual physics, perhaps, but physics nonetheless. The channels through which you give are the channels through which you receive. Block one, and you block both. Open one, and watch the circulation begin. So tonight, before you sleep, ask yourself, where have I been withholding? Where have I been giving from fear rather than faith? Where have I confused hoarding with security? And then, tomorrow, give something. Not from your surplus, but from your supply. Not what's left over, but what feels alive. Not to prove anything, but to practice the truth of circulation. Give your attention. Give your appreciation. Give your talent. Give your treasure. Give as the sun gives light, because it's your nature, because you can't help it, because the holding back would be the real sacrifice. This is how you become a channel, not a container. This is how abundance finds you. Let me tell you something that sounds absolutely impossible, yet I have seen it work so many times it has left me breathless with wonder. There is a law operating in your life right now, at this very moment, whether you know it or not, and it is more powerful than gravity, more reliable than the sunrise, and frankly, when you truly understand it, it can feel a little scary because of how much power it places directly into your hands. I am talking about the law of the word. Your words are not just sounds that vanish into the air. They are invisible architects building the very house you will live in tomorrow. Every single thing you say, especially about yourself, is a command to the universe. And the universe? It doesn't argue. It doesn't question. It simply says yes, always yes, to everything you decree. So, if you have been speaking words of lack, of fear, of impossibility, then, my dear friend, you have been ordering poverty, anxiety, and closed doors with the same certainty that someone orders breakfast at a restaurant. But here is the magnificent truth that will set you free. The moment you change your words, you change your world. Not someday, not eventually. The change begins the instant the new word leaves your lips. This is not philosophy. This is spiritual law, as precise and unyielding as mathematics. I spent years watching people suffer needlessly, watching them pray desperately for changes, while simultaneously declaring their defeat with every sentence. A woman would come to me and say, "I want prosperity, but I will never get ahead. These bills are killing me." And I would have to explain, as gently as I could, that she had just placed 2 orders with the universe. The second order, the one filled with conviction and feeling, was the one being fulfilled. The universe heard the power in her words of defeat and said, "Your word is my command." This is why so many prayers seem to go unanswered. It is not that God is withholding, it is that we are. contradicting our own requests with the habitual words of our mouths. We are praying for health while declaring we always get sick this time of year. We are asking for love while announcing nobody really understands me. We are seeking success while proclaiming things never work out for me. Do you see the tragedy here? We are powerful beyond measure, but we are using that power against ourselves. Now, I know what you might be thinking. Florence, words are just words. It's what I do that matters. And I understand that belief, because I once held it myself. But then I began to notice something extraordinary. The people who spoke confidently of their good, even before seeing any evidence, were the ones who experienced miracles. Not occasionally. Consistently. I watched a man decree, "I am now shown my perfect opportunity," while he was unemployed and nearly penniless. Within 1 week, an opportunity found him, not the other way around, that transformed his entire financial situation. I saw a woman affirm, "I am harmoniously married to my ideal partner," when she had not been on a date in years. The shift in her circumstances was so swift it startled even me. These were not lucky people. They were people who understood that their word, spoken with faith and feeling, sets invisible forces into motion that must bring forth visible results. The divine law I am sharing with you today is this. You are decreeing your destiny with every word. Your word is your wand. It is the tool of creation you have been given, and most people are walking around casting spells of limitation on themselves all day long without realizing it. The power in your words is not metaphorical. It is literal. It is law. And when you truly grasp this, when you feel it in your bones, it can actually be frightening because you realize you have been the author of your own struggles. But that fear transforms quickly into the most liberating excitement you have ever known, because if you created the problems, with your words, you can create the solutions the exact same way. You are not a victim of circumstances, you are a creator of them. And the pen you write with is your own voice. I have seen this law work for thousands of people. I have watched it work in my own life in ways that defy all logic and reason. And now, I am going to show you exactly how to use it deliberately, consciously, powerfully, so that your fortune, the good that has been waiting for you all along, finally unlocks. Because it has been locked not by fate, not by other people, not by God withholding blessings, but by your own contradictory words. The moment you align your words with your desires, the lock springs open. What has seemed impossible becomes inevitable. Are you ready to speak a new world into existence? Then stay with me, because what I am about to share will change everything if you let it. You know, before I understood this law, I was like most people, tossed about by circumstances, feeling like life was something that happened to me rather than through me. I would look at successful people and think they were lucky or specially favored. I would see people in loving relationships and assume they had something I lacked. I did not yet understand that they were simply speaking a different language. Not English or French, but the language of faith, the language of positive decree, the language that the universe must respond to because it is law. When I finally discovered this truth, I felt almost angry at first. Why had no one told me? Why did I spend so many years declaring my limitations when I could have been declaring my freedom? But that anger softened into compassion. Compassion for myself and for all the others who simply did not know. And that is why I speak. That is why I teach. That is why I am here with you now. Because someone needs to tell you the truth about the power you possess. Let me explain how profoundly practical this law is. You do not need to wait for perfect circumstances to begin using it. You do not need confidence, money, connections, or a clear plan. You only need to change what you are saying. That is the only requirement. A woman once came to me in absolute desperation. She was about to lose her home. The eviction notice had been served. She had no money and no apparent way to get any. She was speaking words of terror, of ending up on the street, of failure and shame. I stopped her firmly and said, "From this moment forward, you will not speak one word of lack or fear. You will declare only your good." She looked at me like I had lost my mind. "Florence," she said, "that is not reality. I am about to be homeless. That is reality." And I said, "No, that is current circumstances. Reality is what you are creating right now with your words. If you continue to speak homelessness, You are pouring all your creative power into that outcome. Are you willing to try something different? She had nothing to lose, so she agreed. For the next week, every time fear rose up, every time she wanted to complain or worry aloud, she instead declared, "I give thanks that the perfect plan is now revealed. I am secure, guided, and provided for. Something in me knows the way. The specifics of what happened still astonish me." An old friend called her out of nowhere, someone she had not spoken to in over a decade. In casual conversation, this friend mentioned she was looking for someone to house sit for 6 months while traveling. Not only was the housing free, but she offered to pay her for the service. During those 6 months, a career opportunity emerged that had been completely invisible before. Within a year, she was not only secure but thriving. She came back to me with tears in her eyes and said, "Florence, I spoke a different future into existence. I would have sworn on my life that I had no options, but my words created options that did not exist until I spoke them." This is not an isolated story. This is how the law works for anyone who applies it. Your subconscious mind is listening to every word you speak. It is incredibly literal and obedient. When you say, "I cannot afford this," it accepts that as an instruction and finds ways to make sure you cannot afford it. When you say, "I am always late," it makes certain you continue that pattern. When you say, "Nobody respects me at work," it will orchestrate situations to confirm that belief. Your subconscious does not judge whether your words are good for you. It simply makes them true. It is the most faithful servant you will ever have, but it needs clear, positive instructions. Most people give it terrible instructions all day long and then wonder why their lives reflect chaos and lack. You must become fiercely aware of what you are saying. You must catch yourself in the old negative patterns and immediately replace them with the new decree. I am not talking about lying to yourself or pretending problems do not exist. I am talking about speaking to the solution rather than empowering the problem. There is a vast difference. If you are unwell, you do not walk around saying, "I am sick, I am sick, I am sick," as if that repetition will somehow heal you. That is giving all your power to the illness. Instead, you declare, "I am filled with vitality and perfect health. Every cell in my body radiates divine wellness." You speak to the truth of your being, which is wholeness, rather than to the temporary condition, which is discord. This is not denial. This is alignment with the greater reality that exists in the invisible realm, the realm where all things are already perfect and whole, waiting only for your word to call them forth into the visible. Do you see how this changes everything? You are not at the mercy of anything or anyone when you understand this law. A person can speak against you, circumstances can look impossible, every logical reason can say no, and yet your affirmative word can override all of it. I have seen people declared incurable by doctors walk in perfect health. I have seen businesses on the brink of bankruptcy suddenly flooded with abundance. I have seen relationships everyone said were finished, restored to harmony and love. Not because the people involved were special, but because someone spoke the word of faith with conviction. Just one person holding firm to the affirmative decree can shift entire situations. That person can be you. That person must be you if you want to see your fortune unlock. Now, let me share something that might surprise you. This law works whether you believe in it or not. You have been using it your entire life. The question is not whether the law is real. The question is whether you are using it consciously and constructively or unconsciously and destructively. Every person is a creator. Every person is speaking their world into being. Some are creating beauty, freedom, and abundance. Others are creating struggle, lack, and suffering. Same law, different words. If your life is not what you want it to be, I can tell you with absolute certainty that your words have not matched your desires. There is a disconnect between what you say you want and what you are actually declaring. And the universe, being absolutely faithful to law, is giving you what you declare, not what you wish. This is why affirmations are so extraordinarily powerful when done correctly. An affirmation is not a hopeful wish. It is a decree. It is you exercising your spiritual authority. When you say, "I am now receiving all the abundance that is mine by divine right," you are not begging or hoping. You are commanding. You are stating a spiritual truth and insisting that it manifest in your experience. But here is where most people stumble. They say the affirmation a few times without feeling or conviction, and when nothing changes immediately, they say, "See, this does not work." But they would never plant a seed, then dig it up the next day and complain it has not become a tree. There is a period between the spoken word and the visible manifestation. That period is where your faith is tested. That period is where you must hold steady, continuing to speak the word, refusing to let contradictory statements cancel your decree. I want you to imagine your words as seeds. Every positive, faith-filled statement is a seed of good you are planting in the invisible soil of the universe. If you plant it and then immediately dig it up with doubt and negative talk, it cannot grow. But if you plant it and protect it, watering it with continued affirmation and expectation, it must break through into your visible world as a manifestation. This is law. This is how creation works. You do not need to know how it will happen. You do not need to figure out the path. You only need to speak the word and trust that infinite intelligence knows exactly how to bring it about. Your job is the word. The universe's job is the way. Let me tell you about a man who came to me completely convinced he was a failure. He had tried multiple businesses, and each had collapsed. He was in debt, depressed, and certain that success was not meant for him. His entire vocabulary was saturated with failure language. I always fail. Nothing works for me. I am just not cut out for business. These were his constant declarations. I explained to him that he was using the law of the word perfectly, but in reverse. He was commanding failure, and the universe was obediently delivering it. He was shocked. He had thought he was just being realistic, just acknowledging the facts. I told him the facts are effects of previous thoughts and words, and if he continued to speak them, he would continue to experience them. But if he changed his word right now, the cycle could break. He was skeptical but desperate enough to try. I gave him one affirmation to speak morning and night with feeling. My success is assured because I am divinely guided in all my ways. Every decision I make leads to prosperity. I asked him to say it, looking in the mirror, with his hand over his heart, feeling the truth of those words saturating every cell of his being. Within 3 weeks, something extraordinary happened. He called me, his voice trembling with excitement. "Florence," he said, "I don't know how to explain this, but suddenly I'm seeing opportunities I was blind to before." A colleague mentioned a project I would have normally dismissed as too risky, but this time, something told me to pursue it. The deal closed yesterday. It's the biggest commission of my career. This is not magic, my friend. This is law. The law of mind in action. You see, that man didn't need to learn a new skill. He didn't need more connections or better timing. He needed to change the picture he held of himself in his mind. The moment he began to see himself as divinely guided, as someone whose success was assured, his entire energy shifted. And the world, being the perfect mirror that it is, reflected that new image back to him. Now, I want you to understand something crucial here. When I say affirm, I don't mean mindlessly repeating empty words like a parrot. Words without feeling are like seeds without water, they cannot grow. You must feel the truth of what you're declaring. You must speak with conviction, with authority, as though you're reminding the universe of a fact it already knows. Your subconscious mind doesn't argue, it doesn't debate. It simply accepts what you persistently impress upon it. If you repeatedly tell it you're unlucky, it says, "Very well, unlucky you shall be." If you persistently declare yourself blessed and guided, it responds, "So be it." This is why affirmations, when spoken with conviction, are not mere positive thinking. They are commands to the divine intelligence within you. They are seed thoughts planted in the garden of your subconscious mind. And just as surely as an apple seed produces an apple tree, your persistent thoughts produce corresponding conditions. I once knew a woman who was buried in debt. Collection letters arrived daily. The telephone rang with creditors' demands. She came to me in desperation, asking what metaphysical truth could possibly help her now. I told her, "Stop rehearsing your poverty. Stop telling the story of what you lack. Begin this very moment to speak only of abundance." She looked at me as though I'd lost my senses. "But the bills are real," she protested. "The debt collectors are real. How can I deny what's right in front of me?" "I'm not asking you to deny facts," I replied. I'm asking you to stop energizing them with your words and attention. There is a higher truth than your current circumstances, the truth that infinite supply is your divine inheritance. Speak that truth. Live from that truth. Reluctantly, she agreed. Every time fear whispered, "You're going under," she countered with, "I am a channel of God's limitless abundance." When panic tried to grip her, she declared, "Unexpected income comes to me from God." Expected and unexpected sources. She stopped complaining about her situation to friends. She stopped mentally calculating and recalculating what she owed. Within 3 months, her financial situation had completely transformed. An unexpected inheritance came through. A former employer discovered they owed her back pay. New opportunities appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The debt that had seemed insurmountable dissolved. Was this magic? No. It was law, spiritual law, as reliable as the law of gravity. She had changed the vibration of her consciousness. She had stopped feeding the problem and began nourishing the solution. Your subconscious mind responded accordingly, rearranging circumstances to match her new mental atmosphere. Now, this is where so many people stumble. They change their thinking for a day, maybe 2, and when nothing appears to shift immediately, they throw up their hands and say, "See? This doesn't work." But I'm telling you right now, your demonstration is on its way, the moment you truly change your inner attitude. The lag time between your mental shift and the physical manifestation is simply the universe rearranging itself to meet your new frequency. Think of it like planting a seed. You don't dig it up every few hours to check if it's growing. You water it, give it sunlight, and trust the invisible process happening beneath the soil. Your desires are the same way. Once you've planted the seed of your new thought pattern, your job is to maintain the consciousness of already having it. Not hoping for it, not wishing for it. Knowing it's yours. I want you to understand something vital. Your word is your wand. Every statement you make about yourself, every declaration you speak aloud or think silently, is casting a spell over your life. When you say, "I never have enough money," you're giving your subconscious mind a direct command. When you say, "I always get sick this time of year," you're programming your body for illness. But when you claim, "God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace and in perfect ways," you've just issued a completely different order to the universe. I knew a man who transformed his entire financial situation through this principle. He was drowning in debt, bill collectors calling constantly, no apparent way out. Someone taught him to speak this statement every single day. "I am a magnet for money. Prosperity flows to me from expected and unexpected sources." He felt foolish at first. His logical mind screamed that it was nonsense. But he persisted. Within 3 months, he received an unexpected inheritance from a distant relative he barely knew existed. Coincidence? I think not. He had changed the frequency of his consciousness, and the universe responded in kind. Here's what you must grasp. Your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between a real experience and one vividly imagined with emotional intensity. When you rehearse lack, worry, and limitation in your mind, your subconscious accepts that as your desired reality and works tirelessly to create more of it. But when you impress upon it images of abundance, health, and joy felt deeply, with genuine emotion, it goes to work immediately to manifest that instead. This is why affirmations alone rarely work for people. They stand in front of a mirror saying, I am wealthy, while their stomach churns with anxiety about next month's rent. The words are positive, but the emotional signature is fear and lack, and it's the feeling that the subconscious receives as the instruction. You must learn to feel your way into the new reality before it manifests. This is not pretending. This is not lying to yourself. This is impressing upon the creative medium of your subconscious the experience you intend to have. When you can sit quietly and feel genuine gratitude for the healing that hasn't yet appeared in your body, when you can feel authentic excitement about the opportunity that hasn't yet knocked on your door, when you can rest in the relief of financial freedom before a single extra dollar arrives, that is when you've become a true co-creator with the divine. I'll share something that transformed my own understanding. Years ago, I was helping a woman who desperately wanted to marry, but she was consumed with bitterness about being alone. Every thought was about what she didn't have. I told her, You must prepare the guest room. She looked at me as though I'd lost my mind. But I explained. Act as if your good is already on its way. Make space for it. She began setting her life in order not from desperation, but from expectation. She cleared out half her closet. She bought an extra set of towels. She began speaking to this future partner in her mind with affection, not with the frantic energy of lack, but with the calm assurance of someone who knows their beloved is simply delayed in traffic. Within 4 months, she met the man who became her husband. The outer preparation had shifted her inner state from wanting to having, and that shift in consciousness was the bridge across which her good could travel. The third preparation is the preparation of faith ***. This is perhaps the most subtle, yet the most powerful of all preparations, for faith is not blind belief. It is the intuitive knowing that what you have claimed in consciousness must appear in form. I once worked with a woman who desired to open a spiritual center, a place where people could gather for healing and truth. She had no building, no funds, no congregation, nothing but the vision burning bright within her soul. Many would have called her foolish. But she understood this law. Faith is not waiting for evidence before you believe. Faith is acting as though the thing is done while the evidence is still invisible. So she began to prepare. She drew up plans for classes she would teach. She designed a schedule of services. She created literature describing programs that did not yet exist in a building she had not yet seen. Her friends thought her quite mad, spending hours planning for something that had no physical reality. But she was operating under a different law, the law that says preparation itself generates the magnetic force that draws the thing to you. Within 6 months, a woman approached her who owned a beautiful building and wanted to donate its use for spiritual work. The center manifested not because she waited in passive hope, but because her active faith had created the vibrational match to her desire. The preparation had been the proof of her faith, and her faith had been the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. When you prepare for your good, you are not trying to force the universe to comply with your wishes. You are aligning yourself with the invisible currents that are already flowing toward you. You are saying to the divine intelligence that governs all things, I am ready. I have made room, I have set the table, I am prepared to receive. And the universe, which is always responsive to our consciousness, must respond in kind. For this is the law, as within, so without, as in consciousness, so in manifestation. When you prepare, you shift from hoping your good will come to knowing it is already on its way. I knew a woman who lived in poverty consciousness while praying for prosperity. She would say affirmations about wealth, but when an unexpected check arrived in the mail, she immediately said, "Oh, this won't last. Something will happen, and I'll lose it all." And do you know what happened? Within days, an unexpected expense arose that consumed the entire amount. She had ordered disaster through her words and beliefs, even while her prayers were asking for abundance. The universe is impersonal. It responds to your dominant vibration, not your occasional wishes. You cannot think poverty and demonstrate prosperity. You cannot speak limitation and experience expansion. The law works with mathematical precision, whether you understand it or not, whether you believe it or not. This is why I tell you, watch your words as you would watch a child playing near a fire. Your word is your wand, and you are constantly casting spells of creation or destruction. When you say, "I can't afford it," you are instructing the universe in limitation. When you say, "I never have enough time," you are ordering scarcity into your experience. When you say, "I always get sick in winter," you are programming your body for illness. But here is the glorious truth. You can change your words at any moment, and in changing your words, you change your world. Right now, in this very instant, you can begin speaking your good into existence. You can say, "I am guided to right action. I am shown the way. My supply comes from God, and God's supply is endless and immediate." Do not wait until conditions are perfect to speak your word of truth. Speak it now, especially when circumstances seem to contradict it. This is not denial of reality. This is creation of a new reality. You are not lying. You are prophesying your good. You are calling those things that are not as though they were, until they are. I have watched this principle transform lives that seemed beyond redemption. The alcoholic who declared, "I am free," even while shaking with desire, The debtor who affirmed, "All my needs are met," even while creditors called. The lonely heart who stated, "I am surrounded by love," even while sitting alone. They didn't wait for evidence to believe. They believed, and the evidence came running. This is what metaphysics truly means. Not positive thinking, not visualization techniques, not affirmation marathons, but the absolute, unshakable conviction that the invisible world is more real than the visible one. You see, most people have it backwards. They think the physical world creates their reality, and thoughts are just byproducts of that reality. So they wait for their bank account to grow before they can feel abundant. They wait for the relationship to appear before they can feel loved. They wait for the diagnosis to change before they can feel healthy. But the metaphysician knows the truth. Thought is cause. The physical world is effect. And here's what makes this so powerful. Once you truly grasp this, once you really get it in your bones, you become utterly fearless. Because you realize that no condition, no circumstance, no situation has any power except what you give it through your recognition of it. The cancer only has power if you bow to it in your mind. The debt only has dominion if you accept it as your master in consciousness. The loneliness only imprisons you if you agree with its verdict in your thoughts. But the moment you withdraw your mental agreement, the moment you stop feeding it with your fear and acceptance, it begins to dissolve. Not because you've fought it, not because you've struggled against it, but because you've stopped giving it the only thing that kept it alive, your belief in its reality and permanence. I watched a woman do this with poverty that had plagued her family for 3 generations. Everyone told her it was genetic, inevitable, just the way things were. But she looked at that ancestral pattern and said, "No more. It ends with me." She didn't fight it. She didn't struggle against it. She simply stopped agreeing with it. She stopped telling the story of family poverty. She stopped explaining why she couldn't have money. She stopped participating in the family narrative of lack. And within 2 years, everything had shifted. Not through hard work alone, not through lucky breaks, but through a fundamental change in consciousness that rearranged her entire reality. This is the power you have. This is the truth they don't teach you in school. I want to leave you with something practical. A way to begin this transformation right now, in this moment. First, understand that you don't need to fix your entire life before you can start speaking your word. You don't need to have it all figured out. You simply need to make a choice, a decision, that from this moment forward, you will no longer be a victim to circumstances, but a creator of them. Start with one area, one single area where you've been tolerating less than what you deserve. Maybe it's a relationship that drains you. Maybe it's a financial situation that keeps you up at night. Maybe it's a health challenge that seems insurmountable. Take that one area and speak your word over it. Not from a place of fear or desperation, but from a place of absolute knowing. Don't beg. Don't plead. Simply state what is true in the spiritual realm and watch it manifest in the physical. Say it out loud. I give thanks that the perfect solution now appears. The infinite intelligence within me knows exactly what to do, and I am guided to take the right action at the right time. Notice I said, give thanks. Not, I hope, or I wish, or maybe someday. You give thanks because it's already done in the invisible. The spiritual precedes the physical, always. Here's what happens when you do this consistently. The universe begins to rearrange itself around your word. Doors open that you didn't even know existed. People appear with exactly what you need. Opportunities present themselves in the most unexpected ways. This isn't magic. This is law. This is how reality actually works when you stop fighting against it and start flowing with it. And here's the beautiful part. The more you practice this, the stronger you become. Your faith muscle grows. What once seemed impossible becomes inevitable. What once filled you with anxiety now fills you with calm certainty. You begin to see every challenge not as a problem, but as an opportunity to demonstrate your understanding of spiritual law. You welcome the tests because you know they're just showing you where you still have remnants of old thinking that need to be cleared out. I want to tell you about a December day when I watched a woman walk into my parlor with exactly 17 cents in her purse and desperation carved into every line of her face. She sat across from me and said the words I had heard 1,000 times before. I need money. I need it desperately. What can I do? And what I told her that afternoon changed everything. Within 3 weeks, she received an inheritance she did not know existed, a check in the mail from a forgotten insurance policy, and a job offer that paid twice what she had been making. But this story is not about luck. It is not about chance or coincidence, or being in the right place at the right time. This story is about a law as reliable as gravity, as certain as the sunrise, and this law is working in your life right now, whether you know it or not. You see, I have spent decades studying what I call the game of life, and I have discovered something that most people never realize. Your words are not just sounds that disappear into the air. Your words are tremendously powerful spiritual tools. They are the bridge between the invisible world and the visible world. Every single word you speak is a seed you plant in the invisible soil of universal law. And December, this sacred month of endings and beginnings, holds a particular kind of magic for those who understand how to speak the language that the universe responds to. Now I know what you might be thinking. You might be saying, Florence, I have tried affirmations before. I have said positive things. I have tried to think good thoughts. And nothing happened. Nothing changed. And I understand that frustration completely because I once felt it myself. But what I am going to share with you today is not simply about repeating pleasant words and hoping for the best. This is about understanding the precise spiritual mechanics of how thought becomes thing, how word becomes reality, and how you can deliberately and consciously use this power to bring unexpected income into your life this very month. The universe is not a vague, distant force. The universe is responsive, immediate, and deeply personal. It hears every word you speak. But more than that, it responds to the conviction behind your words. It responds to your faith. And by faith I do not mean religious belief necessarily, though it can include that. I mean the deep inner knowing that what you claim in the invisible realm must manifest in the visible realm. This is law. This is how the game is played. And once you know the rules, everything changes. That woman who came to me with 17 cents, she learned one specific affirmation, just one. And she spoke it with such conviction, such absolute faith, that the universe had no choice but to respond. The law had no choice but to deliver. And today I am going to teach you that very same principle, expanded and deepened for this particular moment in time. For December, for you, for the unexpected income that is already making its way toward you right now. Because here is what I know to be true. The supply you need already exists. It is not something you have to create. It is not something you have to earn through struggle and suffering. It is something you must claim. It is something you must call forth with your words, with your faith, with your absolute inner knowing. And the moment you truly claim it, the moment you speak with that deep conviction, the invisible becomes visible. The doors open, the checks arrive, the opportunities appear. So let me ask you this. Are you ready to learn the December affirmation that will bring you unexpected income? Are you ready to understand not just the words, but the power behind them? Are you ready to step into the flow of abundance that has been waiting for you all along? Because if you are, if you stay with me through this conversation, your life is about to shift in ways you cannot yet imagine. I have seen it happen too many times to doubt it anymore. This is not theory. This is not philosophy. This is practical, usable, powerful truth that works every single time it is applied correctly. Let me begin by telling you what I mean when I say unexpected income. I am not talking about your regular salary. I am not talking about the money you already know is coming. I am talking about the surprise check, the sudden opportunity, the gift, the refund, the inheritance, the bonus, the idea that becomes profitable, the door that opens seemingly out of nowhere. This is what I call demonstration. This is the universe responding to your word. And December is the perfect month for this kind of demonstration because December is the month of miracles. December is when the old year releases its grip and the new year begins to breathe. December is when the veil between the visible and invisible grows thin. December is when magic happens for those who know how to invite it in. Now I want you to understand something fundamental about how this works. Most people approach the subject of money completely backward. They look at their empty bank account and they say, I do not have money, therefore I cannot do the things I want to do. They look at their circumstances and they let those circumstances dictate their words. But this is exactly backward. Your circumstances are not the cause. Your circumstances are the effect. Your words came first. Your thoughts came first. Your inner convictions came first. And those invisible causes created the visible effects you are now experiencing. This means that if you want to change your circumstances, you cannot start with the circumstances themselves. You must start with the cause. You must start with your word. You must start with your inner conviction. You must start with claiming what you desire before you can see it. This is what faith is. Faith is not believing in what you can see. Faith is calling forth what you cannot yet see and knowing with absolute certainty that it must appear. I learned this lesson myself many years ago when I was facing financial difficulty. I had bills I could not pay, I had obligations I could not meet, and I was terrified. Fear gripped me so tightly I could barely breathe. And in that moment of desperation, I remembered something I had read in the ancient wisdom texts. Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee. So I began to speak. I began to claim. I began to declare that infinite supply was mine, that every need was met, that God was my immediate supply. And I spoke these words not because I believed them at first, but because I wanted to believe them. I spoke them as an act of will. I spoke them as an experiment. I spoke them to see if this law really worked. And what happened next astonished me. Within days, money came to me from sources I had never expected. Old debts were repaid to me. New opportunities appeared. Doors opened that I did not even know existed. And I realized in that moment that I had been given access to one of the most powerful forces in the universe. The power of the word. The power of conscious, deliberate, faith-filled speech. And from that moment on, I dedicated my life to understanding this law and teaching it to others. So let me share with you now the December affirmation that will bring you unexpected income. But before I give you the words themselves, I need you to understand the consciousness behind the words. Because the words without the consciousness are like seeds on concrete. They will not take root. They will not grow. You must prepare the soil of your mind first. You must shift your inner awareness first. You must see yourself differently first. Because here's what I discovered in my years of working with the law of mind. The outer world is stubborn. It times insists on reflecting back to you what you truly believe inside. Not what you times say, times you believe. Not what you times wish, times you believed. But what lives in the deep chambers of your consciousness, the thoughts you think when no one is watching, the words you speak to yourself in the quiet moments. I once knew a woman who came to me, desperate for prosperity. She affirmed wealth, morning and night. She visualized abundance. She spoke declarations over her life. And yet, month after month, nothing changed. Her circumstances remained tight, constricted, difficult. One day, I asked her a simple question. What do you say when you open your purse? She looked confused. What do I say? Yes, I pressed. When you look at your finances, when you pay your bills, when you see what's in your account, what words come out of your mouth? Her face fell. Well, I suppose I say things like, there's never enough, or I can barely make it, or it's always so hard. There it was. The unconscious belief, the habitual thought pattern that was drowning out all her conscious affirmations, like a shout drowning out a whisper. You see, your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It doesn't debate. It simply accepts what you consistently tell it and then goes about making it true in your external world. It's like a faithful servant who takes your orders without question, even when those orders work against you. This is why you must watch yourself. You must become aware of your inner dialogue, your casual comments, your automatic responses. These are the real indicators of what you believe. And what you believe is what you will experience. But here's the beautiful part. Once you see this clearly, once you understand how the mechanism works, you hold the key to everything. You can change your inner speech. You can revise your mental patterns. You can plant new seeds. I don't mean this superficially. I don't mean merely plastering positive statements over negative beliefs like wallpaper over cracked walls. I mean genuinely shifting the foundation of your consciousness. This shift happens through deliberate, consistent mental work. Think of it like tending a garden. You wouldn't plant seeds in soil full of weeds and rocks and expect a magnificent harvest. First, you clear the ground. You pull out the beliefs that strangle your good. You remove the stones of resentment, the thorns of fear, the tangled roots of old grievances. Then, and only then, do you plant new seeds. Every thought is a seed. Every word you speak is watering that seed. When you say, I am so blessed, You're not lying to yourself if you feel broke and desperate. You're planting something new. You're giving it water and light. You're preparing the soil of your consciousness to receive the manifestation. But here's what most people do wrong. They plant a seed of prosperity on Monday, then dig it up on Tuesday to see if it's growing. They affirm abundance in the morning, then spend the afternoon complaining about their bills. They declare perfect health, then tell everyone who'll listen about their aches and pains. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot plant and uproot simultaneously. I knew a woman who wanted to marry, desperately wanted it. But every conversation with her was about how terrible men were, how all the good ones were taken, how she was too old, too particular, too unlucky. She was planting weeds and wondering why she harvested loneliness. I told her, stop talking about what you don't want. Stop rehearsing your disappointments. Start declaring what you claim as yours. She resisted at first. But I'm just being realistic, she said. And there it is, that word again, realistic. As if the visible world is the only reality. As if what you see now is all that can ever be. I asked her, was it realistic for the Red Sea to part? Was it realistic for a few loaves and fishes to feed thousands? Was it realistic for Lazarus to walk out of the tomb? Reality, true reality, is far more expansive than what your five senses report. So she began the work. She stopped her negative declarations. She stopped bonding with friends over romantic disappointments. She started affirming, my right relationship now manifests. The man divinely designed for me now appears. She said it without attachment to how or when. She said it with quiet authority. And within months, not years, months she met him. Not in some dramatic, movie scene way. Simply, naturally, as though the universe had been arranging it all along. Because it had been, but her consciousness had finally become a match for the blessing. This is what I mean by mental work. This is the shift I'm asking you to make. Because let me tell you, I've watched people pray for decades, truly pray, sincerely pray, and wonder why nothing changes. And the answer is always the same. They return from their prayer closet and immediately re-enter the consciousness that created the problem in the first place. They pray for abundance in the morning, then spend the afternoon complaining about bills. They ask for love, then rehearse all the reasons they're unlovable. They declare health, then obsess over every symptom. The prayer becomes just words floating in the air, disconnected from the soil of their actual thoughts. This is why I say the battle is won or lost in consciousness, not in the outer realm. Now, you might be thinking, but what do I actually do? How do I change my consciousness when my circumstances are screaming the opposite at me? This is where most teachings leave you stranded. They tell you to think positive thoughts, but they don't give you the mechanism. Here's what I've learned. You cannot change consciousness through force. You cannot bully your mind into a new state. What you can do is gently, persistently redirect your attention. When the old thought pattern arises, and it will arise, because it's had years to establish itself, you don't fight it. You don't say, I shouldn't think this way. That only gives it more power. Instead, you simply notice it, and then you pivot. You turn your attention to the truth you're cultivating. It's like training a puppy. The puppy wanders off the path. You don't scold it into obedience. You gently redirect it, again and again, with patience and consistency. Eventually, the new path becomes the familiar one. I had a student who was consumed with jealousy over her sister's success. Every family gathering was torture for her. Every phone call felt like salt in a wound. She came to me desperate, saying, I don't want to feel this way. I love my sister. But I can't stop these thoughts. I told her, stop trying to stop them. Instead, every time the jealousy rises, say to yourself, my sister's success is evidence that success is available in my family line. Her blessings pave the way for mine. Then, immediately turn your mind to gratitude for anything, even something small. She thought it sounded too simple, but she tried it. And within weeks, something shifted. The jealousy didn't disappear overnight, but its grip loosened. And remarkably, within months, her own career began to flourish in ways she hadn't imagined. She didn't get her friend's exact life. That wasn't the point. She got something better, her own unique expression of success, one that fit her perfectly. The universe doesn't do carbon copies. It does originals. This is what happens when you stop fighting against someone else's good and start making room for your own. You're not in competition with anyone. There's no cosmic leaderboard where someone else's win means your loss. That's scarcity thinking, and it's a trap that keeps you small. I've watched people exhaust themselves trying to outdo, outshine, outperform. They're running a race that has no finish line because they're competing with an illusion. The moment you decide someone else's blessing is evidence that yours is coming too, that's when you step off the hamster wheel and onto solid ground. Let me show you how this works in the invisible realm. Every time you genuinely celebrate another person's success, you're sending out a signal. You're telling the universe, I recognize abundance. I'm aligned with it. I'm ready for it. You're tuning your radio to the frequency of prosperity. But when you resent, compare, or diminish someone else's achievement, you're broadcasting a different message entirely. There's not enough. I'm being left behind. Life is unfair. And the universe, being the perfect mirror it is, responds in kind. Not as punishment, never as punishment, but as reflection. Here's what I want you to understand deeply. The same power that created that blessing for them is available to create one for you. It's not reserved for the lucky few. It's not playing favorites. It's neutral, impersonal, and infinitely abundant. Think about the sun for a moment. Does it shine on one garden and withhold light from another? Does it save its warmth for the deserving and deny it to others? Of course not. It shines on everything equally. The only question is whether you've planted seeds and removed the weeds that block the light. Your jealousy is a weed. Pull it up by the root, not with guilt or shame, but with understanding. It's trying to protect you, in its misguided way, by keeping you alert to threats. But there is no threat. There never was. And this is where the real work begins. Not in fighting the mind, but in gently, persistently redirecting it. You see, your mind has been running the same patterns for so long that they've become highways, deep grooves worn into the landscape of your consciousness. The anxious thought comes, and your mind immediately knows where to go with it. It follows the familiar path: worry, catastrophize, panic, repeat. But here's what most people don't realize: you can build new roads. Every time you catch yourself in that spiral and choose differently, even for a moment, you're laying down a new neural pathway. You're teaching your brain that there's another way to respond. It doesn't happen overnight. The old highways don't disappear just because you've started building new ones. But over time, with consistency, the new paths become easier to travel. They become automatic. I've watched this transformation in my own life. There was a period when every morning began with dread. Before I even opened my eyes, my mind would already be cataloging everything that could go wrong that day. It was exhausting, but I made a decision. Every single morning, before that spiral could take hold, I would speak 3 statements of truth out loud. Not affirmations I didn't believe. Not empty positive thinking, but truth. I am here. I am breathing. This moment is safe. That's it. Nothing fancy, nothing metaphysical. Just acknowledging what was actually demonstrably true in that moment. The first few weeks, it felt mechanical. My mind would immediately argue back. But what about the presentation next week? What about the bills? What about that conversation you need to have? And I would acknowledge those thoughts, not fight them, and return to the truth. Right now, in this moment, I am here. I am breathing. This moment is safe. Slowly, something shifted. The morning dread lost its grip, not because my circumstances changed, they hadn't, but because I had interrupted the pattern. I had shown my nervous system that it didn't have to brace for disaster the moment I woke up. This is the practice. This is the path forward. Now, let's get practical. Because if you're anything like the people I work with, you're probably thinking, this all sounds lovely, but how do I actually do this when my thoughts are a tornado and my body feels like it's running on fumes? Here's what I want you to understand. Rewiring your nervous system isn't about positive thinking. It's not about slapping affirmations over a screaming nervous system. That's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. What we're doing here is deeper. We're teaching your body that safety is possible, that rest is not a luxury, that peace is your birthright, not something you have to earn through exhaustion. Let me give you something concrete. There's a technique I use with clients who are so activated they can't even meditate without their mind spiraling. I call it the 90-second rule. When you notice anxiety rising, when that familiar clench starts in your chest, you don't fight it. You don't try to think your way out of it. Instead, you feel it. Fully, for just 90 seconds. Here's why this works. An emotion. in its pure biological form, lasts about 90 seconds in your body. That surge of cortisol, that wave of adrenaline, 90 seconds. After that, if you're still anxious, it's because you're thinking the thoughts that keep retriggering it. You're feeding the fire. So when anxiety comes, you say, "All right, I see you. I'm going to feel you for 90 seconds." You put your hand on your chest. You breathe. You let the sensation move through you without making it mean anything, without making it evidence that something's wrong. You let it be weather passing through. And just like weather, it always passes. You know what I've noticed? The feelings you resist the most are often the ones carrying the most important information. The anxiety that shows up before you, make a bold move, that's not a stop sign. That's your system registering that something significant is happening, that you're stepping beyond what's familiar. I had a client who wanted to start her own business. Every time she got close to actually taking action, panic would flood her system. She interpreted this as a sign she wasn't ready, as evidence she should wait, as proof that entrepreneurship wasn't her path. But here's what was really happening. Her nervous system was responding to newness, to visibility, to the vulnerability of putting something into the world that mattered to her. The panic wasn't saying, "Don't do this." It was saying, "This matters to you." That's why it feels big. When she understood this, when she stopped treating her anxiety as a verdict and started treating it as information, everything shifted. She could feel the nervousness and still take action. She could acknowledge the fear and still move forward. The feeling didn't have to disappear for her to begin. This is the difference between being controlled by your feelings and being informed by them. Most people think courage means not feeling afraid. But courage is feeling afraid, and deciding the fear doesn't get the final vote. It's acknowledging the trembling in your hands and signing the contract anyway. It's noticing the doubt in your mind and speaking up anyway. You don't have to wait until you feel confident to act confident. You don't have to wait until you feel worthy to claim what's yours. The feeling follows the action far more often than it precedes it. I see this all the time with money. People wait to feel abundant before they make empowered financial decisions. But abundance is something you practice first, feel second. You make the decision that an abundant person would make, even while your bank account is still catching up. You tip generously even when money feels tight. You invest in yourself even when it feels scary. You act as if the abundance is already here. And then, mysteriously, your feelings start to align. Your reality starts to shift, because you stopped waiting for permission from your emotions. You see, there's a woman I knew who wanted desperately to write a book. Every day she would say, "I just don't feel inspired. The muse hasn't struck me. When I feel it, I'll write." Months turned into years. The book remained unwritten. One day, exhausted by her own excuses, she made a radical choice. She sat down at her desk and declared, "I am a writer, whether I feel like one or not." She wrote one page, then another. The feeling of inspiration? It came 3 weeks later, after she'd already written 40 pages. The inspiration followed the commitment. The emotion caught up to the action. This is what most people get backwards. They think the sequence is feel inspired, then act, then become. But the universe operates on a different principle entirely. The sequence is decide who you are, act accordingly, then watch the feelings rearrange themselves to match. Your emotions are not the captain of your ship. They're passengers, sometimes loud, sometimes dramatic, but passengers nonetheless. You are the captain. And the captain doesn't wait for the passengers to agree on the direction before setting sail. Now, I can hear some of you protesting. But Florence? Isn't this just pretending? Isn't this denial? No, my dear. Denial is saying, "I'm not afraid," while trembling. What I'm teaching you is entirely different. I'm saying, I acknowledge the fear, and I move forward anyway because I know who I truly am. There's honesty in this. Brutal honesty, actually. You're admitting that yes, the human part of you feels uncertain, feels afraid, feels doubtful, but you're also declaring that these feelings are not the whole truth of you. There is something deeper, something that knows, something that sees beyond the temporary storm of emotion. Think of it this way. When a child is learning to walk, does she wait until she feels confident? Does she wait until the fear of falling disappears? Of course not. She stands, she wobbles, she falls, she stands again. The confidence comes after the walking, not before it. And here's what happens next. You begin to take small steps, not giant leaps, Not dramatic transformations, just small, faithful steps in the direction of what you desire. You speak the word. You hold the vision. You take the action that's before you. And nothing happens. At least, nothing you can see. This is where most people turn back. This is where the old doubt creeps in and whispers, "See, I told you it wouldn't work. I told you that you weren't special enough, weren't worthy enough, weren't chosen." But you must understand something crucial. The universe doesn't operate on your timetable. Divine timing is not the same as your impatient demanding. There's a gestation period for every seed you plant. You don't dig up a seed every day to check if it's growing, do you? Of course not. You plant it, you water it, you trust the process. Your dreams work the same way. I've watched people give up 3 days before their breakthrough. 3 days. They were so close, standing right at the edge of their miracle, and they walked away because they couldn't see the evidence yet. Do you know what faith really is? It's not blind optimism. It's not pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Faith is the ability to see the invisible harvest while you're still planting seeds. It's knowing that the work you're doing right now, in secret, in silence, without applause or recognition, it's all counting. It's all adding up. Nothing is wasted. Every prayer you speak, every vision you hold, every time you choose love over fear, abundance over lack, trust over worry, you're building something. You're constructing the invisible framework upon which your visible life will manifest. Think of it like building a house. First comes the foundation. You can't see much progress, it's just concrete and dirt. Then comes the framing, still doesn't look like a home. Then walls, then roof, then finally the paint and furniture that make everyone say, "Oh, how lovely." But without that invisible foundation work, without those unglamorous early stages, the house collapses. Your life is the same way. You're in the foundation stage right now. You're doing the invisible work. And yes, it feels thankless. Yes, it feels like nothing is happening. But everything is happening. Beneath the surface, in the realm you cannot see, divine orchestration is taking place. People are being moved into position. Circumstances are aligning. Doors are unlocking. Your job is not to force it. Your job is not to manipulate or control or panic. Your job is simply to remain faithful. To keep speaking your word, to keep holding your vision, to keep taking the next small step. Because here's what I know about the spiritual laws that govern this universe. They don't care about your timeline. They don't operate on your schedule. They work in their own perfect timing, which is always times more magnificent than anything you could have orchestrated with your limited human perspective. I've watched this play out hundreds of times. A woman prays for a husband, she sets her intention, she does her inner work, and then nothing. Months pass. A year passes. She begins to doubt. She begins to waver. And then, just when she's truly let go of the desperate grasping, just when she's found her wholeness within herself, there he is. Not the man she thought she wanted, but the man her soul actually needed. And she realizes, if he had shown up 6 months earlier, she wouldn't have been ready. She would have sabotaged it. The delay wasn't denial. It was preparation. The universe was getting her times ready for the blessing she had claimed. This is the part they don't tell you about manifestation. They show you the highlight reel, the sudden windfall, the miraculous healing, the instantaneous shift. But they don't show you the months of holding steady when nothing appeared to be happening. They don't show you the daily practice of speaking your word into a void that seemed to mock you with its silence. But that void, it was never empty. It was times pregnant, times with possibility. You see, there's a gestation period for miracles, just like there is for babies. A woman doesn't plant a seed in her womb and expect to give birth the next morning. She knows there's a sacred process unfolding, invisible work happening beneath the surface. Cells multiplying, a heart forming, lungs developing. All hidden from view, but absolutely, undeniably real. Your demonstration is the same way. Just because you can't see it yet doesn't mean it isn't forming. Just because you can't touch it yet doesn't mean it isn't real. Right now, in the invisible realm where all things are possible, your good is taking shape. It's gathering momentum. It's organizing itself according to divine order. And your job, your only job, is to not interfere with the process. You know what interferes with the process? Anxiety, doubt, trying to figure out the how, checking every 5 minutes to see if it's manifested yet. Like a child digging up a seed to see if it's growing. And every single one of these actions is rooted in one thing: fear. Fear that it won't happen. Fear that you're not worthy. Fear that the universe made a mistake when it gave you this desire in the first place. But here's what I need you to understand. The moment you planted that seed in consciousness, the moment you truly claimed your vision, the universe said yes. The entire machinery of creation began moving on your behalf. But you have to let it work. You have to trust the process that you yourself set into motion. When a farmer plants corn, he doesn't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. He doesn't stand over the field anxiously wringing his hands, wondering if he did something wrong. He plants it, waters it, and then he goes about his business with absolute faith that the harvest will come. He knows that there are laws at work beneath the surface, invisible laws that he cannot see, but that he trusts completely. You must do the same with your demonstrations. Now, I can hear some of you saying, "But Florence, how long do I have to wait? When will I see results?" And I understand this question. Truly I do. We live in a world that has trained us to expect instant gratification. We press a button and the lights turn on. We flip a switch and the music plays. We've forgotten that the greatest miracles often require what I call the gestation period. Every creation has a gestation period. A baby grows in the womb for 9 months. An oak tree begins as a tiny acorn buried in darkness. Even your own thoughts go through an invisible process before they materialize in your outer world. There is always a gap, a sacred gap between the planting and the harvest. This gap is not empty time, it is working time. It is the universe rearranging circumstances, aligning people, opening doors, and preparing the perfect way for your demonstration to arrive. But you must not interfere with this divine timing through your doubt and impatience. I once knew a woman who was desperate to sell her home. She affirmed, she visualized, she did everything right. But after 2 weeks with no buyers, she panicked. She began telling everyone how impossible it was to sell, how the market was terrible, how she'd never find someone to purchase her property. She completely reversed her demonstration through fear-based words. 3 months later, still no sale. Then someone reminded her of spiritual law, and she began again, this time with unwavering faith. She affirmed daily, "Infinite intelligence knows the perfect buyer. That buyer is now being led to this property through divine timing." She released all anxiety, all forcing, all manipulation. Within 2 weeks, the right buyer appeared, someone who loved the house exactly as it was and paid the full asking price without negotiation. You see, the universe responds not to our desperate pleas, but to our confident expectations. When we waver, we send mixed signals. It's like standing at a crossroads, pointing in 2 directions simultaneously and expecting to arrive somewhere specific. The law cannot follow contradictory instructions. I've watched people destroy beautiful manifestations through one moment of doubt spoken aloud. A woman was healing from a chronic illness. Her body was responding magnificently to spiritual treatment. Then, at a social gathering, someone asked about her health, and she replied, "Oh, I'm doing better, but these things always come back." Within days, her symptoms returned. Her words had reversed the healing current. This is why the ancient teachers warned against idle talk. Every word carries creative power. We are constantly building or destroying with our speech. The tongue, as Scripture tells us, is indeed a rudder that steers the entire ship of our lives. Now, let me share something that will revolutionize your understanding. Your subconscious mind accepts whatever you tell it with feeling and conviction. It doesn't argue. It doesn't judge. It simply says, "Yes, your wish is my command," and sets about creating the circumstances to match your words. If you continually say, "I can't afford that," your subconscious will ensure you can't. If you say, "I never get breaks," you won't. If you declare, "Money comes to me easily and frequently," and you believe it, it will. A man once came to me, frustrated about his stagnant career. I asked him to monitor his speech for 1 week. He discovered he said variations of "I'm stuck" at least 20 times daily. "I'm stuck in this position. I'm stuck at this salary. I'm stuck with these responsibilities." He was literally speaking his prison into existence. I gave him a new phrase: "I am moving forward swiftly into my perfect opportunity." He resisted. At first, it felt untrue, but I explained that spiritual truth supersedes apparent truth. In the invisible realm, his perfect opportunity already existed. He was simply aligning his words with that higher reality. For 30 days, he disciplined his speech. Whenever the old pattern emerged, he consciously replaced it. He stopped complaining about his job and began blessing it as a stepping stone. The transformation was remarkable. Within 6 weeks, he was offered a position he hadn't even applied for, one that doubled his salary and aligned perfectly with his talents. I remember another person who came to me with what she called the unluckiest life imaginable. She had lost her home, her savings had dwindled to almost nothing, and her health was failing. But the most telling thing she said was this: I knew this would happen. Things always go wrong for me. There it was, the confession of failure built into her very consciousness. She had been decreeing disaster for years, and life had simply obliged her request. I told her what I'm telling you now. The universe doesn't judge your words as complaints or affirmations. It simply reflects back the dominant pattern of your thinking. If you persistently declare that life is hard, that money is scarce, that love always leaves, you are writing those conditions into your personal law. We began the work of reversing this pattern. Instead of chronicling everything that went wrong, she started a gratitude inventory each night. At first, she could barely find 3 things. But gradually, her perception shifted. She began seeing evidence of protection, of small mercies, of doors opening where she hadn't even knocked. The external changes didn't happen overnight, but something more fundamental transformed: her expectation. She stopped walking through life, braced for the next catastrophe. And as her inner stance shifted, opportunities began appearing. A former colleague offered her consulting work. A health practitioner helped her address her symptoms. Within a year, her circumstances had completely reversed. This is the mechanics of demonstration. Change your inner conviction, and your outer world must rearrange itself to match. Now, you might be thinking, but what about real problems? What about circumstances that are genuinely difficult? I'm not suggesting you deny reality or pretend everything is perfect when it isn't. There's a vast difference between denial and spiritual knowing. When you face a challenge, you can acknowledge it without giving it power. You can say, this is the current appearance, but it is not my truth. My truth is abundance, health, and right action. You're not ignoring the problem. You're refusing to make it your identity. This shift in perspective changes everything. It's the difference between being a victim of circumstances and being a conscious creator of your experience. I've watched people transform their lives simply by changing the story they tell themselves. Instead of saying, I'm struggling financially, they begin to say, I'm in the process of manifesting abundance. Instead of, I'm sick, they declare, I'm returning to perfect health. The external situation might look the same initially, but the internal shift has already begun the transformation. You see, your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It accepts whatever you consistently tell it as truth. If you say, I never have enough, it will work tirelessly to prove you right. If you say, I am divinely supplied, it will find ways to manifest that reality. It's not magic, it's law. It's the law of mental equivalence. Your outer world must eventually conform to your inner convictions. But here's where many people stumble. They try to affirm one thing while believing another. They say words of abundance while their heart whispers fear. They declare health while seeing themselves as fragile and broken. This creates what I call spiritual confusion, the mind trying to move in 2 directions at once. The key is alignment. Your words, your feelings, and your imagination must work together. When you speak an affirmation, let yourself feel the relief of it already being true. When you visualize your desire, step into that scene as if you're living it now. Don't just watch it from the outside, inhabit it. What would you see? What would you feel? What would others be saying to you? I remember a woman who came to me desperate for work. She had been unemployed for months and was terrified of losing her apartment. I asked her to stop talking about what she lacked and instead give thanks for her perfect right work. She resisted at first. How can I be thankful for something I don't have? She asked. I explained that gratitude isn't about what's visible, it's about what's inevitable. When you truly know that divine intelligence is arranging your good, you can be grateful before you see the evidence. So she began each day saying, I give thanks for my perfect work, in my perfect way, for perfect pay. She stopped complaining, stopped recounting her rejections, and instead acted as though her employment was simply delayed in appearing, not absent. Within 2 weeks, an opportunity came through a channel she never would have expected. Not just any job, but work that suited her perfectly and paid more than she had dared to imagine. The provision was there all along, waiting for her consciousness to match it. This is why I always say, your good is seeking you just as much as you are seeking it, perhaps even more so. The universe is not withholding from you. You are withholding from the universe by the limitations you place on your own imagination. So many people pray with clenched fists, holding on desperately to how they think their good must arrive. They say, I need money, and it must come from my job. Or, I need love, and it must come from this particular person. Do you see the error? They are dictating terms to infinite intelligence, which knows 1,000 ways they have never conceived. When you make your demand on the universal supply, you must also make way for it. You cannot hold both fear and faith in the same moment. You cannot demand your good and then spend your day worrying about how it will arrive. Worry is inverted faith. It is faith in disaster rather than faith in good. I knew a man who needed a specific sum of money within a month. The amount was substantial, and he had no visible means of obtaining it. Every day he would feel the panic rising in his chest. He would calculate and recalculate, trying to figure out where it could possibly come from. He was exhausting himself in the mental realm, running in circles. Finally, he came to me, nearly defeated. I told him, stop trying to figure it out. Your job is not to arrange the universe. Your job is to see clearly what you want and then trust the divine plan. I gave him a statement to repeat. Infinite Spirit, open the way for the divine design of my life to manifest. I give thanks that this sum, or something better, now comes to me in perfect ways. That last part is crucial, in perfect ways. Not in the way you have planned, not through the person you have selected. Not according to your limited timeline. In perfect ways, which means ways that serve the highest good of all involved. He practiced this faithfully. Instead of calculating and worrying, whenever the fear arose, he would repeat his statement. He would thank God in advance for the perfect solution. Within 3 weeks, the money came through an inheritance he had known nothing about. A distant relative had passed and remembered him in the will. The universe had a plan all along that his worried mind could never have conceived. This is exactly what I mean when I say, your good is not where you think it is. You look at your bank account, your current job, your existing contacts, and you think those are your only channels. But the universe has infinite channels, infinite doorways, infinite ways to bring your good to you. Your job is not to figure out the how. Your job is to hold the vision and let God work out the details. Every time you worry about the how, you close a door the universe was preparing to open. Every time you say, but I don't see how this could possibly work, you block a miracle that was already on its way. I've seen this play out in the most extraordinary ways. A woman needed a new home but had no down payment. Instead of going into fear, she affirmed daily, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my right home under grace in a perfect way. She didn't know where the money would come from. She simply held the vision. 2 months later, she received a call from an old employer. Years ago, she had been part of a profit-sharing plan that she'd completely forgotten about. The company had been holding her share, unable to locate her. The amount? The exact down payment she needed, plus a little extra for moving expenses. Now, some would call that coincidence. I call it divine orchestration. When you stop trying to force doors open with your limited human will and instead allow Spirit to lead, the right doors swing open effortlessly. Sometimes, the answer comes from where you're looking, but more often, it comes from a direction you never considered. This is why faith is so essential. Faith is not blind belief. Faith is the inner knowing that the universe is conspiring in your favor, even when all evidence suggests otherwise. Faith is the ability to say, it is done, before you see a single shred of physical proof. Faith is treating the invisible as already real. Faith is the bridge between where you are and where you are going. It's the invisible hand that pulls your desire from the realm of possibility into the world of form. And here's what most people don't understand. Faith doesn't mean blind hope. It doesn't mean wishing and wondering. Faith is in time's act asterisk. It is time's decision asterisk. It is standing so firmly in the truth of your word that the universe has no choice but to rearrange itself to match your conviction. I have seen people with enormous faith move mountains with a whisper. I have seen others with desperate wanting push their blessings further away with every plea. The difference? One spoke with authority. The other spoke with fear disguised as hope. When you live in faith, you stop asking times if times, and you start asking times how it will unfold asterisk. You stop begging and you start thanking. You stop chasing and you start receiving. This is not arrogance, this is alignment. This is you remembering that you are not separate from the creative power that spun galaxies into being. You are an individualized expression of that power, and your word carries the same creative force. But faith must be times active asterisk. You cannot sit on your couch declaring abundance while clutching your poverty. You cannot affirm perfect health while obsessing over every symptom. You cannot claim your soulmate while constantly rehearsing past heartbreaks. Faith requires you to times live as though it is already done asterisk. This is what it means to act as if. Not pretending, not faking, but embodying the consciousness of the person who already has what you desire. How does that version of you walk? How do they spend their time? What do they think about? What do they no longer tolerate? You must become the vibrational match for your desire times before times it appears. This is the great secret that mystics have whispered for centuries. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you times are asterisk. And faith is the tool that allows you to become it before you see it. Let me share something that happened to a woman I worked with years ago. She came to me desperate for money. She had debts piling up, rent overdue, and every day she woke up thinking about what she didn't have. I asked her a simple question. What would you be doing right now if you already had all the money you needed? She looked at me, confused. But I don't have it. I know, I said, but what would you be doing if you did? She thought for a moment. I'd be peaceful. I'd stop checking my bank account every hour. I'd go for walks without this knot in my stomach. I'd probably help my neighbor who's struggling too. Then do that, I told her. Be peaceful now. Stop checking your account. Take the walk. Help your neighbor. But how can I act like I have money when I don't? And here's what I explained to her and what I'm explaining to you now. Faith isn't about pretending you have the thing. It's about embodying the consciousness that would have the thing. There's a massive difference. When you pretend, you're lying to yourself. Your subconscious knows it's not true, and that resistance blocks everything. But when you embody the consciousness, you're aligning with the spiritual truth that supply is already yours. You're not pretending to have money. You're claiming the peace, the generosity, the freedom that money represents. And the universe responds to that frequency. Within 2 weeks, that woman received an unexpected check from a relative she hadn't heard from in years. Within a month, she got a job offer that doubled her previous salary. But here's what really changed. She stopped living in lack. Even before the money showed up, she had already shifted into abundance consciousness. This is what I mean when I say faith precedes the form. The inner state creates the outer condition, always. Now, I want to talk to you about what happens when you try to force things. So many people come to me and they say, Florence, I've been affirming, I've been visualizing, I've been doing everything right, but nothing's happening. And when I look closer, I see they're gripping. They're white-knuckling their desire. They're checking the mailbox 17 times a day. They're refreshing their bank account every hour. They're texting that person constantly, desperately, hoping for a response. This is not faith. This is fear dressed up in spiritual clothing. True faith has a quality of ease to it. It's relaxed. It knows. There's a difference between holding an intention and strangling an outcome. When you're in true alignment, you can state your desire clearly, you can feel it as already done, and then you can go about your day in peace. You don't need to monitor it constantly because you trust the universe is handling the details. Let me give you an example. I once knew a woman who wanted to sell her home. She set her intention, she blessed the house, she affirmed that the perfect buyer was already on their way. Then she cleaned it beautifully, made it presentable, and went about her life. She didn't obsess, she didn't panic when a week went by without a showing. She simply knew. Within 3 weeks, she had multiple offers, and one of them was well above her asking price. The buyer even told her, I felt drawn to this house. I can't explain it, but I knew it was meant to be mine. Now compare that to another person I worked with who also wanted to sell. This person was frantic. Every day without a buyer felt like a personal crisis. They kept lowering the price out of fear. They badmouthed the house to potential buyers, saying things like, I know it needs work, or I hope someone will take it off my hands. They were affirming lack with every word, every thought, every anxious moment. That house sat on the market for over a year. Do you see the difference? One person was working with the law, the other was working against it. And the law doesn't care about your effort if your effort is rooted in doubt. Because here's what most people do. They ask for something and then immediately begin to hedge their bets. They say, I want this, but just in case it doesn't happen, I'm preparing for disappointment. That's not faith. That's rehearsing failure. You can't plant a seed and dig it up every day to check if it's growing. The constant checking is what kills it. Your worry is the shovel. Your doubt is the frost. I once knew a woman who was trying to sell her house. Every day, she'd walk through the rooms and say, I'll never sell this place. The market is terrible. Nobody wants this. She'd call her friends and complain. She'd read articles about failing real estate markets. She saturated her mind with the evidence of what she didn't want. And then she'd wonder why the house sat empty, month after month. I said to her, You're watering the wrong seed. You're feeding the thing you say you don't want. She changed her approach. She blessed the house. She thanked it for the perfect buyer who was already on their way. She stopped consuming content about market crashes and started imagining the joy of the family who would love that home. Within 2 weeks, she had an offer. Not because the market changed, because she did. You have to understand, your inner conversation is creating your outer reality. What you're saying to yourself when no one is listening is far more powerful than what you're saying out loud. If you're walking around all day thinking, I'm broke, I'm stuck, I'm unlucky, then that's the instruction you're giving to the universe. You're ordering from the menu of limitation, and then you get upset when limitation shows up at your door. But when you change the inner conversation, when you start speaking to yourself the way you would speak to someone you're trying to encourage, everything shifts. You stop saying, Why is this happening to me? And start saying, What is this teaching me? You stop saying, I can't afford it, and start saying, I'm open to creative solutions. You stop saying, It's too late, and start saying, Divine timing is perfect. You stop saying, I'm not worthy, and start saying, I was born worthy. These aren't just nice affirmations you paste on your bathroom mirror. This is the fundamental reshaping of your inner reality. Because here's what most people don't understand. Your subconscious mind doesn't argue with you. It doesn't fact check. It doesn't say, well, actually, that's not true based on your credit score. It simply accepts what you repeatedly tell it and then goes to work making it real. When you say, I'm broke, your subconscious says, okay, broke it is. Let me find evidence to support that. And suddenly you notice every bill, every expense, every reason why money is tight. When you say, I'm abundant, your subconscious says, okay, abundant it is. Let me show you opportunities. And suddenly you notice the refund check you forgot about, the client who reaches out, the idea that could generate income. Same reality, different filter, different results. I've watched people transform their entire financial situation just by changing how they speak to themselves in private. Not in public. Anyone can sound positive in public. I'm talking about that voice in your head when you're alone at 2 a.m., when you're looking at your bank account, when you're making decisions about what you can and cannot do. One woman I knew used to say, I'll never get out of debt. Every single day. It was her mantra. And guess what? She was right. For years she was right. Then one day, something shifted. She got so tired of her own story that she decided to try something different. She started saying, I am becoming debt-free. Not even I am debt-free, she couldn't believe that yet. Just, I am becoming. Within 6 months, she had paid off more debt than she had in the previous 3 years. Not because she suddenly made more money, though that did happen, but because she started making different decisions. She stopped the impulsive spending that was a reaction to feeling poor. She noticed opportunities she'd been blind to before. She asked for the raise she'd been too scared to request. Within 3 months, her salary had increased. Within 6 months, she'd moved to a better apartment. Within a year, her entire financial reality had transformed, not because the external world suddenly decided to favor her, but because she had stopped vibrating at the frequency of poverty. This is what most people miss about affirmations. They think it's about tricking the universe. It's not. It's about realizing that you've been tricking yourself into limitation all along, and now you're simply telling the truth about what's actually possible. And here's what happens when you start speaking these truths consistently. The universe responds. Not because it's magically granting wishes, but because you've aligned yourself with the laws that govern manifestation. Think of it this way. If you plant tomato seeds and then spend every day worrying that you'll grow weeds, what happens? The seeds don't care about your worry. They follow their inherent design. They become tomatoes. Your anxiety doesn't change botanical law. But here's where the metaphor gets interesting. With your financial reality, you are the seed. And you're also the gardener. Your subconscious mind is the soil. And the thoughts you think, the words you speak, these are what you plant there every single day. Most people are planting poverty seeds while praying for wealth harvests. They're saying, I am prosperous, once in the morning, then spending the entire day thinking, I can't afford this, and money is so hard to come by, and rich people are lucky. That's like planting one tomato seed and 1,000 weed seeds, then wondering why your garden isn't producing the way you hoped. The power of persistent affirmation is that it changes the ratio. You start planting more prosperity seeds than poverty seeds. Eventually, the garden of your mind shifts. The wealth thoughts outnumber the lack thoughts. And your external reality, which is always a reflection of your internal landscape, begins to mirror that shift. I've watched this happen hundreds of times. The speed varies. The specific manifestations differ, but the pattern is always the same. Change the inner conversation, and the outer circumstances must follow. Because here's a truth that might upset people who are attached to their victim stories. You are not poor because of the economy. You are not struggling because of your parents, your education, your age, your location, or any other external factor. Those things may be circumstances. But circumstances are not causes. The cause is always consciousness. You see, there's a woman I knew who spent years blaming her parents for her unhappy marriage. She'd say, well, I never saw a good example of love growing up. How could I know any different? And it was true. Her childhood home had been cold, distant. But here's what she didn't see. Her sister, who grew up in that same house, had created a beautiful, loving marriage. Same parents, same circumstances, different consciousness. What changed for this woman? The moment she stopped saying, because of my past, and started saying, in spite of my past, I choose differently now. That shift, that tiny shift in consciousness, opened a door that had been closed for decades. This is what I mean when I say circumstances are not causes. They're just the stage set. You're the director of the play. Now, let me be clear about something, because this is where people often misunderstand spiritual law. When I say your consciousness creates your circumstances, I'm not saying you sit around thinking positive thoughts and wait for magic to happen. That's not how this works. Consciousness isn't just thought, it's conviction. It's the deep, unshakable knowing beneath your thoughts. You can affirm abundance all day long, but if underneath those words there's a trembling fear that whispers, but what if it doesn't work? Well, that fear is your real consciousness. And that's what's creating. The universe doesn't respond to your words. It responds to what you truly believe is possible for you. I once knew a man who wanted to be successful in business. He'd say his affirmations faithfully. I am prosperous, I am successful. But every time an opportunity came, he'd find a reason it wouldn't work. The timing's not right. I don't have enough experience. Someone else could do it better. His words said one thing. His consciousness, his deep belief about himself said another. And guess which one won? The work, then, isn't just in changing your words. It's in changing the foundational belief. It's in going deeper than the surface and asking, what do I really believe about myself? What do I really believe I deserve? What do I really believe is possible? Because that deep place, that's where creation happens. And here's what I've learned to do with that awareness. I sit down, I get quiet, and I ask myself, asterisk, what would I claim if I truly believed the universe was on my side? Asterisk. Not what's realistic, not what's safe, not what people would approve of, but what would I claim if I really knew that the universe conspires in my favor? Sometimes the answer surprises me. Sometimes what rises up isn't what I thought I wanted at all. Sometimes it's simpler. Sometimes it's bigger. But it's always true. And then I do something that might seem small, but I promise you, it changes everything. I begin to speak as if it's already done. Not in some fake, plastered-on way. Not pretending. But aligning my words with the vision that's alive in me. I stop saying I hope and start saying I am. I stop saying someday and start saying now, in divine timing. I stop apologizing for my dreams and start declaring them. Because your words are not just sounds floating in the air, they are creative forces, they are seeds, and whatever you plant with your tongue, you will eventually harvest in your life. I knew a man once who spent years saying, "I never have enough. Never enough money. Never enough time. Never enough luck." And you know what? He was absolutely right. He didn't. Because every time he spoke that phrase, he was watering the very seeds of lack he claimed he wanted to uproot. One day, something shifted. He decided to try something different. Instead of, "I never have enough," he began to say, even when his bank account said otherwise, "I am always provided for. Everything I need comes to me." It felt awkward at first, almost dishonest. But he kept at it, and slowly, opportunity began to appear. Not because the universe suddenly woke up and noticed him, but because he woke up and began to notice what had been there all along. That's the power of your word. It's not magic. It's time's alignment asterisk. It's tuning your instrument to the frequency of what you truly desire. So what are you speaking over your life today? Are your words building the future you want, or reinforcing the past you're trying to leave behind? Because here's what I've learned through years of teaching this principle. Your words don't just describe your reality, they prescribe it. They don't just report on what is, they determine what will be. Every time you speak, you're either confirming your limitations or declaring your freedom. You're either agreeing with lack or aligning with abundance. Think about the language you use around money. Do you say, "I can't afford that"? Or do you say, "I'm choosing to invest my resources elsewhere right now"? The first statement is a declaration of poverty. The second is an assertion of choice and power. Do you say, "I'm so broke"? Or do you say, "I'm in a period of financial reorganization"? Your subconscious mind is listening to every word, taking notes, making it so. And it's not about lying to yourself. It's not about pretending you have money in the bank when you don't. It's about refusing to cement your current circumstances with the language of permanence. It's about speaking to the potential rather than the present, to the promise rather than the problem. I once counseled a woman who would say, every single day, "I never have enough." She said it about time, about money, about energy, about love. And guess what her life reflected? Exactly that. Never enough. Until one day, I challenged her. "What if," I said, "you started saying, 'I always have exactly what I need when I need it'?" She resisted at first. It felt untrue, but she began anyway, as an experiment. Within weeks, opportunities appeared, resources showed up. The shift wasn't in her circumstances first, it was in her consciousness, activated by her words. Your word is your wand. Every statement is a spell you're casting over your own life. So cast wisely, speak deliberately. Choose your words like you're choosing the blueprint for a building, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're building your tomorrow with the words you speak today. So I'll ask you again, with even more urgency, what are you saying about yourself when no one else is listening? I want you to close your eyes for just a moment and think about the last time you held your breath waiting for something good to happen. Maybe you were waiting for money to come in, or for someone to finally see you, or for life to stop feeling so impossibly hard. And while you were holding your breath, clenching your fists, trying to control every little thing, did it come? Or did it feel like the harder you squeezed, the more it slipped through your fingers like water? I know that feeling. I know it in my bones. Because I spent years of my life believing that this world was a place of lack, a place where you had to fight and scrape and protect what little you had because there simply wasn't enough to go around. I watched people hoard their pennies, guard their hearts, and keep their gifts hidden away like precious jewels that might get stolen if anyone knew they existed. And you know what I noticed? Those same people walked around empty, afraid, small, living lives that felt like they were happening to them rather than through them. But here's what I discovered that changed absolutely everything, and I mean everything. The universe doesn't operate on the economy of scarcity that we've been taught. It operates on something so wildly different, so completely opposite to what we think we know, that when you finally understand it, when you really let it sink into your soul, your entire life reorganizes itself around this truth. The more you give to the universe, the more it gives back to you. Not eventually, not someday. Not as a reward for being good enough, but immediately, lavishly, abundantly, in ways that will make your logical mind spin because it defies every rule you thought you knew about how life works. Now, I can already feel some of you pulling back, thinking, "Oh, here we go. Another person telling me to give away what I don't have, to be positive while my bills are piling up, to pretend everything's fine when it's not. But that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm sharing with you today isn't about pretending or performing or doing something you don't believe in. It's about understanding a law, a spiritual law, that's as real and as reliable as gravity. And when you learn to work with this law instead of against it, you stop trying to squeeze water from stones and you start drinking from an infinite well that was there all along. I've seen this principle transform lives that seemed absolutely hopeless. I've watched people on the brink of financial ruin step into unimaginable prosperity. I've seen broken relationships heal. I've witnessed bodies recover from illness that doctors said was impossible. And every single time, it started with the same shift. Someone stopped asking, "What can I get?" and started asking, "What can I give?" So today, I want to take you on a journey. Not just to understand this principle intellectually, though we'll do that, but to feel it, to know it, to recognize the moments in your own life where this law has been operating, whether you realized it or not. And by the time we're finished here, you're going to see the universe completely differently. You're going to see yourself completely differently. And that shift, that one shift, is going to open doors you didn't even know were there. This isn't mystical nonsense. This is how reality actually works. And the people who understand it, who live by it, who trust it completely, they're the ones walking around with this quiet confidence, this unshakable peace, this magnetic quality that draws good things to them, like moths to a flame. They're not special. They're not lucky. They're not more deserving than you. They just know something you're about to learn. Are you ready? Because what I'm about to share with you isn't just information. It's transformation. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you know it, your life will never be the same. Let's begin. You see, most of us have been taught to live our lives like we're working with a limited supply of everything. Limited money, limited love, limited opportunity, limited time, limited energy. We approach life with this unconscious belief that the pie is only so big, and if someone else gets a piece, there's less for us. If we give too much away, we'll be left with nothing. If we're too generous, too open, too trusting, the world will take advantage of us and we'll end up broken and empty. This belief is so deeply embedded in our culture, in our families, in our own nervous systems, that we don't even question it. It feels like truth. It feels like wisdom. It feels like common sense. Of course you should protect what you have. Of course you should save for a rainy day. Of course you should be careful who you trust, and how much you share, and how vulnerable you allow yourself to be. But here's what I've learned, and I've learned it not from books or theories, but from watching this principle play out in real life, in my life, and in the lives of countless people I've worked with. That belief, that fundamental assumption that there isn't enough, is the very thing that creates the experience of not having enough. It's the very thing that blocks the flow of abundance that wants to reach you. Think of it like this. Imagine a river, a beautiful, endless river of pure, clean water. That river wants to flow. That's its nature. It doesn't flow because it's earned the right to flow or because it's trying hard enough. It flows because that's what rivers do. And when that water flows, it nourishes everything it touches. Plants grow, animals drink, life flourishes. The river gives and gives and gives. And it never runs dry because it's connected to an infinite source. Now imagine someone comes along and builds a dam. They're scared. They think, I better hold on to this water. I better make sure I have enough. What if there's a drought? What if someone else takes it? What if I give it away, and then I need it later? So they block the flow. They hoard what they have. They hold tight. And you know what happens? The water behind the dam becomes stagnant. It stops nourishing anything. It becomes murky and lifeless. Meanwhile, everything downstream dries up. The very act of trying to protect and control the water destroys its essential nature, which is to flow. You are that river. I am that river. We're all connected to an infinite source of supply. The universe, God, spirit, whatever name feels right to you, it's endlessly abundant, endlessly creative, endlessly generous. It wants to flow through you, as you to you. But most of us have built dams. We've blocked the flow with our fear, our control, our desperate attempts to hold on to what we have. And here's the beautiful, liberating truth. The moment you open that dam, the moment you start giving freely, generously, joyfully, trusting that the source will never run dry, the flow resumes. Not only resumes, but increases. Because you've aligned yourself with the fundamental nature of the universe, which is to give, to create, to expand, to multiply. This is what I mean when I say the more you give to the universe, the more it gives back. It's not a transaction. It's not a bargain. It's not, I'll give this so I can get that. It's recognizing that giving and receiving are the same thing. They're two sides of the same coin. When you give, you're not depleting yourself. You're opening yourself. You're clearing the channel. You're saying to the universe, I trust you. I know there's more where this came from. I'm not afraid. And the universe responds to that trust like nothing else. Because the universe can only give you what you're open to receive. And you can only receive what you believe is possible, what you believe you deserve, what you believe exists. When you're clutching and grasping and holding tight, you're literally telling the universe, this is all there is. I have to protect this because there's no more coming. And the universe, which always gives you exactly what you believe, says, okay, if that's what you believe, that's what you'll experience. But when you give freely, when you share generously, when you open your hands and your heart and say, there's more than enough. I can give because I trust in the infinite supply, the universe says, yes, that's the truth. Watch what I can do when you're open. I remember so clearly the first time I really understood this. Not just intellectually, but in my bones, in my soul, in that deep knowing place where real transformation happens. I was in a situation where it seemed absolutely insane to give anything away. Money was tight. The future was uncertain. Every practical, logical part of me said, hold on to what you have. Don't be foolish. You can't afford to be generous right now. But something in me, some quiet voice that was wiser than my fear, said, give anyway. Trust anyway. Act as if the universe is abundant even though your bank account says otherwise. And so I did. Not out of obligation or because I thought I should, but because something in me knew, just knew, that this was the way through, not around. And what happened next defied all logic. Within days, not weeks or months, days, money came to me from sources I couldn't have predicted or planned for. Opportunities opened up that hadn't existed before. People reached out wanting to work with me, to support me, to give to me. It was like the universe had just been waiting for me to get out of my own way, to stop blocking the flow with my fear and control. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. That's great for you, Florence, but my situation is different. My problems are real. I can't just give away what I don't have and expect magic to happen. And I hear you. I really do. Because I've heard this from so many people over the years. And here's what I want you to understand. I'm not talking about being irresponsible. I'm not talking about giving away your rent money and hoping the universe pays your landlord. I'm not talking about ignoring practical reality or pretending that bills don't exist. What I'm talking about is much deeper than that. I'm talking about the consciousness you hold, the energy you embody, the fundamental belief you carry about the nature of reality. Because that belief, that consciousness, that energy creates your experience every single time, without exception. When you believe in lack, you create lack. When you believe in limitation, you create limitation. When you believe you have to hoard and protect and control, you create a reality where hoarding and protecting and controlling seem necessary. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Your beliefs create your reality. And then your reality confirms your beliefs, and round you go in a cycle that feels impossible to break. But here's the beautiful thing. The cycle can be broken. In an instant, in a single decision, in one brave moment of trust. Because when you shift your consciousness, when you shift your fundamental belief about the nature of reality, your reality has no choice but to shift with it. It must. It's the law. It's how this whole thing works. So when I say give to the universe, I'm not just talking about money, though that's certainly part of it. I'm talking about giving your energy, your attention, your love, your kindness, your creativity, your gifts, your presence, your faith, your joy. I'm talking about approaching life with open hands instead of clenched fists. I'm talking about trusting the flow instead of trying to control every drop. Give your smile to a stranger. Give your full attention to someone who needs to be heard. Give your forgiveness to someone who hurt you. Not because they deserve it, but because holding on to resentment blocks your flow. Give your blessing to someone else's success instead of feeling threatened by it. Give your time to something that matters. Give your voice to a truth that needs to be spoken. Give your courage to a dream that scares you. Every time you give in, any form, you're saying to the universe, I trust you, I believe in abundance. I know there's more where this came from. And the universe, which is always listening, always responding, always orchestrating, says, yes, let me show you how right you are. Now, I want to share with you a story that illustrates this principle so perfectly, so beautifully, that it still moves me to tears every time I think about it. This happened many years ago with a woman who came to me absolutely desperate. Let's call her Margaret. Margaret was a widow with 3 young children. Her husband had died suddenly, leaving her with almost nothing. She had a little bit of savings, but it was running out fast. She was terrified, paralyzed with fear. She came to me and said, Florence, I don't know what to do. I can't find work. The bills keep coming. My children need things I can't provide. I'm going to lose everything. Please help me. And as I sat with her, as I felt her fear and her pain, I knew that what she needed wasn't a loan or a job reference or practical advice about budgeting. What she needed was a complete shift in consciousness. She needed to break free from the stranglehold of fear and lack that was literally blocking every good thing from reaching her. So I said something that probably surprised her. I said, the universe doesn't care about your current bank balance. It cares about your consciousness. Let me explain what I mean by that, because this is where most people get tripped up. They think that manifestation is about wanting something hard enough, visualizing it clearly enough, or doing enough affirmations. But here's the truth that will set you free. Manifestation is about becoming a vibrational match for what you desire. Your consciousness, your habitual thoughts, your underlying beliefs, your emotional state is broadcasting a signal into the universe every single moment. And the universe, being the perfect mirror that it is, reflects back to you exactly what you're broadcasting. If you're broadcasting fear, you get more circumstances to be fearful about. If you're broadcasting lack, you get more experiences of lacking. But if you broadcast abundance, faith, and expectation of good, the universe conspires to deliver exactly that. This woman's consciousness was saturated with fear. Every thought was about what she didn't have, what might go wrong, how she wasn't enough. And the universe was simply saying, your wish is my command, and giving her more of the same. So I gave her a new statement to repeat, a declaration that would begin to shift her entire energy field. I told her to say, morning and night, with feeling and conviction, my supply is infinite and immediate. God is my inexhaustible resource. And large sums of money come to me quickly and easily, under grace, in perfect ways. Now, I could see the skepticism flicker across her face. She was thinking what so many people think. But that's not true right now. I'm broke. How can I say this when it feels like a lie? And this is the precise point where most people give up. They confuse current circumstances with ultimate truth. They think that what is happening right now is the final word. But circumstances are nothing more than the hardened forms of yesterday's thoughts and beliefs. They're old news. They're the past playing out in your present. If you want a different future, you must begin to speak a different word right now. You must dare to claim what seems impossible. You must speak the language of faith rather than the language of fear. Now I know some of you are thinking, but what if I speak these words and nothing happens? What if I claim my good and it doesn't come? And here is where you must understand a profound spiritual principle. Your word never returns to you void. Never. It always accomplishes that which it is sent forth to do. But, and this is crucial, there is often a time lag between the speaking and the manifestation. This is where most people stumble. They speak the word of faith on Monday, and by Wednesday, when circumstances haven't changed, they return to their old patterns of negative speech. They cancel out their good word with a bad one. Think of it like planting a garden. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up the next day to see if it's growing. You trust the process. You water it. You give it sunlight. You protect it from weeds. The same is true with your words. Once you've spoken your word of faith, you must maintain it. You must guard it jealously against the weeds of doubt and fear. I once worked with a woman who desperately needed employment. She came to me in tears, saying she had been to dozens of interviews with no success. I said to her, "You must stop speaking of what you don't have, and begin speaking of what is yours by divine right." Together, we crafted her affirmation. I am now employed in my perfect position, doing what I love and receiving abundant compensation. She agreed to speak this every morning and every night. But 3 days later, she called me, discouraged. "It's not working," she said. "I still have no job." "Have you continued to speak your word?" I asked. "Yes, but I also told my sister yesterday that I'd probably never find anything, and I told my friend that the job market is impossible right now." You see, she was planting seeds of prosperity in the morning and seeds of poverty in the afternoon. She was working against herself. I explained to her that she must guard her tongue at all times, not just during her affirmation practice, but in every conversation, in every moment of worry, in every idle comment. She committed to the discipline. 2 weeks later, she received a call about a position she'd interviewed for a month prior. They had suddenly had an opening and thought of her immediately. The job was better than anything she'd initially applied for: better pay, better conditions, work she truly loved. This is how the spiritual law operates. Your word goes out into the invisible and sets forces in motion, but you must sustain that word through faith and disciplined speech. I have watched people destroy their own demonstrations through careless words spoken in moments of doubt. A woman once told me she had been affirming prosperity for months. Her business was improving, new clients were appearing, everything was moving in the right direction. Then one evening, during dinner with friends, someone mentioned economic troubles. Without thinking, she said, "Oh yes, I'm so worried about money. I don't know how I'll manage next month." Within days, 3 clients canceled, and expected payment was delayed. The flow reversed itself completely. She came to me bewildered. "I don't understand," she said. "I was doing everything right." But she had contradicted her own word. She had canceled her own affirmation with that one careless statement. The subconscious mind takes its orders from your words, and it doesn't distinguish between your morning affirmations and your dinner conversation. Every word carries weight. Every statement is an instruction. This is why I say you must become watchful of your speech at all times, not just during your prayer or affirmation sessions. Your spiritual work isn't something you do for 15 minutes in the morning and then forget. It's a continuous practice of aligned thinking and speaking. When someone asks, "How are you?" what do you say? Do you recite your list of problems and ailments, or do you speak from the truth of your perfect spiritual reality? I'm not suggesting you lie or pretend problems don't exist on the material plane. I'm telling you to speak from the reality you're claiming, not from the appearance you're leaving behind. There's a profound difference between denial and spiritual assertion. Say instead, "I am wonderfully blessed," or "Everything is working together for my good." These statements acknowledge the divine order operating in your life, even when outer circumstances haven't yet reflected it. Your words create a vibrational frequency. When you consistently speak lack, worry, and fear, you vibrate at that frequency and attract corresponding experiences. When you speak abundance, faith, and confidence, you shift your vibration and open channels for different manifestations. Think of your consciousness as a radio station. Whatever frequency you broadcast is what you'll receive back. You cannot broadcast on the frequency of fear and receive the programs of faith. You must consciously choose your signal. Now, let me show you exactly how this works in the invisible realm. When you speak a word, you're not just making sounds in the physical world. You're sending forth a decree into the ethers, into that vast intelligence that governs all things. Every word carries a vibration, and that vibration goes forth like a messenger to prepare the way for your experience. I once knew a woman who came to me in absolute desperation. She had been speaking words of limitation for so long that her whole world had contracted around her. "I can never get ahead," she would say. "Nothing ever works out for me." Do you see what she was doing? She was speaking her world into existence, moment by moment, with these declarations of defeat. I said to her, "You must stop being a channel for negative words. Your words have power, whether you believe it or not. The law doesn't care about your doubt. It only responds to your persistent mental attitude and the words that flow from it." She began, slowly at first, to change her speech. Instead of "I can never," she started saying, "I am now." Instead of "nothing works," she declared, "Everything is working together for my highest good." And I tell you, within weeks, the most remarkable changes began to appear in her circumstances. Opportunities came, money arrived. Doors that had been shut for years suddenly swung open. This wasn't magic, this was law, the invisible law that responds to the spoken word. You see, most people speak carelessly. They chatter about their problems, they rehearse their failures, they predict their limitations, and then they wonder why life keeps serving them the same cold dish of disappointment. But you cannot speak one way and live another. Your words are the architects of your experience. There's an ancient teaching that says the tongue has the power of life and death. This is not poetic language, this is scientific fact in the spiritual realm. When you speak words of life, of abundance, of health, of love, you are literally calling these things forth from the invisible into the visible. When you speak words of death, lack, disease, and fear, you are doing the exact same thing, but in reverse. I want you to become ruthlessly aware of your words for the next 24 hours. Listen to what comes out of your mouth. Are you blessing or cursing your future? Are you speaking faith or fear? Because whatever you're speaking today is building tomorrow's reality. Your words are the architect of your experience. They're not just sounds that disappear into the air, they're creative forces that shape, mold, and determine the circumstances that come into your life. I've watched people wonder why they attract the same problems over and over. They say, "Why does this always happen to me?" But listen to their conversation for just 1 hour, and you'll hear them rehearsing their troubles, predicting their failures, and speaking lack into every corner of their lives. There was a woman who came to me, desperately wanting financial abundance. But every time she opened her mouth, she spoke poverty. "I can't afford that. Money never stays with me. I'm always broke." She wondered why her bank account remained empty, not realizing she was ordering poverty 3 times a day through her own words. I told her, "You're praying for abundance with your knees, but cursing it with your mouth." The invisible world responds to your spoken word. It doesn't debate with you. It doesn't argue about what you really meant. It simply says, "Your word is my command," and brings you circumstances that match your declaration. This is why you must guard your tongue as if your life depends on it, because it does. When someone asks how you're doing, and you automatically say, "I'm struggling," you've just placed an order for more struggle. When you declare, "I never get a break," you've just locked yourself out of opportunity. When you say, "I'm so tired of being alone," you've just extended your season of loneliness. But flip that script. When you say, "I am blessed," you open the door for more blessings. When you declare, "Good things always find me," you become a magnet for good fortune. When you speak, "I am divinely guided and protected," you activate invisible forces that arrange circumstances in your favor. Your word is your wand. You're either wielding it to create or to destroy. There's no neutral ground here. And here's what most people miss. You don't have to wait until you see it to say it. You speak it first, then you see it. That's the divine order. Faith calls those things that are not as though they were. You name it before it manifests. If you wait for your healing to arrive before you speak health, you'll wait forever. If you wait for money to appear before you speak prosperity, you're operating backward. Faith is the blueprint, speaking before the building stands. And here's what most people miss. Your word doesn't just describe reality, it prescribes it. You're not reporting conditions, you're creating them. I worked with a woman once who was drowning in debt. Every conversation began with an inventory of what she owed, who was calling, what was past due. She'd recite these numbers like a prayer, except prayer lifts, and this dragged her down further. I finally stopped her mid-sentence and said, "You're tithing to lack. Every word about debt is an offering at the altar of poverty." She looked at me like I'd slapped her. But it was true. Where your attention goes, energy flows. Where your words dwell, you build a dwelling. So we changed the language. Not as pretense, but as pattern interruption. Instead of "I'm buried in bills," she learned to say, "I'm receiving the intelligence to handle my finances wisely." Instead of "I can't afford this," she'd catch herself and reframe, "I'm choosing differently for now." Small shifts, massive results. Within 3 months, an unexpected inheritance arrived, a distant relative she'd never met. Coincidence? I've seen too many coincidences to believe in them anymore. The universe doesn't deal in accidents. It deals in appointments. Your word is your wand. But most people are waving it backward, hexing themselves with casual curses. "I'm so broke. I'm always sick. Nobody ever chooses me. I can't catch a break. These aren't observations, they're incantations. And the law doesn't judge your incantations. It simply fulfills them. Every statement beginning with I am is a command to the creative power within you. I am are the two most powerful words you'll ever speak, because whatever follows them shapes your experience. You are declaring your identity to the universe, and the universe rushes to prove you right. Say, I am broke, and watch how evidence piles up to confirm it. Say, I am abundant, and notice how provisions you never planned for begin appearing. The same law, different directions. This is why affirmations that feel hollow produce hollow results. You're trying to convince yourself of something you don't actually believe. The subconscious mind hears the doubt beneath the words. It responds not to what you times say asterisk, but to what you times mean asterisk. So we must begin where belief is natural, where it flows effortlessly, where you already have evidence. I knew a woman who wanted prosperity, but couldn't bring herself to affirm wealth she didn't feel. So I told her, affirm what you can believe. Start smaller if you must, but start with truth. She began saying, I am always provided for. That, she could believe. She'd never starved. She'd always had shelter. The universe had always met her basic needs, even in tight seasons. Within 2 weeks, an unexpected check arrived, a refund she'd forgotten about. Small, yes, but perfectly timed. Her belief expanded slightly. She upgraded her affirmation. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. A month later, a freelance opportunity appeared. Then another. Each provision strengthened her faith, and each strengthening of faith attracted larger provision. You see, she didn't leap from lack to millions. She built a bridge of belief, one plank at a time. But here's what most people miss. The universe doesn't just respond to your words or even your beliefs. It responds to your time's dominant frequency, asterisk. What you broadcast most consistently, what you return to when you're not paying attention. You can affirm abundance for 5 minutes in the morning, but if you spend the next 12 hours worrying about bills, fearing loss, complaining about what others have that you don't, what do you think the universe hears loudest? Your worry, your fear, your resentment. The subconscious mind is recording every thought, every feeling, every casual comment you make. I can't afford that. Money's so tight right now. Rich people are greedy, each one a command, each one a instruction to the creative force within you. This is why vigilance matters. Not obsessive control, but gentle awareness. Notice what you say when you're relaxed. When you're with friends, when you're alone and think no one's listening. The universe is always listening. And here's what most people don't realize. The universe doesn't differentiate between what you say seriously and what you say casually. It doesn't have a sarcasm detector. When you joke about being broke, when you flippantly say, I'm so unlucky, when you casually declare nothing ever works out for me, the creative force behind all existence takes you at your word. I once knew a woman who would laugh and say, oh, I'm terrible with money. It just burns a hole in my pocket. She said it so often it became part of her identity. And you know what? Money did burn through her hands. Not because she was actually irresponsible, but because she had given that command to her subconscious mind thousands of times. She had woven it into the fabric of her reality. When she finally understood what she'd been doing, she was shocked. But I was just joking, she told me. I said to her gently, the universe doesn't joke about your life. It takes every word as instruction. She changed her words that very day. Instead of that old declaration, she began saying, I am wise with my resources. Money flows to me and through me with ease. Within months, her entire financial picture transformed. Same person, same job, different words, different reality. This is why successful people are so careful about their language. They understand something profound. You become the stories you tell about yourself. If you constantly tell the story of struggle, you'll live in struggle. If you tell the story of obstacles, obstacles will greet you at every turn. But if you tell the story of grace, of divine favor, of doors opening and paths clearing, that becomes your lived experience. I'm not saying you should deny reality or pretend problems don't exist. I'm saying don't make them your identity. Don't rehearse them. Don't give them more power by constantly putting them into words. There's a vast difference between acknowledging, I'm currently working through a financial challenge, and declaring, I'm so broke, I'll never get ahead. One is a statement of temporary condition. The other is a prophecy you're speaking into existence. Your words are setting the temperature of your life. Are you speaking things into winter or into spring? Your subconscious mind doesn't judge. It doesn't argue. It simply accepts what you consistently tell it and begins to manufacture the evidence. If you keep saying, "I can't afford it," your subconscious goes to work arranging circumstances that prove you right. If you keep saying, "I am divinely guided and provided for," it begins pulling strings you cannot see, orchestrating encounters, ideas, and opportunities that align with that belief. I once knew a woman who would look at her bills and say, "I'll never get out of this hole." Every single month, something would happen: a car repair, an unexpected fee, another setback. She thought she was just being realistic, but she was actually being prophetic. Her words were the architect of her reality. When I finally convinced her to change her language, to say instead, "I am open to unexpected streams of income. My good comes to me in avalanches of abundance," things shifted, not overnight, but steadily. An old debt was forgiven, a surprise check arrived, a new opportunity opened. Same woman, same world, different words. This is why I say, never say you're poor, even in jest. Never say you're unlucky. Never say you're stuck. Because you're not reporting on your life when you speak, you're creating it. And here's what's so cunning about negative speech. It feels honest. It feels like integrity. We've been trained to think that optimism is naive and that pessimism is wisdom. But pessimism isn't wisdom, it's just fear with a sophisticated vocabulary. True wisdom recognizes that life responds to faith, not fear. That the universe is not neutral, it is reactive. It moves in the direction of your dominant mental atmosphere. So what do you do when circumstances genuinely look bad? When the bank account is empty, the diagnosis is grim, the relationship is fractured? You don't deny the appearance, but you refuse to give it authority. You speak to the truth that stands behind it. I've seen this with a woman who came to me devastated. Her husband had left her after 20 years of marriage. She had every reason to collapse into bitterness and victimhood. The appearances screamed abandonment, failure, betrayal. But she understood something most people miss. She said to me, "I will not let this situation define what God can do." And she didn't deny her pain. She felt it fully. She wept, she grieved. But underneath that human emotion, she held to something unshakable, asterisk. My life is in divine order. What belongs to me cannot be taken from me. What is for my highest good is already on its way, asterisk. Within 6 months, everything shifted. Not because she manipulated circumstances or pretended nothing hurt, but because she refused to let the temporary appearance write the final chapter of her story. She found work she loved. She discovered talents she'd buried for decades. And the relationship? It transformed into something neither of them could have forced: true friendship, built on honesty instead of obligation. The world calls this luck or coincidence. But you and I know better. When you live from the visible has no choice but to rearrange itself. And here's what trips people up every single time. They want to see times before they believe, asterisk. They say, "Show me the money, then I'll believe in abundance. Show me the healed body, then I'll believe in wholeness. Show me the love, then I'll believe I'm worthy." But that's backwards. That's the world's logic, not God's. The invisible always comes first. Faith is not believing times after times, you see. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. You believe it into form, not with gritted teeth and forced affirmations, not with desperation masquerading as confidence, but with calm, quiet knowing. The kind of knowing you have when you plant a seed. You don't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. You don't stand over it with anxiety, wondering if you did it right. You plant it, water it, and expect the harvest. That expectation is not hope. Hope is wishy-washy. Hope says, maybe, if I'm lucky. Expectation says, this is already done. I'm just waiting for the physical world to catch up. And the universe, in its infinite intelligence, responds to that frequency. Not to your words, not even to your thoughts, necessarily. To your inner conviction, asterisk. To the silent assumption, running underneath everything you do. So ask yourself right now, what am I really expecting? Because here's what most people don't realize. Asterisk expectation is a form of prayer, asterisk. It's the steady hum beneath your spoken words. You can affirm abundance all day long, but if you're secretly bracing for disappointment, that bracing is your real prayer. I learned this the hard way. I watched a woman who had every reason to succeed: talent, connections, opportunity, and yet she failed repeatedly. Not because the world was against her, but because she expected times to fail. She wore her expectation like an invisible garment, and life simply matched it. And then I watched another woman, with far fewer advantages, succeed beyond all logic. Why? Her expectation was rock solid. She didn't hope, she didn't wish, she knew asterisk, and that knowing radiated from her like heat from a flame. So, let me ask you again, more specifically now, what are you expecting in your relationships? Are you expecting love, loyalty, and respect? Or are you secretly bracing for betrayal, for disappointment, for being left behind? What are you expecting in your work? Are you expecting recognition, abundance, and fulfillment? Or are you waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the criticism, for the inevitable collapse? What are you expecting from your body? Health and vitality, or decline and limitation? Because whatever you're expecting, you're inviting asterisk. Not because you're bad or broken, but because expectation is magnetic. It draws to you the very thing you're holding in your consciousness as inevitable. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but I want good things. I'm not trying to expect the worst. I understand. Conscious desire and subconscious expectation are not always aligned. In fact, for most people, they're at war. You consciously want love, but subconsciously expect rejection. You consciously want wealth, but subconsciously expect lack. And that split, that inner civil war, is exhausting. It's why you feel stuck, why nothing seems to move. The solution isn't to fight your subconscious. You can't bully your inner world into submission. The solution is to gently shift your expectation, to catch yourself in the act of expecting the worst, and to softly, deliberately choose a new expectation. This isn't denial. This isn't pretending problems don't exist. This is recognizing that your expectation shapes your experience far more than your circumstances do. Let me tell you about something I witnessed that changed how I understood this principle forever. A woman came to me, drowning in debt, creditors calling, bills piling up, anxiety so thick you could see it in her shoulders. The numbers said one thing: impossible situation. Everyone around her spoke the same language: worry, fear, limitation. But here's what she did. Every morning, before she opened her eyes, she would say, "I expect abundance today. I expect divine solutions. I expect every need to be met with grace and ease." She didn't say these words hoping they'd be true. She said them expecting they would be. Within 3 weeks, 3 separate opportunities appeared. Opportunities that had always been there, but she'd been too consumed by fear to notice. Within 2 months, the debt was manageable. Within 6 months, she was financially stable. The numbers changed because her expectation changed first. Now, your logical mind wants to argue with this. It wants to say she just worked harder or got lucky. But here's what you're missing. Dozens of people in similar circumstances work just as hard and stay stuck. The difference isn't effort. The difference is expectation. When you expect difficulty, you create resistance. When you expect miracles, you create openings. I can hear some of you thinking, "But Florence, I don't feel expectant. I feel scared. I feel doubtful." Good. I'm not asking you to feel different. I'm asking you to speak different. Feelings follow words, not the other way around. You don't wait to feel confident before you act confident. You act confident, and the feeling catches up. Every single morning, you stand at a doorway. Behind you is everything that's happened. In front of you is everything that could happen. And your expectation, your words, your focus, your assumptions determines which possibilities get to step through that door and become your reality. So now we arrive at a crucial question. How do you guard this doorway of expectation? Because, make no mistake, this is sacred ground. This is where your future is being built, brick by brick, thought by thought. You guard it first by becoming aware of what you're allowing to stand at that threshold. What are you expecting right now? Not what you're wishing for. Not what you're hoping might happen if you're lucky. But what are you actually expecting? What does your mind return to when you're driving, when you're washing dishes, when you lie down at night? Because that's your real expectation. That's what you're welcoming through the door. I've watched people say they expect success while their inner dialogue whispers constantly about failure. They speak abundance while mentally rehearsing lack. They claim to expect love while bracing for disappointment. And then they wonder why their reality never shifts. You cannot expect two things simultaneously. You cannot hold the door open for both the guest and the intruder and be surprised when the wrong one walks in. So here's what I do, and here's what I invite you to do. I practice time's selective expectation asterisk. I become ruthlessly intentional about what I allow to stand at that door. When a thought of lack appears, I don't wrestle with it. I simply don't expect it to manifest. I acknowledge it's there. I'm not in denial, but I withdraw all expectation from it. I turn my face toward what I times do times want, and I invest my expectation there instead. It's like having two plants in your garden. One you water every single day, the other you ignore. Which one thrives? The one you give your attention to, the one you times expect times to grow. Your thoughts are constantly presenting themselves to you, asking for your expectation, asking for your belief, asking for permission to become real. And you get to choose. You get to say, not that one, this one. I remember a woman who came to me drowning in debt. Every morning, she woke up expecting more bills, more problems, more evidence of her financial struggle. And like clockwork, that's exactly what appeared. The unexpected expense, the denied loan, the mounting pressure. I said to her, "You're watering the wrong plant." She looked at me confused. "Every ounce of expectation you have is going toward more debt," I explained. "You expect it so deeply that you're practically rolling out a red carpet for it. What if you withdrew that expectation? What if you started expecting, truly expecting, with the same intensity that your supply would meet and exceed your needs?" She protested, of course. "But the debt is real. The bills are real." "Yes," I said. "And so is the infinite substance all around you, waiting for your expectation to give it form. You've been expecting lack so faithfully that it has no choice but to show up. Expect abundance with the same faithfulness, and watch what happens." She started small. Each morning, before her mind could spiral into financial fear, she would state her expectation. "I expect my needs to be met today. I expect abundance to find me." At first, nothing visible changed. Her bank account didn't suddenly overflow. No unexpected check arrived in the mail. But something shifted internally. The constant knot of anxiety in her stomach began to loosen. She moved through her days with a lighter step, as though the weight of financial doom had been lifted from her shoulders. Then, the small miracles began. A client she'd invoiced months ago, someone she'd written off as a loss, suddenly paid in full with an apology. A friend mentioned a freelance opportunity that was exactly in her skillhouse. Her landlord, without prompting, offered to freeze her rent for 6 months while he dealt with building repairs. None of these were lottery wins. None were dramatic windfalls. But together, they were evidence of a shift in the invisible realm that was now manifesting in the visible. This is how expectation works. It doesn't force. It doesn't demand. It simply opens the channels through which your good can flow to you. When you expect lack, you unconsciously close those channels. You turn down opportunities because you don't believe they'll work out. You fail to mention your needs because you assume no one cares. You hoard what little you have because you're convinced nothing more is coming. But when you expect abundance, you relax into a state of receptivity. You notice the open doors. You mention your needs naturally, allowing others to help. You give freely because you trust the supply is endless. The woman who transformed her finances through expectation told me something profound months later. She said, "I used to think I had to know how my good would come. I would lie awake, strategizing, planning, trying to control every avenue. But expectation taught me to hold the vision and release the how. My job was to expect. The universe's job was to deliver. This is spiritual maturity. Knowing when to act and when to expect. Knowing when to effort and when to allow. Your word, spoken with expectation, sets forces in motion that are far more intelligent than your limited human planning. You don't need to know the route. You only need to know the destination and expect to arrive. So state your expectation clearly, write it down, speak it aloud, let it become the atmosphere you breathe. I expect perfect health. I expect loving relationships. I expect financial freedom. I expect my talents to be recognized and compensated. I expect doors to open before me, and then watch your life rearrange itself to match what you've declared. Now, here's something most people never consider. Asterisk, asterisk, the power of acting successful before you see the evidence. Asterisk, asterisk. And I don't mean fake it till you make it in some superficial way. I mean stepping into the energetic signature of the person you're becoming. When I was building my practice, I began treating myself as someone whose work was valuable long before the world confirmed it. I invested in quality materials. I showed up with the dignity of someone who knew her worth, not arrogance, dignity. There's a profound difference. You see, the universe can only meet you where you're vibrating. If you're vibrating at "I'm not there yet," then "not there yet" is what you'll continue to experience. But when you make decisions from the consciousness of already being successful, when you dress like it, speak like it, carry yourself like it, you're sending a signal that cannot be ignored. I remember a woman who came to me desperate for work. She had one interview suit, worn at the elbows, and she'd been wearing it to every rejection. I said to her, "You're going to job interviews dressed like someone who expects to be turned away." It wasn't about the clothes, really. It was about what she was announcing to the universe every time she put on that suit of defeat. She scraped together enough to buy one new outfit, nothing extravagant, just something that made her feel capable and confident. The very next interview, she got the position. Coincidence? Not at all. She shifted her energy, and the external world had no choice but to shift with it. This is why I always say, asterisk, asterisk, treat your current situation as temporary, but treat your vision as already done, asterisk, asterisk. Walk through your day as the person who has what you desire. Make choices from that place. Spend your mental energy from that place. Because the universe is always saying yes to who you're being, not who you're wishing to be. And let me be very clear. This isn't about denying your current reality or pretending problems don't exist. It's about refusing to let your current circumstances define your energetic output. You acknowledge where you are, but you live from where you're going. This is the shift that changes everything. When you begin to live from your vision rather than your circumstances, you become a magnet for the very things you seek. The universe responds not to your words, but to your vibration. And your vibration is determined by the state of consciousness from which you operate. I've seen people transform their entire lives simply by changing the question they ask themselves each morning. Instead of waking up and asking, "What problems do I have to deal with today?" they ask, "What would the version of me who already has everything I desire think about today?" This subtle shift in perspective creates a completely different energetic signature. You see, the version of you who has already achieved your desires doesn't wake up anxious and desperate. That version of you moves through the world with confidence, with certainty, with peace. And here's the beautiful secret. You can embody that version right now, today, before anything in your physical world has changed. This isn't pretending. This is choosing which frequency you broadcast. Think of it like this. If you were already wealthy, would you walk into a store feeling small and unworthy? No. If you already had the relationship of your dreams, would you move through your day feeling desperate and incomplete? Of course not. If you already had vibrant health, would you constantly speak about your limitations? Never. The person who has what you want thinks differently, speaks differently, and carries themselves differently. And you have access to that state of being right now. Not someday when the circumstances align, not after you achieve the goal. Right now, this is what it means to live in the end. This is what it means to claim your good before you see it. Your current assignment isn't to figure out how it will all happen. Your assignment is to become so aligned with your desire that your very presence announces its arrival. When you meet someone who is truly abundant, you feel it before they say a word. When you encounter someone who is genuinely in love with their life, you sense it in their energy. That's what you're cultivating, not a performance, but an authentic alignment with the reality you're calling forth. And here's what happens when you truly embody this principle. You stop being shaken by what others think or do. Someone doubts you? That's their journey. Someone succeeds before you? That's confirmation that success is flowing. Someone questions your methods? That's none of your business. You become so anchored in your inner knowing that the external chaos loses its power over you. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent, quite the opposite. You become more present, more compassionate, more alive, because you're not constantly defending or justifying your existence. I remember a woman who was building her business while everyone around her was talking about economic collapse. Every conversation was fear, every headline was doom. She said to me, "Florence, I feel like I'm living in a different world than they are." I told her, "You are. And that's exactly where you need to stay." She stopped consuming the fear-based narratives. She stopped engaging in conversations that drained her vision. She surrounded herself only with evidence of possibility, with stories of people who built empires in difficult times, with testimonies of unexpected breakthroughs. And her business? It flourished, while others contracted. This is what I mean by being the evidence. She didn't argue with the economic reports. She didn't try to convince anyone that things were better than they seemed. She simply lived as though abundance was her birthright, and it responded accordingly. Now, I want you to understand something crucial. This isn't about pretending problems don't exist. It's not about bypassing genuine challenges or ignoring practical realities. It's about choosing which reality you give your creative power to. There's always evidence for both sides, always data to support fear and data to support faith. The question is, which attorney are you hiring? Which case are you building? Because whatever you consistently focus on, you bring to life. And here's what most people don't realize. You're building one case or the other every single day. Every time you speak, every time you think, every time you react to what's in front of you, you're gathering evidence for one side or the other. When you wake up in the morning and immediately start listing everything that's wrong, everything that's hard, everything you don't have, you're building the prosecution's case. You're saying, "Your Honor, let me present Exhibit A, my empty bank account. Exhibit B, my difficult circumstances. Exhibit C, all the times I tried and failed." But when you wake up and say, "Something good is happening today. I am guided. I am provided for. The universe is conspiring in my favor," you're building the defense. You're saying, "Your Honor, I present evidence of my divine inheritance. I present proof of infinite supply. I present testimony that I am a child of the Most High, and good is my birthright. And the universe, like any good judge, must rule based on the evidence presented." You see, we think we're just thinking. We think we're just talking. We think our words and thoughts are these inconsequential little things that disappear into thin air. But they don't disappear. They accumulate. They build. They create a case that the universe must honor. I've watched people lose everything because they spent years building an airtight case for why nothing ever works out for them. They had evidence going back to childhood. They had witnesses. They had documentation. And the universe said, "Based on the evidence presented, I rule in favor of lack." And I've watched people rise from nothing because they refused to build that case. Despite the evidence of their senses, despite what everyone around them said, despite their bank account and their circumstances, they kept building the case for their good. They kept affirming. They kept expecting. They kept believing. And eventually, the universe had no choice but to rule in their favor. So I'm asking you today, what case are you building? What evidence are you collecting? What testimony are you giving? Because here's the truth. You can change attorneys right now, this very moment. You can fire the prosecutor and hire the defender. You can stop collecting evidence of lack and start collecting evidence of abundance.